What up, Steve? Haney's going night-night? What's going on? What's going on, everybody? I'm just getting the stream all set up while everyone's getting ready to come in. I know there's a bunch of everyone watching the prelims right now, so I know once the prelims is done, all the streams are going to be packed and circulated with a whole bunch of people looking for live streams. So, but in the meantime, what's going on, everybody? Seems like a lot of people is picking Haney to lose tonight, man. Is that what's going on tonight? Is that the power play? Because last time I saw, Haney and Norman's now a pick'em fight. So, really interesting how tonight's going to play out. But other than that, man, I think I'm pretty much looking for an easy night. You know, I think the favorite should win in some entertaining fights. I think Abdullah Mason, David Benavidez, I think Bam Rodriguez should have a very fun, entertaining fight while it lasts. And, you know, I know everyone's looking at the Devin and Brian Norman fight as the outlier. So when that fight gets a little bit closer, I'll go a little bit, break down a little bit more when that fight gets a little bit closer. But Dark Side, all the Haney haters going to move the goalpost as usual when he wins. What's going on, man? You know, I think tonight's very interesting because I see a couple of narratives, right? I feel like if Norman wins, right, if Norman gets the solid victory, I think, here, let me actually close this out really quick. Chat, boom, interact. Let me close this, boom. All right, there we go. I can see your guys' comment. I think there's a couple of narratives that go on tonight. All right, I feel like if Norman wins, it puts the concept of the hype that he's generated, right? The knockout artist, especially if he knocks out Devin. It helps push that narrative. Like, he's the new welterweight king. He's the new knockout artist. He's the next guy that everyone has to go through in the welterweight division. On the flip side, some people might slightly discredit Norman because they might feel that Devin, even though has fought a lot of the champions in the weight classes below, may not been able to withstand Norman's power in that weight class. But ultimately, I think the one that might suffer the most is that if Devin wins tonight, I think Devin's not going to probably get as much credit, because even though everyone's going into this fight and giving Norman tremendous praise, and a lot of people have picked him, the bookies opened the lines with him as the favorite, they're going to, I think, ultimately look at this fight as what a lot of people have said. The experience, the quote unquote, the age difference. You know, Devin, even though he's still young, you know, Norman was rushed too soon into a fight with Devin. So I think for the most part, I think there's more upside with Norman. What up, Never? What up, Never Fold Sports? What's going on, man? I think there's more upside when it comes to Norman winning this fight. But ultimately, the goal is to get this title. That's what Devin's goal is. And then possibly for unification at the welterweight division against none other than Ryan Garcia. So I really think that in hindsight, everything's going to make sense once the fight's over. But I think a lot of people are downplaying and discrediting, I think, Devin going into this fight. You know, I do know that Norman is is a huge question mark because we still really don't know what he truly can possess, right? But at the end of the day, I do feel like Devin probably should have opened as the favorite, and I think the lines is kind of starting to favor a little bit more to him, I'm assuming, by the end of the night, right? Norman's reach is 2.0, an athletic guy that boxes. He's just not skilled enough. You know, I've been hearing that comparison a lot, and I think to a certain point, we'll be able to find out what Norman's capabilities is. You know, we've seen Regis, for the most part, fight what was considered the elite guy in his division, which was Josh Taylor, and never really was able to showcase, you know, anything outside of that one gear, which is just kind of come forward, rely on upper body movement, and didn't really show too many wrinkles into his game. So I think with Norman, we have to see him with somebody like this. And that's kind of what the big question mark is. We've seen him get dropped by Boca Chica, right? We've seen him, we've seen him struggle with lesser competition. But at the same time, we've seen the Giovanni Santillan fight, which was and probably still is his best win up to date. And I do feel like at some point, you know, if Devin does not decide to stand in front of him, we're really going to see how great he can really cut off the ring, because ultimately we have never seen him do that in any of his like fights. You know, I think the Buka Chica fight may have potentially showed a little bit, knowing what that fight was going, but at the end of the day, I mean, that fight was kind of cut. It's a 50-50 fight. I hope they know that. You said my volume's really low today? All right, let me pull this up. MC, what up, man? Appreciate it. Let me get you some love. Throw you up on the screen real quick. Hold on. Let me throw you guys' comments on the screen real quick. How many upsets will we see tonight? Any guess? You know, to be honest with you, with the Devin and Norman fight being the 50-50 based off bookie, you can't, I guess, call that the upset. So I really feel like Bam is going to run through Fernando Martinez, not in an easy fight, but a competitive fight where he'll show his boxing abilities, handle his aggression, and walk away as the victor. I think it's going to be an underrated win. I think it's going to be an extremely underrated win, because I've covered Fernando Martinez, and I've seen him upset Jerome Cajas, and I had a lot of praise for him, and then he went over to Japan and upsetted the champion over there. So I think this is going to be a hugely underrated win that people aren't really giving Jesse Bam Rodriguez the credit. But I think he's probably the fighter that I give the most confident. I think the next one that I'll probably give the most confident is more than likely probably David Benavidez, just because of the fact that we've seen Yarde at this level, and he kind of always fell short somewhere along the lines. Plus his loss against Linda Arthur was what up, Hatcher? Yeah, the volume was fine. All right, cool. I got it all set. I think with Anthony Yarde, I think for the most part, I think what up, Braun? I think Anthony Yarde has just always been kind of shy of just hitting that top level echelon, and him going through those wars with Kovalev and his tough fight with Arthur may have potentially took a little bit out of him. We'll see. I know a lot of people's banking on David Benavidez not looking as monstrous at 175 like he did at 168, but I still feel like David still possesses great defense, high combination, a lot of great power. I think he's going to somewhere along the lines get stronger, or Yarde phase in the second half. But I think it'll be competitive in the beginning, and if Yarde can kind of disrupt and hurt David, then he has a great chance. But we have yet to see David really, in that type of trouble. I know the David Moreau knockdown, some people consider that flash. So I would say my order would be Bam and then David confidently. Now, the Abdullah Mason and Sam Noakes fight, all right? Just bought the fight because I want to pay and support, not steal from the sport. That's what's up. That is what's up. I got it over here on my DAZN. So, I mean, it's hard to pass up on cards like this, especially at the price point where they're trying to sell it for $45 if an annual subscription, if you did that. But, even at its regular price point, without sign up to an annual, I mean, $60 it's not bad, considered a lot of these are like 80 and 75 and $90 nowadays. So I definitely also bought it. I think where can I see Mason Sam Noakes? Mason and Sam Noakes will be coming up. As you guys see right here, I'll put up the running order. So for a lot of people that's coming in right now, they're wondering, all right, is Sam Noakes and Abdullah Mason next? No, it will be Vito Mielnicki. The estimated ring walk is going to be 5:15. Right, I have it listed up right here. So about 15 minutes from now, I'll be calling it a Vito Mielnicki fight. If you guys don't want to buy it, or you're driving or somewhere, and then around 6 p.m. Eastern time is when Abdullah and Sam Noakes goes down. After that, we got Devin Haney, Brian Norman. That'll be 8 p.m. Eastern time. So a lot of you guys, you have plenty of time if that's the fight that you're really waiting to get called or just want to hear. And then lastly, the main event, David Benavidez and Anthony Yarde, 9 p.m. And I'll be playing, I'll be showing these graphics throughout just to kind of help you guys as a point of reference. But the Abdullah Mason and Sam Noakes fight is really interesting because you got two guys who have an insane amount of knockouts, right? I mean, their percentage is 88 for Sam Noakes and Mason slightly higher at 89.5%, right? So I think with this fight, you got two guys who've never tasted defeat. Only one hit the canvas. Really, actually, 5 of these guys on this main card has hit the canvas at least. I can think of David, Devin, Norman, Bam, his opponent, Abdullah. So when people come in here and say Abdullah got dropped, well, reference all the other people on the card that got dropped. But yes, Sam Noakes hasn't been dropped from my understanding, but both these guys have great power, great knockouts, two different styles. I think I like Abdullah's chance to win this fight pretty high because I think his versatility, his ability to box and bang, he's very flashy and sometimes can leave himself open when he's a little too offensively happy. But we've seen since the knockdown, he's been a lot more defensively responsible, keeping his left hand up. But with that being said, I think this fight is hard to tell because really these two guys are considered equals across, their respective areas. Sam Noakes has been praised heavily. He's a Frank Warren fighter. Frank Warren fighters tend to always have these big upsets, right? Fabio Wardley was a guy I didn't think was going to beat Joseph Parker. And he did. Moses Atama, Tyson Fury, Nick Ball. I mean, you kind of hear these names. These are Frank Warren fighters. And when Frank Warren did the 5v5 with Eddie, he swept them 5-5. So I give a lot of credit to Frank Warren when he picks these guys. And I know traditionally people look at the dynamics as black, flashy American versus come forward white European. But I think Sam has some power from the fights that I've seen. And he has, a couple durable guys on there. He fought Mendes and beat him, which this guy had over 50, 60 wins. So not something I would say would be like the reason why I would favor Noakes, because I favor Abdullah. But I think this is a perfect fight for both. But I still favor Abdullah just because of his natural ability, his sharpshooting, his length and reach is really good in a fight like this to keep Sam Noakes off. And I think somewhere along the lines, if Sam Noakes' defense doesn't really show up in this fight, I think he's actually going to be the one that's going to be open in a lot of these exchanges more than Abdullah, because even though Abdullah is the flashy counterpuncher, can leave himself open, I think he's more athletic and more dynamic, with his type of combinations. Where can you watch the free Itachi? Unfortunately, the fight itself is actually going to be on pay-per-view on DAZN. So this is how they support their fighters and support the guys on the card to get paid. Without pay-per-view, they wouldn't probably be able to make a lot of these fights. So would have to cash up. But by all means, I'll be able to call the fight if it's something that doesn't work out with you financially. So you got Mason by KO. Yeah, I favor Mason. I think Mason is in a fight where Sam Noakes might be extremely durable, just like his fight with Manuel, the guy that fought Rolly on the New York Times Square card, or not Times Square, Madison Square Garden card. So I think Abdullah is definitely going to have potentially a breakout performance. I just wouldn't probably put the most confidence in him compared to Bam, just because of the fact I know what Bam can do. But I'm still picking Abdullah. But that is the fight that may have a potential, quote, upset. And the only reason why I can't, like I said earlier, call Devin and Norman an upset because it's 50-50 on the bookies. Now, me personally, when the fight was announced, I actually have Devin as the favorite. And the reason why I have Devin as the favorite is just that I think personally when he fought Ryan Garcia, I think the Ryan Garcia fight was more of a fight where he actually was trying to knock Ryan Garcia out. May have maybe underestimated the circumstance. Fought in a style where it didn't suit him best. He's walking into a power punch. And I know a lot of people will bring up Austrian, or they bring up the fact he got rocked in the first minute or so and never recovered. I personally thought Devin actually did recover. And I actually thought that Devin still chose to fight in a way where he wanted to, knock Ryan Garcia out. So personally, I do feel like the Ramirez fight was just to kind of get himself situated and acclimated back a little bit and just kind of shake off some of the cobwebs and some of the, and plus also wanted to secure the Ryan Garcia fight because by all means, if he just happened to get past Ramirez and Ryan got past Rolly, they were setting up the rematch. So he didn't want to mess it up. So I think Devin is going to fight this fight in a way that we all are used to. And I know that Norman is the dynamic puncher between the two, but I still have question marks with Norman. I wouldn't be necessarily surprised if Norman won the fight because he does have the power. He's very athletic. He's shown a lot of great footwork at these media workouts, and he's claimed that he hasn't, and I'm not doubting that ability. I'm just only saying that based off what I don't know and don't see, it's hard for me to kind of pick until I see him use it somewhere along in his career, and he hasn't. So it just gives me a tougher time to favor him. But regardless, it is kind of a pick'em's fight because at the same time, we did see Devin have a fight that just raised a lot of questions on, will he actually let his hands go? Will he actually fight in a way where it doesn't look like he's scared, according to a lot of people? And I personally think Devin will actually show up tonight. You know, as long as he doesn't take too many dangerous exchanges, you know, he'll be able to outbox Norman. But if Norman is going to be able to show us the footwork he claims that we haven't seen implemented or used yet, then I think we'll be able to really see a new welterweight star be born. Because if he takes Devin Haney out, you know, in the way that he talks in these interviews, his charisma, if he does something like he bends over on Devin Haney and like kneels down and does something, I think at that moment will be enough to put enough boxing fans, you know, in his corner to continue to support him, you know. Maidstone. Hey, what up, MJ? Am I streaming the fight? No, this should be a live commentary, simply just because of the fact that we won't be able to show it. I'll be able to show like screenshots here and there of stuff, but other than that, it would just be really tough because of the copyright situation, because they're putting it on pay-per-view and we can't illegally distribute it. So, and who support me to get money? Boxing TBA, what's up, man? Mason will gas out after 6. What's your conclusion on that, Boxing? Because I know that Sam Noakes has the more experience when it comes to going the longer rounds, like the later rounds. Mason typically knocks out everyone prior to even meeting that point. But do you even think the fight will even go into the deep waters? I mean, not discrediting Sam Noakes, but do you feel like if Mason... I mean, Sam Noakes is durable enough to make it out of 6, and you think Mason at that point, is that from his inexperience, or do you see something in the fight that's shown it? You know, when you look tired or you look gassed out? Who do you have in a Vito fight? You know, I'll be honest, I really don't know a whole lot about his opponent. I didn't really put a whole bunch of time. I think he's facing an undefeated guy, right? Let me check. He's facing an undefeated guy, 21-0, right? He's from Nigeria. Usually fighters from Africa tend to have punching power, but this guy's 21 wins with only 5 knockouts. So he's not really a punching power threat. And from what I'm seeing, a lot of his opponents, you know, it's been in Mexico. And it's no disrespect to fights in Mexico, but it's the quality opposition in Mexico. And pretty much almost, if not 80% of his fights in Mexico were with guys with losing records or I've never heard of, let alone the fact that he's coming off of 2-3 guys with winning records. And he has a guy that's 20-3. So, I mean, I'm not really high on his resume by looking at it. By default, I would favor Vito Mielnicki just because the fact that this kid was, you know, a standout in the amateurs. You know, he turned pro when he was about 16, 17. So has what I would like to assume a lot of professional experience. He might even have maybe more than his opponent just by the fact of how he turned pro at. Okay, so his opponent turned pro 3 years before him, but the opposition that Vito's fought is light years ahead of him. And I think with his trainer Ronnie Shields in his corner, I think by all means, it's going to play a huge factor. And so I got Vito. Vito is probably going to be my favorite in that win. I know his ring has 4, so he's doing this like UFC. Yeah, they're definitely doing it like the UFC because the next one in Japan is going to be ring 5. So, but it's interesting because they got ring cards and then he got Riyadh season cards. So they're almost like one in the same because we're all watching them as Riyadh season, but the ring cards are the numbered ones while his just Riyadh season could be anything. Like Crawford Canelo was technically Riyadh season, you know. Arthur Beterbiev and Bivol was Riyadh season. So yeah, they're entering right now. When's cards starting? Yeah, they're entering right now. So I'm gonna put this up real quick. Ring walks is going on right now. They estimated 5:15, about 4 minutes earlier. So let's see if they'll stay on track, which I think they will. I think as in right now, I think everything's looking pretty good. And with that all being said, I think we can expect a pretty decently early night because with that time card on the screen and with the next one I'm putting up, it's actually going to be around 9 p.m. where we'll get David Benavidez and Yarde on East Coast time. So 6 p.m. So not bad timing, right? So I think that would be a really great treat for us boxing fans, especially the ones on the East Coast that doesn't have to stay up like 3 a.m. in the morning, you know? So, but as in right now, Vito Mielnicki is walking into the ring, or he's walking doing his ring walk as we speak. How much is it for free? How much is it? No, it's not for free. It's on DAZN right now. It's about $60 in the US, so I can't really speak on where you're at, but it's $60 in the States. But yeah, it's not free. But yeah, I'm really excited tonight. You know, I think with the fights on hand, I think we'll definitely be with a lot of great night of boxing. You know, the Vito fight, he was having some sort of stare down bad blood with his opponent. So, you know, there's a little animosity, but I don't really know his opponent. So I'll see what this fight goes. You know, his opponent's 21-0. You know, so he's undefeated. So we know that he's not going to want to let his O go. But the Abdullah Mason Sam Noakes is really going to set the tone. Because I think at that point, we'll really be able to see how great Abdullah Mason is. You know, he's the one that really is positioned to win this world title. You know, he has all the attention, really. I know Sam Noakes is being built up as a strong, durable guy. There's a lot of UK guys backing him, saying that he's tough as shit. Shakur Stevenson even sparred Sam Noakes and said, you know, he was really strong. But Abdullah Mason, when Shakur described him, he described him as his secret weapon when he was getting ready for Jamel Herring when he was sparring him. So essentially at that point, you know, I would like to say that Abdullah Mason is the one that's going to probably get all the attention going into this fight. So it's really up to him to really take this hype that he's getting and then actually capitalize on it. But it isn't free. So no upsets tonight. I mean, Sam Noakes could be an upset because the fact that we really don't know like the potential of Sam Noakes. You know, he's definitely a guy that we know he has punching power. By watching him, he goes to the body. He seems a little crafty and tough and durable. So we're really going to be able to see what Abdullah Mason's capabilities are, and then as well as Sam. Like, is he the cheat code or the style that gives Abdullah a nightmare, or is Abdullah, you know, going to be able to just pepper him all night? Can't show the fight, brother. Yo, sleeve. What up, Kurt? Man, I got to go. I'm ordering the fight for tonight. Let's go. David Benavidez, Brian Norman Jr. Be more peace. Yo, Kurt, I think they're having like a giveaway at Upton Gym out in Baltimore, Tank's Gym. So I think they also have some donation stuff. So you should swing by, you know, show some love, you know, if you're out there. But pop back in here, Kurt, right after the fight's done. We're going to do a post-fight. So it's not an upset if Noakes win. Even though I favor Abdullah and I think Abdullah is the one, it's kind of one of those weird feelings. Like I see what you're saying, Dan. It's like it's not an upset because it's really more of just two highly touted contenders coming together. Here in the States, we know Abdullah a lot more, and I think the promotional company's pushing Abdullah more because I think a lot of people think the way I think that Abdullah should pull it off. But it's really one of those fights where we're really going to find out what these two fighters are capable of. We really don't know, and they're really fighting. Essentially, they're equal at this point. It's really just kind of a feeling kind of fight because I don't think Abdullah has anyone on his resume like Sam Noakes, and I don't think Sam Noakes has anyone like Abdullah. So it's just really just one of those type of fights. But I still slightly feel like Sam Noakes would be a slight upset in that sense, but I get what you're saying. Right now, Vito is in the ring, and Nmomah is in the ring right now. So what up, Foreign? So for people that's coming in and asking, right, essentially, what fight's on, it's pretty much going to be right here, right? With the coming in up next, I'll remove that, meaning that I'll start the timer, and I'll have the round with the opponent on the screen. The opponent's names, the fighters' names, actually. And that's how you'll be able to know what exactly is going on. I'll be changing these in real time. But other than that, you can watch along. And if you don't, I'll give you guys my honest opinion. You know, I don't really have any true bias to any of these guys. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I might have a stylistic bias because I like to favor the boxers more, But at the same time, doesn't mean I don't know how to score effective aggression either. So I do. But just by all means, that's just kind of a little bit of my background. It's just kind of how I typically look at fights. You know, I kind of favor the boxer a little bit more. I think Norman can win. He got to force Haney to stay in the pocket and trade with him. It's a really interesting fight because it's like a lot of people question, is Devin Haney going to show up as the Devin Haney we know? And if he does, this could be a really bad night for Norman. However, on the other side, Norman possesses a lot of unknowns, minus the fact that he can knock someone's block out, right? We know he has punching power, and we know, at least from my eyes, I think he's gotten better since the Boca Chica fight, since the Quentin Randall fight, since those type of fights, where I even questioned him going into the Giovanni Santillan fight. And when I talked to Brian Norman, I told him myself, I didn't pick you to win that fight personally. You know, Santillan coming off his biggest win of his career, beating Alexis Rocha. He was a Manny Pacquiao, Tim Bradley, Floyd Mayweather sparring partner. You get what I'm saying? So that, from that point, has started the new Brian Norman, in my personal opinion, and he agreed with me. He even said that it took a lot of pressure off of him once he was able to go as the underdog. So where's the fight? The fight's on DAZN. What time does the Devin and Norman walk out? So real quick, the first round of the Vito Mielnicki fight has started right now, so I have the timer going right now, and I'll be calling it. But to answer your question, the Devin Haney and Norman ring walkout will be about 8 p.m. So having this on the screen right there will show 8 p.m. Eastern time. So you got plenty of time. As of right now, I got Vito Mielnicki on my screen. He's putting effective aggression while Samuel is on his back foot jabbing. He parried Vito's jab, and Vito jumps and does a leaping left hook. Right now, it seems like it's a fill-out process between the two. Vito's putting a little bit more aggression, putting Samuel on his back foot. But Samuel catches Vito with a right hand in between. Great right hand, already showing good poise, good timing. That was a really great right hand, but nothing that made me feel like he hurt Vito, let alone even maybe got his attention. But it was a greatly timed right hand, which means that this guy might actually be a lot better than what his resume says, just because of the fact that, you know, he doesn't really have anyone on there of note. You're the most unbiased of all streamers. You should crack a beer, though. I appreciate it, my guy. I don't drink. I'm pretty boring. You know, I'm pretty boring. Oh, good right hand from Vito. Catches Samuel. Now they clinch up on the ropes. Now, I appreciate you guys, man. Give us some insight on Sam and Vito as fighters. I don't know about each. So, from my background, right, I guess while I'm calling this a little bit, Vito was this highly touted prospect. Top Rank signed him at the age of like 16. Samuel throws a right hand and Vito dodges and they clinch. Vito was a guy who was kind of an extremely young prospect who probably needed some time to grow, but he was being kind of, I want to say the word groomed, but like tailored to be like this pretty exciting knockout artist on Top Rank. At a certain point, it seemed like that was the direction that was going because he fought on the Shakur Stevenson undercard, but really he ended up going with PBC. At that point, PBC really picked up with Vito and used to put him and Joey Spencer on a lot of cards. He had one setback, and he had a loss, an upset loss, and he had a couple changes between trainers and things like that and moved up multiple different weight classes. But at the age of 23, he's been pro, I think, since 16. So as long as he's been on the scene, he's still extremely young. 23 with, I think, a total of 22 fights, 21 wins, one loss. So this Samuel guy I'm learning about right now, he's pretty new. What about the Abdullah? I got you. Those are times for the Abdullah. Abdullah should be coming at 6 p.m. Eastern. The Samuel guy right now, he's new to me. I've never seen any of his fights. He seems like he's a guy that can box a little bit. Hasn't really shown any type of threat between his punches, but he looks like he can land some really well-timed and well-placed shots, you know, landing on Vito a couple of times. So that first round kind of was a little bit close because they both landed a pretty good shot. Not really anything that would say got anyone's attention, but you know, it seems a little bit equally matched with Vito just pressing the action a little bit more. So, but Bro, Vito is spoon-fed. It's so funny. He's only here because of his daddy. ESPN dumped him for keeping Vito and dropping Tiger Johnson. ESPN dumped for keeping Vito. You're talking about Top Rank 3478. Vito is actually just so you know, Vito isn't with Top Rank. He was with Top Rank and fought in the Shakur Stevenson undercard, but he went to PBC, and now he's not with PBC either. He's actually signed with Zuffa Boxing. Vito is actually one of Dana White's and TKO's boxing, up and coming fighters. That's why he's probably on this card, because really this is one of their stablemates on this new type of conglomerate they're trying to bring into boxing. So Vito is a TKO Dana White fighter. Oh, I didn't even change my clock. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Yeah, this is a 10-round fight. Exactly. What time does this fight start? The fight's already started right now. Swifter, I got it on the screen right now. But right now, Samuel's showing a lot of great composure. Not really threatened by Vito at the moment. He gets off the ropes pretty solid, but he eats a lead left hook by Vito and they clinch up. Right now, between the two, it feels like Vito is the physically stronger of the two, meaning that he's landing the stronger shots, and he lands a good jab and a right hand that catches Samuel. First shot that kind of looked like it got one of the fighters' attentions was a right hand from Vito. Samuel had to clinch and tie up after he got rocked going back to the ropes. So Vito looks like he's starting to effectively apply the pressure, and he's starting to time his shots with better shots with that. And it looks like Samuel right now is trying to let his hands go a little bit, but Vito is slipping. And at this point, Samuel has to be really careful, because it feels like Vito is the one that, if anyone can land a knockout shot, will be him. So, and that's what I'm getting between these two fights. Still a lot of stuff that, good right hand from Vito, catches Samuel on the ropes. Samuel gets off the ropes and turns, but he can't take shots like that, because at this point, Vito, even though he's still in a developmental stage, I saw 347 Nick said he's spoon-sped. He's still a guy. And a good right hand catches Samuel. He is the guy that, in my opinion, they're trying to position to be one of their Zuffa boxing guys. So Samuel, in my opinion, might be a guy that's here to make Vito look good. So knowing that, you might be the guy that's here to get knocked out. So you have to be careful with these exchanges that he's starting to take with Vito. And right now, Vito is looking like the better of the two. The Haney fight hasn't ended yet. So out throughout the night, be showing graphics and giving updates. For people wanting to know the time of it, that time for the Devin Haney and Brian Norman fight starts at 8 p.m. I'll be calling it Eastern time. So, and then with the Abdullah Mason, we will have that officially going on at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So right after this fight. As in right now, Vito definitely looks like he's in full control of this fight, landing good jabs, his timing, his shots really well, and in between. And at this point, if Samuel does not pick his hands up to a certain point or make effective shots, I don't know. I really don't know what Samuel needs to do, personally. Because he doesn't seem like he has the punching power to even get respect from Vito. Like, I'm really trying to think what he can do. Because his 21-0 record is definitely suspicious with a lot of random fights in Mexico, and he only has 5 knockouts with that being said. And his knockouts, honestly, were very early on in his career, meaning that majority of his later half of his career at the age of 28 has just been decision fights. Not saying that he can't win this fight, but yo, bro, walk time for Devin. What up, Southpaw? What's up, my guy? What's going on, man? Hope everything's well with you, man. If I wasn't doing a stream, I'll be out in your stream showing some support, man. The Devin and Brian Norman ring walk times will be at 8 p.m. So Eastern time. So with that, with the previous fights going on, Bam will start at 7 Eastern, and then Abdullah Mason will be at 6 p.m. Eastern. So right now we're at the Vito Mielnicki portion. Boom, boom. And let me set my next round real quick. And boom. All right, cool. But how's everything with you, man? Everything's good, man? You're almost at 100K, bro. I keep a track every once in a while when I peep, you know? You're just there, man. I feel like you can get it in December, man. I feel like you can get it in December. Like, if not December, for sure January, February. Like, I feel like after tonight alone should be able to help you get that goal in December. So I hope you get your plaque and everything with all the hard work you do. So, and if anyone's in here, man, sub to his channel, man. Show him some love, man. You know, very entertaining guy, man. You know, you don't have to agree with everyone's takes, but I definitely feel like he brings a lot of value to the sport. And he does reveal some stuff, you know, like, I wouldn't say he's like a reporter, right? Because I don't want to categorize you in something, but you do break news out there, you know, that reporters should. Like, I think I peeped something that you did on Troy or something, which I didn't know about that. So, but that's, you know, that's reporter stuff, you know? So I give you props. You're multi-dimensional, man. Like, so I don't think you get credit enough. Always, man. No, the best interviewer on here is Ben Thompson, the one that does all the Floyd interviews, man. That's who I think. You know what I mean? So, who's fighting right now? Vito Mielnicki. Oh, his fights are. Oh, Joe, Steve, don't crucify me, bro. Yo, that's bad geography on me. The three colors fucked me up. Okay. Don't crucify me. You're right. I was actually going to be like, is it Italy or is it? But I just went and said Mexico because I don't know Italy being the tune-up spot. But that's where he got busy at, man. That was his tune-up spot area to build that record up. So, but yes, that was definitely Italy. It's green, white, and red. Yeah, that's definitely Italy. Yeah. Oh, he lives in Italy. That's why. Born in Nigeria, lives in Italy. I'm learning about this dude. I'm new to him, so. Absolutely, man. But yeah, at this rate, man, I really don't know what Nmomah can do. This definitely feels like a fight where he's fighting the younger, fresher of the two. Better timing, the more powerful guy. He does every once in a while land a pretty good counter right hand on Vito in between, but it just doesn't get Vito's respect. And Vito will fire away, and immediately one of his shots will get his attention, which in judges' eyes, more likely to favor and give Vito's those rounds, especially knowing the fact that he's a TKO Zuffa fighter. That's who they want to win. That is what they want to produce on a card like this. Show, you know, this kid off on a stat card right before the 4 championship fights to get some sort of buzz so that when they put him on another card, they'll build a little bit of tension. So, and, you know, he's been around for a while. Even at the age of 23, you know, he's been on multiple different promotional companies, and his dad has moved him throughout. So, semi-flat, all good, man. Yeah. Nah, that's an L for me, Steve. That's an L, bro. I could take an L, man. Called the wrong flag. But tonight should be interesting personally, because I really feel like even though I have 4 picks, it's still a high chance that I can even get more than one wrong. You know, this is one of those type of cards where it feels like you kind of know. I know the Devin and Norman fight is an outlier because really that's a pick'ems fight for the most part, but at the end of the day, I still feel like there could be room for, if not an upset, you know, a moment, you know, a scary moment that can happen. Like I could see something that could potentially happen in the Mason Noakes fight. I could see something happening even in the David and Yarde fight early on, you know? So you just never know, especially at that weight class. You know, Yarde is a heavy-handed puncher. When they fighting, so let me put up the graphics one more time. I'll be putting them up throughout. So right now we're on the Vito. Good right hand from Samuel. Samuel has really well-timed shots. He just can't really get Vito's attention, and he doesn't really put combinations, so these one shots may not really get the judges to score for him because Vito will definitely neutralize it with a big power punch. Just like that right hand that buzzed Samuel. And Samuel's rocked. And he's rocked. He gets caught with a right hand again. He's in the corner. Samuel's not tying up. He's getting caught. Another right hand. Vito is taking his time. Landed about 3-4 rights. Samuel moved out of the corner. He's on his back foot. Might be potentially bleeding a little bit. He runs up and he clinches. What's good, Wovaka? But yeah, I got the times for the early. Oh, shit! The ropes kept Samuel up. Vito's about to stop this guy with 1:35 on the clock. Another right hand. Yo, these right hands are landing at will. Samuel needs to keep that left hand up, and he definitely needs to not circle towards this right hand, because every time he walks in the direction of Vito's shot, it's a collision shot, as Keith Thurman would say. It's like two cars crashing into each other, is how we would describe it. You don't want to run into the shot, if anything. So he's running into the direction. Good leaping left hook by Samuel, but no power, no respect on it. But Vito's just landing his right hand at will. I thought if you fought for TKO, you can only fight other TKO fighters similar to UFC. You know, I really don't know the true dynamics. I don't think they have the structure completely out. I think that's like if you're a TKO fighter that fights on a TKO organization, because I don't know if they have any type of, you know what I mean, like any full-on cards, because that's essentially called a good right hand from Vito. They're creating something called a UBO. So I think they can't do cross-promotional fights after they kind of establish it. So I don't know, because Callum, no, that's not a TKO fighter, but I'm assuming it would be. He's a 360 promotion fighter. So he maybe not right now be on the structure of TKO, but from my understanding, he's a TKO fighter. So, but that's a great question. Like, that was actually a really great question, because theoretically that was kind of the premise of the UBO, right? You're taking Norman by KO. I'm taking Norman by KO, Benavidez by KO, Mason by KO. Good picks, man. I think you can't go wrong with Benavidez, and I don't think you can go wrong with Mason, right? I think Norman is a great pick as well, because we're still under the impression that, you know, is Devin not all the way there, just because the fact that Devin looked the least amount of Devin in the Ramirez fight, and he took a lot of punishment in that Ryan fight. So I feel like, you know, people might look at me crazy, but I feel like I'm favoring Haney only because the fact that I've given him the benefit of the doubt that he was actually going to show how he was supposed to fight the Ryan Garcia fight. But we really don't know. You know, there's two question marks, because Norman says that he can do all these great fundamental stuff, right? That we've never really got to see him cut off the ring with a guy who tends to move around a lot. So we really haven't got to test his footwork. In the media workout, he has shown a lot of great athletic abilities and going side to side. And I think by default, I would assume he can. But can he do it with a guy who's customarily really good at that? Sliding back, keeping good range, things like that. Because Boca Chica kind of gave him some fits before he was a champion. I do feel like Norman's a lot better since then. But, you know, I do feel like somewhere along the line, I think Haney will show up in this fight. But that's just me kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think my heart is going Norman. I think my brain's picking Haney because of the experience that Devin has, as in being in more technical sound fights than Norman has. So really, this is an opportunity for us to see what Norman's capable of doing. I feel like a lot of people who pick Norman, and not saying your reason, Wavako, or yours, F, your stream's like 5 seconds behind mine. Salute your hard work, bro. I appreciate you, Fidel. I feel like the Norman picks from people is more coming off the fact that, and it's not just saying like, oh, Devin's not himself. I think people who pick Norman see that he has great athletic ability. He has a lot of grit, a lot of heart, tough, rugged, and feel like he's be able to time Devin. A lot of Norman picks, I feel like people think Norman has great timing. Just probably not been able to show it for the most part. But a guy at this type of level, we've seen him slug it out with Santillan. And the Sasaki fight, great time shot. The Derek Cuevas fight, great time shot. But we really still don't know. But I do understand why people pick Norman, because of the fact that they do feel like he has great timing. That's why he's able to land those devastating knockout shots. Devin all day. What up, Boxing Biz? We all know Brian is styles tailor-made for Haney. You know, and this is not to discredit Devin, because I do feel like Devin has shown the consistency of going up and fighting good competition. Like he says, I want that guy. You go and when he can make it happen, he does. He fights Lomachenko. He goes up, fights Regis. You know, he fought Kambosos after he beat Tio. So him going up to Norman. So there is a sign of him showing that he does want to fight what public perception thinks are good fights. But for the most part, I do feel like Devin is more in the position to pick his fights than Norman is. And so because of that, I think that they see something in the Norman fight. And I feel like that alone is enough for me to even slightly pick Haney, because the fact that I think this is more of Devin and them choosing to go in this type of direction opposed to Norman having the option. A good right hand from Vito. But the Normans claimed they had other options and they had other opportunities, which I don't know what they were. So because of it, they feel on their side that they were just as instrumental in making the fight as the Devins, which every fighter should, right? Every fighter and all that. But I do feel like because of Devin's name, I think he can have a little bit more cachet to a certain point because Norman is still new on the block. But at the end of the day, man, I give both these guys props for fighting each other because really this is Devin's way to redeem himself in public perception, because I do feel like a lot of people will give him credit. Also not, because they'll be like immediately like, oh, we knew this was a huge step up for Norman. This was too soon. But at the same time, Norman has a lot to lose because he'll get sent back in the line. He'll lose his title. And he'll already have he'll already lost his O at this age, which shouldn't affect him, right? From true boxing fans. But at the end of the day, based on boxing politics and how things work, I mean, it is a setback. So, all right, we're in round 6 right now under this 10-round fight before the Abdullah Mason and Sam Noakes fight. So we still got time. Let me throw on the graphics real quick. The ref by KO. Brian's going to be a step behind the whole time, and that's all he needs. I agree. I think we're going to be able to really see what Brian's ability to cut off the gap, you know, in the range. So, bro, where's the fight? Won't be able to stream the fight, brother. Live commentary. People talk about Norman having all these technical abilities that just isn't on film. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm hearing. Like, I'm hearing a lot of that. A lot of it's obviously from his side or some of his sparring partners. But I'm also, on contrary, hearing some differences from some people who's also been in the ring with them or seen them sparring. I actually have a story where I went out to Philly, right? And I went to Boots' gym. Me and my girl went out on just a random trip, you know, and I just missed the sparring between Norman and Jerron. So, obviously, I'm hearing conflicting stories, right? Because the fact is, obviously, at some point they were negotiating to make a fight. Obviously, I think the beginning of this year or last year, and didn't work out. So, good combination from Samuel, but for the most part, you know, with the type of abilities that Jerron Ennis has, I mean, I would assume in favor of Jerron, but over time, Brian has solidified himself to look better each time. So, there is a chance for him to improve because when I was talking to Brian, he was just a kid learning how to get through the ropes and this stuff. And that, just like how we're about to see if Abdullah could be the youngest male world champion right now in boxing, at some point that was Brian Norman, like just about a year ago, a year or two. So he was in that same type of position and he was the underdog, you know what I mean? So we have seen him progress, but at the same time, it doesn't really, I feel like Devin could beat everyone on his resume. So I know Norman is a lot bigger than everyone at Devin has faced, but it makes you wonder if Nmomah was in the size different range. Let's say like Nmomah was a 140. He was a 140 pounder. You know what I mean? And there was like, oh, good right hand from Samuel hit Vito. Like if Nmomah wasn't as small, would you favor Norman to beat Nmomah at any point? At any point, you know what I mean? We just haven't seen his technical abilities, you know, at that type of level. Man, Johnson says, piss off. Devin will run. I mean, look, if running is a part of boxing, good right hand from Vito, then so be it. He's going to run. But we really need Norman to have the ability to either time Devin extremely well or be able to cut off the ring and apply effective aggression. Brian's only chance is land and hurt him. If he can't catch the mouse, then Jerry wins, Tom loses. What's really interesting about this fight is I've heard a lot of people compare this to a Regis 2.0, which I can't really say that because I haven't seen what Norman can truly do at a level like this. I feel like when Regis fought Devin, we were able to see his shortcomings when he fought Josh Taylor. And there's nothing to take away Josh Taylor. He was the best fighter at 140 at that time. But you were able to see stuff that he needed to work on and things that he still struggled with. And right before the Devin fight, he fought the Gorilla or Dorilla? Zorilla. That's what it is. Zorilla. He fought Zorilla as a hometown fight. And you saw him struggle cutting off the ring, and many people thought Regis potentially could have lost that fight. So that alone kind of already was a matchmaking situation where, not taking anything away from Haney, but we already saw the shortcomings going into that fight. We really don't know everything Norman can and can't do because of the fact that he's still growing as a fighter, and his performances have gotten better consistently. While maybe Regis may have started to regress a little bit, there's enough more film out there to really see what Regis can do. So, but I do understand the comparison because of the fact that they look at Regis as like a strong, powerful, athletic guy, which Norman can be. Some people considered Regis maybe flat-footed, while Norman in some of his fights may have not shown the greatest footwork in compared to a lot of people that is known to have great footwork. So I get it. Brian showed some good footwork, showing he can be lightning on his feet, but let's see how that looks going up against the likes of Haney. Yeah, I mean, I saw the media workout, Boxing Biz. He had great footwork, when it comes to showing his ability to go zigzagging and back and forth. But can you actually apply that well with a guy who made people say have one of the best jabs in boxing, and I'm not one of those guys that just say that. I think statistically, they say that Devin, by default, by CompuBox, has the third highest jab connect percentage according to this graphic right here. So that alone is telling that this is not going to be just an easy fight where Norman can just run in. He's going to have to get past that jab. And if Devin can really work that jab, it's going to be a terrible, terrible, terrible time for Norman. And even if he gets to win, it's going to be a really hard fight if Devin gets that jab into any type of rhythm. You know what I mean? So Norman sold his O for $3 million. Potentially, man. We'll find out. All right. Salute, bro. What up, Carlos? What's up, man? Who's fighting right now? We got Vito. We're in the 7th round, a minute. On the screen is about minute 7. I got my clock a little bit behind. But Vito seems to be in control. Samuel just doesn't have the real true punching power to really get Vito to stop applying effective aggression and even landing the more eye-catching shots. Samuel landed a couple good shots on Vito in between, but it really seems like Vito shots have a more lasting impression because they seem like they sting Samuel, and that alone will let me feel like he's winning the fight. So it's called hit, not get hit, not running. It's the opponent's responsibility to cut off the ring. I mean, I do feel like there is a potential level of running, right? Like, I think there was a couple of highlights of certain people, like Errol Spence in the amateurs, right? He legitimately had a guy running. I don't know if you could probably look at him on YouTube. This guy was literally running from Errol Spence. There is running, but in the basis of just pure boxing, right? I know it often gets confused as running. Now, some people might feel like it's not effective boxing because, with that footwork, what do you do with your hands? It's almost like the Canelo versus, I already forgot his name. The Cuban fighter, right? He was boxing Canelo, but it still felt like he just still wasn't capitalizing on with this movement, So that type of level of boxing really does hurt, your scoring opportunities because you do need to hit as well, right? Just not getting hit is just not part of it. But I do feel like in this case, we know Devin's a pure boxer for the most part. So with that, I do think he's going to let his hands go. And I think Devin gets criticized for not letting his hands go when really I think he's let his hands go too much. I think with the Linares fight, he let his hands go a lot. I think the Ryan Garcia fight, he let his hands go a lot. He was trying to knock him out. There's a lot of fights where he does try to let his hands go. And I do feel like there is an identity crisis where Devin was going back and forth on what type of particular style he wanted to be. And I think the Ryan fight might be to a certain degree a blessing to kind of wake him up and remind him, like, you're not that type of fighter. You know what I mean? You're more of this type of fighter. And as a friendly reminder, this fight, by all means, you didn't lose your O because of Ashton, but this was kind of a blessing to a degree. And I think that might be the reason also why I'm picking Haney, because I really feel like he's going to get back to what he does best. And I think he may have lost a little bit by doing what Shakur went through with the Zepeda, trying to fight when he probably shouldn't. So, but we do have to see mentally, after taking that type of fight with Ryan, you know, the Ramirez fight was kind of the fight to let people know, and he kind of didn't perform in a way where we're still convinced that he can do that. So we're still underneath that question mark, while Norman's question mark is, we've never seen you fight anyone like Devin. So there's a lot of question marks of what can you actually do. You know what I mean? If Loma was naturally bigger, he would beat Devin. Yeah. I feel like if Loma and Devin were the same size, I would favor Loma. I think Loma gets a lot of hate, but I think people don't really understand that Loma... Oh, good right hand from Vito. Catches on Samuel. I feel like Loma doesn't get a lot of credit because even though he fell short between Teal and Devin, he was like significantly smaller than those guys. And people argue those guys alone were big for that weight class. So he's arguably fighting 140, soon to be 147 pounders. You know what I mean? When he started his career as pretty much what, like a 126 pounder. So I think Loma, who should be good, by the way, he was a two-time gold medalist, was an amateur forever. I mean, he should be good, right? But I do feel like if he was a little bit bigger, he would have given those guys probably their first losses. I've seen Yarde stunt often do that shit against Benavidez, and it's a wrap. Haney took a real beating in that fight. Sometimes I think it takes a lot out of you. Mason looks a little chinny, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think Yarde shows a lot of danger early on, but typically at the second half is where he falls apart. And you never know what type of internal damage he's taken, right? I mean, he has a loss against Lyndon Arthur. No disrespect to Lyndon Arthur, but it sounds good when you lose to Kovalev as an inexperienced fighter trying to make your first step up, and then you lost to Arthur Beterbiev, but Lyndon Arthur really doesn't hold a candle to David Benavidez, at least in my opinion. So I just don't really see Yarde late half unless he catches and hurts David. You know, David has not got a knockout at 175, and people have said he has looked more human. But I do feel like fighting Gavashek, fighting David Morrell isn't slouch fights. So I think he gets, and plus I think in the Gavashek, he said when I was at that fight, he showed that he had a hand injury. And I believe it because they had a media day that they canceled out of nowhere. Anytime, giving you some insight, anytime we have a media days as like for us to go out and visit the fighters and cover them, and they cancel out of nowhere without any word or rescheduling, you're led to believe that's something up, right? We had a virtual press conference for Thurman and Fendora before the news was out that Fendora was injured, and it was kind of the same thing. They just canceled it out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden the news came out like not too long ago. So if you ever hear about anything scheduled and then just randomly get caught up and without any type of true word, someone might be injured. And then on the Mason, I mean, look, a lot of people's been dropped. The whole Mason Cheney thing, David's been dropped early on in his career. Norman's been dropped early on in his career. Yarde's been dropped by, obviously top, good guys. Bam Rodriguez got dropped by Estrada, which is no shame. Fernando Martinez has been dropped. 5 out of the 6 on the championship. Oh, no. Maybe, what is it? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people, my bad. 7 out of the 8. Think about this stat. All right. 7 out of the 8 out of the championship fights, minus Sam Noakes. I think Sam Noakes is the only one that hasn't been dropped, and he might get dropped tonight. If you're asking who's fighting right now, Glenn, I have it on the screen with the timer. Vito and Sam and Nmomah. 7 out of the 8 people in these championship fights have been dropped. Yeah, Vito's winning, by the way. Vito is comfortably controlling this fight. There's really no concerns. So I don't really knock Mason for being dropped. You know what I mean? And he responded pretty well. Carlos Vito fighting right now. Haney by surprising KO. Donovan, you're not the first person to actually tell me that. Vito. Okay, I thought something was going on. You're not the first person. I've heard some people say, this would be a Regis 2.0. So, word is Norman did good in sparring with Crawford, but sparring does not matter. What's your take on that? Sparring is sparring, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's you do great sparring against someone, and you see someone's capabilities at any level. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, you can't be a slouch and just have a great day. Like, it's telling enough to know, like, I should keep an eye on this guy, but it doesn't really truly tell, like, how that guy will prepare against a guy who prepares for him for 8 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, that guy could have just been flying out of the plane. Like, it's just, sparring is sparring at the end. Sparring is sparring. There's just too many factors that play into it. But it's still enough to tell if that person is decent. And that's where I think what Norman has kind of gotten. A lot of praise from decent sparring stories, right? But when he was fighting after those decent sparring stories came out, he didn't look that great, which leads back to the point. Sparring is sparring. You know what I mean? It's so he needed to learn how to do stuff on a professional stage against a guy that's preparing against them. So, plus he was young. You know what I mean? The guys work on different type of stuff. But it's still enough, though. Like I said, it's still enough where you can actually get some sort of indication if this guy has some sort of ability. And that's what I look at. When I saw Terrence fought Lester Martinez and they sparred, it let me know actually how the Crawford-Canelo fight would go. Because I saw how Crawford sparred Lester and I saw how Lester fought and Billy. It gave me an understanding of where Crawford can hang at 168. Vito is beating the shit out of Samuel now in this corner. And he's about to get saved by the bell. Looked like he was taking some serious shots. Oh, good right here. Oh, Samuel goes down with a left hook. 6. Samuel might make it to the end of this 9th round. He got caught with a right hand. And when he turned out to get away from Vito, Vito stretches him with a left. And the referee stops the fight after looking in his eyes. I think they could have probably let that fight go on because it was at the end. But, hey, we can move on from that fight. But great, exciting knockout from Vito. So, is Haney next? No. We got Bam Rodriguez and Jesse Rodriguez. Tommy, no, that's later at 8. Yep. Anyway, Nick Ball, who do you think will win? Anyway, I don't even think that's a fight where I would even... The only thing that I would say that Nick Ball has a chance is size. Because we have to see how Inoue looks like at 130. Because personally... Nick Ball is a really small, compact 130, but he's still 130. And we're starting to see resistance with Inoue at 126, right? There's a lot more resistance where these guys are able to take his punches. So, but I do feel like the skill, the abilities, the timing, the IQ, the footwork. I mean, you see Inoue starting to use his boxing ability now and not fall in love with his power. I just favor Inoue. I just don't think Nick Ball is at that caliber. The fights that are threatening to Inoue, it's like an Espinoza, a guy that's just so big. You can tell he's going to outgrow that weight class. I mean, that guy is probably 2 divisions higher than the division he's in, and that's a nightmare for Inoue. So, but I think Inoue is lined up for Junto Nakatani, so I don't think we're going to see him go to 130. Bro, there's nothing wrong with fighting on the back foot. Just got to be entertaining with it and be able to shoot back and fight in pockets so the crowd doesn't go on. I mean, what boxing purists, Biz, like us, like I don't mind it. I sometimes even enjoy it at times. But I do feel like there's certain times where some fighters don't do enough when they're on the back foot where they can make the fight close, you know? I do favor boxers when I score. But like I said, when Canelo fought the Cuban fighter, he was not really letting his hands go, which made it really difficult to score. So love your channel. Just seeing I didn't sub. My bad. Just done it to you. I appreciate you supporting FightHype, man. Haney versus Haney ran versus Ramirez because he threw under 100. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like that fight was definitely a confidence rebuilder. So, which is why a lot of people are still uncertain on like if Haney can pull off a win against this young, hungry lion, which is considered Brian Norman. So, people underrate how much Devin punches. Same with Floyd. Haney versus Lom was not close. I actually, who'd you have in that fight, Dark Side? I was at that fight, and I was like one, and some people can call me delusional. I'm cool with it. No, the Mason fight is going to be on in approximately, the ring walks is going to be approximately 4 minutes. So Mason should be getting the ring according to this really, really soon. So, but I was like one of the 5 people that thought Devin won the fight there, you know. And the one thing that kind of gives me, I guess, credit is a lot of the fighters that was there that claimed that Nmomah won the fight and went back and watched it, including Bradley, who did the broadcast, said, all right, you know what, the fight's a lot closer than I actually originally was speaking on the first time I saw it. I mean, I did score a lot of the body shots, and so because of that, that's what made me lean towards Devin and scoring to him. I felt like he controlled well enough of the first 6 rounds, which at that point, you don't really need as much the second round to win the fight. And that's when Nmomah came really strong. But I still felt like Devin, especially the 12th round, closed the deal. And I think in a very great fight. I thought it was fight of the year, by the way. You know, sometimes you don't need blood and guts and broken bones and getting dropped. But I did feel like that was fight of the year because of how technical that was and how close it was and how, honestly, how much it was debated. You know, that was one of those fights personally that because Devin couldn't maintain the 135-pound limit anymore and Nmomah was just at a point of his career where he might have gave his last best performance at his age, because right after that he didn't really look that great against Kambosos. I don't think a rematch would have did either one solid. You know, personally, if Devin miraculously was able to make 135, he may have been able to beat Nmomah more easier because of the fact that Nmomah just, he lost a step after that, I think. So and afterwards you saw Devin go on and have one of his best performances against Regis. So I think Devin learned a lot more from the Nmomah fight than Nmomah was able to learn from Devin. And so I think that fight itself was as best as it could be at that moment. Nmomah was going against the odds as in a guy that was just that much bigger than him. And even though Top Rank probably had the best interest of Nmomah winning the fight, Devin still was a sizable guy where he was able to still get a lot of good highlights and able to get a lot of those rounds, personally. He ran one fight, and that was Ramirez. Any other fight, he was a dog. We got to be real. That's kind of what I was saying, Leave. I think he was a person who definitely doesn't get enough credit for throwing his hands. I think he throws his hands way too much, which is kind of what puts him in compromising positions. Him getting caught with Linares was actually getting caught in between and kind of like, you know, throwing a lot of combinations and taking a lot of risks. So, let me change these names real quick so that we know Abdullah and Sam Noakes is coming up. Reset, and then let's go back to round 1, and then let's put this to a 12-rounder. Perfect, cool. Where was I at? Charlie Edwards versus Haney. I think the ref would be the one to go to sleep. Hope it's not a pay-per-view. No, Bartholomew and Robert Easter was a fight that was really rough to get through. So that one will actually, if you want to go to sleep, that's a fight that you should just put on and just knock out. Isn't Loma fighting Pacquiao next year? I mean, I'm hearing a lot of conflicting stuff with Pacquiao. When it's always about Pacquiao, it's always like Pacquiao's fighting Ryan, Pacquiao's fighting Terrence, Pacquiao's fighting Floyd again, Pacquiao's fighting Lomachenko, Pacquiao's fighting Mario Barrios, which he did. Pacquiao's fighting Rolly, Pacquiao's fighting Conor Benn, Pacquiao's fighting. So we'll just have to see. You know what I mean? I think, what up, Wovaka? I think Norman's left hook will come into play. It's interesting because, like, as great as his left hook is to be seen in these type of fights, performances he has, I think Devin is beyond ready for left hooks. I'm assuming so, right? So I think for Norman, if he does land a left hook, it's because the fact that he was able to get Devin to respect the right hook as well and was able to do a 50-50, you know, and was able to give Devin problems on what to guess. So if Norman does land that left hook, it's probably because the fact that he was able to control him with his right hand as well. So it's possible. But if it's purely only because he has a strong left hook and only that, then, you know, which I know that's not what you're saying. But I think if people think because he has a good left hook, that would be the reason why he wins the fight. I don't think that. I think Norman's going to have to show great footwork, timing, positioning, and even a good right hand. Don't be mad when Yarde does Benavidez like Fendora versus Mendoza. Look, I've been hearing a lot of people slightly picking Yarde because of the fact that he's athletic, explosive, has good power. David hasn't looked like the monster at 175. I just do see a fighter who has been in some tough fights, fades second half, and even lost to guys like Lyndon Arthur. No disrespect to Lyndon Arthur. And if David is anywhere of the percentage of what people say he is at 175, he's going to find a way to clear him out. So, can anyone tell me if Vito won the fight by knockout? Fast Grass, who dropped Mason, has 24 KOs out of his 27 wins. Wish people stop riding Mason for that and never mention that part. Yeah, I mean, dude, knockdowns happen in the sport. Andre Ward got dropped by Darnell Boone, and we later found out who Darnell Boone is. And I'm not saying Vasquez is Darnell Boone, who knocked out Adonis Stevenson and and I think arguably gave Kovalev a tough fight. I can't remember. He just fought a lot of people. He beat Lennox Allen. Oh, he had a draw with Lennox Allen late in his career. I mean, dude. But Ali's been dropped. Sugar Ray Leonard's been dropped before I believe, a title shot. I mean, it happens in boxing. And statistically, on this main card, went 4 championship fights, 7 of the 8, if I'm not mistaken, if Sam Noakes got dropped somewhere, they've all been dropped. David Benavidez got dropped early in his career. Brian Norman got dropped before he was a world champion. People say Devin's chinny. What about Brian Norman? Brian Norman got dropped by Boca Chica. You know what I mean? Like, he got dropped by Boca Chica with a right hand, and he timed him without a jab. He timed him with a right hand, just boom. So, you know, Bam Rodriguez has gotten dropped, which by Estrada. You know, no disrespect. That's not a bad knockdown. Fernando Martinez on this card has been dropped. Anthony Yarde, no, you know, he got dropped by Kovalev. You know, nothing wrong with that. But you get what I'm saying. Like, it's boxing. Guys get dropped. So it does make sense why a guy with 24 KOs, even if he moved up a weight class, was able to catch Abdullah Mason. You know what I mean? It's boxing. I think the way he responded to it is really what impressed me, because he was like 20 or something. And I've seen guys get caught with shit, and that was it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Early on in the career, and we don't talk about him no more. So I do feel like it is concerning. I'm not knocking for people who saying like, yeah, we have questions, but it's also a blessing because it had to been instrumental of his training to learn how to be a little bit more defensively sound. You know, it's a fresh reminder, you know, when you're on that trajectory and you get the moving, you know, you're moving on up at a certain point, you do kind of sometimes fall in love in your height. What up, my boy, Jay Watts? $10 super chat, my brother, Team FightHype in this building, man. Pulling up to Maryland live for the fights. My guy, Jay Watts, he predicted Crawford was going to beat Canelo. He was right. He's starting to do some coverage for FightHype, so definitely show Jay Watts videos some love. He's covering Scooter Davis out in Maryland, so he's getting a lot of great content. He's actually going to be the one that's actually going to get, if I'm not mistaken, Scooter Davis's fight that's not televised, so you guys be able to see it because of his great work. And also Nasheed Smith is also going to be fighting tonight, another DC area up and coming, soon to maybe be contender. So man, I appreciate you just covering for FightHype and then coming here and showing some love, man. Now I can't show the fight. They're getting ready to do the ring walks, looks like, for Abdullah and Sam Noakes. This is pretty exciting. Who's your favorite fighter, past and present? Oof. It's tough, man. I got a lot. I love me some Floyd, Sugar Ray Leonard, Terrence Crawford, Manny Pacquiao, Eric Morales, Roy Jones, Winky Wright, Bernard Hopkins, Oscar De La Hoya. Dude, the list goes on, man. That might have to be like on a stream where I can't really think too much. Jared McLennan? Hell yeah, bro. Oh my God. I think McLennan would beat Triple G personally. Call me Linkovich because I got no link. Yo, what up, Doomy? Yo, what's up, brother? Yo, long time, man. Appreciate you coming in, man. Everything good with you, man? We need to catch up sometime, man. Hit me up sometime, man. My number's still the same, or my IG. I had Nmomah at 9'3". I think I had it like 8'4", maybe 7 or 7'5", but 8'4". Is Haney Dad still nuts? he was going back and forth. He was going back and forth with Norman at the press conference. What time does the fight start tonight? The Devin one starts at 8. That's what you're looking for. No, so for everyone that's coming in, Sam Noakes is walking in the ring right now. As you can see, I got the time. They're doing their ring walks right now, and I'll be able to call it for you guys. And then after that, we'll do the Bam Rodriguez, and then Devin, and then Benavidez is a unicorn. I don't think people understand how special he is. I think people don't understand how I want to say slick, how defensively responsible David Benavidez can be. And someone who I was talking to who works with PBC explained it like his professional poise when it comes to fighting has grown tremendous now. And you can see how disciplined he is in the ring. So I do feel like David does not get a lot of credit when it comes to subtle things like shot placements and defense and just the composure underneath those type of fights, because he traditionally falls behind in some of these type of fights until he doesn't. You know what I mean? He finds a way in that second half. So now I can't show the fight, brother, because copyrights. It's a pay-per-view, so it only takes 10 pounds to pressure chin to drop anyone. So that hole got dropped. Shit is not. It happens, man. People. Oh, Vito won by knockout, 9th round. Kush. But yeah, you know, it just doesn't really take that much, man. Like it's one of those type of situations where anyone can get caught with a good shot, man. I mean, shoot. Some people can argue Terrence got dropped. You know what I mean? When he fought Mean Machine, and he got rocked by Gamboa. So the fight has not started yet. Respect to Yarde for always taking on the Monsters division. Yeah, man. At the end of the day, dude, Yarde is one of those guys where he's very classy about it too. Like he's not very disrespectful when he when he makes these fights. You know, he's very classy, and he chose the more difficult route. You know, he could have waited for the WBO to be a vacant title after the Canelo Sergey Kovalev fight, but he chose to go after Kovalev to maybe even set himself for a Canelo fight. So getting dropped isn't a big deal, but how you get dropped matters. Flash knockdowns, hard knockdowns, stumbling across the ring, how you recover, many variables. Absolutely, Wovaka. And when I was actually at that fight in Norfolk, Abdullah Mason is walking in the ring right now, for everyone that's wondering. I just think that what really took me by surprise was how he was able to get up and handle adversity. You know, I'm always more impressed with the guys that have like a broken hand and then know how to box with one hand, or a guy that gets dropped and know how to recover and then also pick their shots to the point where they still finish the job like they were supposed to. There's just so many things that you can learn from a fighter getting dropped that you can either get behind or even have questions about, you know? And that still doesn't really tell the full story, because maybe that person truly is chinny and you're giving the benefit of the doubt. Or maybe that fighter, you know, isn't chinny and he's never been dropped ever since then, right? And it took like another power puncher. Or maybe people underestimate the opponent, you know what I mean? And don't really give the opponent enough credit. And later down the line, man, that guy was actually a big deal early on in his career. So who won? Vito? Vito won by knockout. John, he stopped him in the 9th round. He caught him with a right hand, and then while he was pivoting and turning out, right, which was smart because he was back against the ropes, he didn't have his hands up, so he got caught, pivoted, went backwards, and then got caught with the left. And then it was at the end of the round, and the ref decided to stop it, which may have potentially went on, but at that point he was already losing the fight. And Vito is a pretty solid finisher, and that guy just didn't seem like on Vito's caliber. So I think at that point, you know, it is what it is. You know, I don't think it's a stoppage screaming about, but some people can probably see it premature. It could allow him to go to the corner, but he saw something in his eyes, I'm assuming. But Vito was the guy that they probably wanted to win, so just why not end it there, right? But as in right now, we got Abdullah Mason in the ring, and we have Sam Noakes. You know, this is one of those fights where a lot of people have a lot of questions between these two fighters. They're both absolutely known to be a finisher. I think if I put up this tail of the tape for you guys, you can see these guys undefeated, 21-28. Abdullah essentially fighting what they would consider a guy having man strength. Abdullah and him both have similar reach, 74. I thought Abdullah might have had a slightly reach, maybe because of the height. But at that point, you know, these guys are virtually equal in that sense. But when you look at the KO ratio, they're just about equal, slightly a little higher for Abdullah, 89.5%, You can see right here, while Noakes has an 88% knockout ratio. So, I mean, let's just call it what it is, man. This is probably not going to go the distance. You know, these guys are known to be knockout artists, and definitely looking forward to this, man. You know, let me put up the tail of the tape so we can keep the measurements up. You can find small YouTube channels who stream fights equal on his own. Big channels like this can't risk. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, Fidel. Why in the hell is Crawford Canelo having a rematch? I mean, I don't know officially if the rematch is like on. I just saw some stuff on social media people took from like a Spanish news channel and said that Canelo is pursuing a rematch, and I don't know what that entails. So we'll find out. I think it's a lucrative fight. It's a fight that maybe Canelo felt like he could have won because of hearing the scorecards and him traditionally getting judges in favor of him. But I think, like myself and many others, think that fight probably isn't a good fight for Canelo, because I think people are picking Crawford in a more decisive and maybe even a more devastating fashion. But you never know. Fighters make adjustments in rematch. We see it all the time. If it is something that Crawford and Canelo happen, it's still going to be a big deal. It just probably won't meet the magnitude of a rematch that kind of warrants it. But, Canelo probably wants to try to avenge it, If he can, he can. And if Crawford's down to do it, and Crawford, as a competitor he is, maybe he might look at it as an opportunity to show how great he is by maybe even trying to step on it and try to get him out of there. Because I really feel like Crawford really kind of probably did. It just probably was restricted and told just stick to the game plan, man. But, all right. We got Abdullah and Sam Noakes in the middle of the ring. Woo! All right, man. After all this build-up, man, we got our first championship fight. This is one of those fights where I do heavily favor Abdullah because of the style matchup. But Sam Noakes is a guy who's still relatively unknown, as well as Abdullah. They both have something to prove. Sam Noakes was ranked number 2 in the WBO while Abdullah was number 1. So, all right. WBO lightweight title is on the line. And right now, Sam Noakes, he crouches down pretty low, trying to, I guess, maybe give Abdullah a certain level change while Abdullah's on his back foot already. And Abdullah just seems like he's just controlling the pace. Sam Noakes might be a guy who, after throwing that right hand, might be significantly slower than Abdullah. That seemed extremely slow and completely out of range when he threw that right hand. Abdullah's on his back foot, throwing a couple jabs, and Sam Noakes is trying to go with a right to the body while Abdullah actually lands a left hook to the body. A left straight to the body. Sam Noakes landed a good body shot on Abdullah. A really strong body shot on Abdullah that might have maybe kind of discomforted him a little bit in the corner, but Abdullah got out of it with a couple good jabs. Sam Noakes is really trying to target that body of Abdullah, and Abdullah catches him with a left hook on top. Abdullah's throwing a right. Sam Noakes threw a right and missed. Oh, Sam Noakes landed a good right in response to Abdullah landing a good right to the body. This is definitely not a fill-out round. These guys are starting to throw some serious leather. Sam Noakes is trying to do some level changes on Abdullah, going to the body and coming up to the top. They both exchange rights. Sam Noakes is definitely showing that he definitely belongs in this fight based off the first round. Very strong, durable guy. Very creative in his punches. Abdullah's on his back foot. Southpaw stance. Abdullah's throwing a couple jabs. This is definitely going to be a fight where these guys have to really pull out some tricks out of their bags, because these two guys look like they actually have some solid fundamentals, some unique skill sets that complement each other to make this a difficult fight. And you can tell that Sam Noakes, being a more mass, dense fighter, can probably make this a difficult fight. Abdullah, if he can get in the inside. But Abdullah seems like the faster and sharper and a good right and a left uppercut. That was the second time Abdullah let a left uppercut on Sam Noakes in between the guard and catch him with a good jab. This might be a dangerous fight for Sam Noakes if this fight gets later in the rounds and lets Abdullah keeps a good range. He needs to make it rough and tough and kind of bully Abdullah like he's trying to do right now. Noakes is landing some good counter shots on Abdullah, especially that right hand in between the little shoulder roll guard that Abdullah does in the southpaw stance. So, very competitive action round. I mean, to be honest with you, I really wouldn't be mad if you saw the round for Noakes. Like, it really felt like there was a little bit more on the shots that Noakes was landing. You know, I think Abdullah was kind of exchanging a little bit more than maybe he should have, or unless Noakes was able to actually get in there in time Abdullah. So Canelo's getting knocked out. Do you think Joshua Jake will happen? I have no idea, bro. Jake looks scared for that. After the first AJ right hand lands, Jake ain't gonna be able to wakey. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, man, that first round, I wouldn't be pressed to say that Noakes may have got that first round. Very close competitive action first round, but Noakes was doing some good work in there. And, you know, I think Mason definitely needs to get to his boxing. You know, I think he wanted to exchange a little bit more than maybe he should have and probably looked for more counter opportunities versus trying to beat Sam Noakes, because I think Sam Noakes is able to kind of show that he has good timing, and especially with his physicality, maybe even oppose as well a little bit and take those more daring chances where makes Abdullah a little hesitant. But good jab from Abdullah. I already seen the adjustment from Abdullah. He's on the back foot, boxing a little bit more, not exchanging and throwing wild shots and letting his hands go too much, just being smart and selective. He's using that jab, check right hook, misses with a wide check hook. Sam Noakes is kind of a high guard, pressing, trying to get to that body again with Abdullah. And I think Abdullah's still trying to get his timing down on Sam Noakes, you know. I think Sam Noakes definitely got a lot of respect from Abdullah in the first round. And I think, oh, good counter left from Abdullah. Sam Noakes tries to bully Abdullah in the corner, and Abdullah's fighting his way in the corner while Sam Noakes is trying to rough and tie him up. Yeah, he definitely needs to stay on that jab. What up, Mr. Grandy? I think Abdullah's doing a better... Oh, good straight left from Abdullah. Catches. Oh, Sam Noakes might be hurt. Right. Double right hand from Abdullah. Abdullah caught him with a straight left. That kind of buckled Sam. And Sam's starting to get teed up. Sam is fighting. They're clinching up. Sam is starting to resort to fighting. Abdullah can just keep his distance and pick his shots. I think legitimately Sam Noakes was buzzed by that straight left. Good follow up with a straight right, catches Abdullah. That was a strong shot, and Abdullah ate it very well on his back foot. And another right catches Abdullah, but he's wearing it well. Sam Noakes is starting to roughhouse Abdullah, but he kind of clinches and hits him over the head in the clinch. That's what Sam Noakes needs to do. He needs to get rid of that timing, countering that he was doing in the first round. He needs to realize that at this point, he needs to make this a fight, because Abdullah made the adjustment in the second round to show that he's the superior boxer, and he used it. Sam Noakes needs to now show he's the superior fighter and go straight at Abdullah and make this a very uncomfortable fight. Because at this range, I think Abdullah really started to pick Sam Noakes apart. And this is probably not the best spot unless Sam Noakes catches him with a good right. You know, Sam Noakes definitely has good timing, but Abdullah's keeping this a long-range fight now, and he's very aware of that shot. But Sam Noakes is starting to try to bully his way into Abdullah a little bit right now. Physically strong and dense, but at this point, he needs to keep this pressure on him all night. Because at this range, dude, Abdullah is gonna catch him again like that. This is a really great fight of two styles, because you can tell that if Sam Noakes legitimately can actually get inside, he can make this a tough fight for Abdullah. You know, I feel like he's having more success in the inside. But at mid-range and further, he's going to get caught. And he's going to get caught with something nasty. You know, occasionally he does get a great right hand counter. Not saying that he doesn't have great countering, but I think it's a little bit more of just trying to catch Abdullah jumping in. But other than that, if Abdullah's patient and he's timing him. So right now I have it probably 1-1. Yeah, I can't show the fight, brother. Noakes looks like he keeps covering the gap distance between him and Mason with what looks like a squat sprint charge. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to give him level changes, like, you know, because he's trying to get some respect with the body shot so that, you know, Abdullah, you know, he's worried more about than just a single straight right. But have either one of these been to 12 before? I think, let me see. I know Sam Noakes has been in the distance a lot longer. Let me pull this up. They tie up right now. Sam Noakes lands a chopping left hook over the top with the clinch. Sam Noakes is definitely making this a rough and tough fight right now. Yeah, Sam Noakes has went 12 before, to answer your question. As in right now, Abdullah catches him with a good lead right hook with Sam coming in, catch him with a left. Abdullah definitely looks the sharper of the two as in right now. Oh, and that back uppercut sends Sam Noakes back. Sam Noakes is clinching. Sam Noakes jumped right into a back uppercut. That's like the third or fourth uppercut Abdullah landed on Sam Noakes. Devastating shot. Double right hook to the body. Sam Noakes is bleeding out of the left eye. Sam Noakes is definitely a wounded animal, but he's still there. High guard, strong. He's eating left hooks. Right now I have it 1-1, but Abdullah is putting some pure pain on Sam Noakes. He caught Sam Noakes in the second round. That hurt him. In this third round, he definitely caught him with a jumping back left uppercut, and Sam Noakes is bleeding. The longer this fight goes, I'm favoring Abdullah Mason, unless Sam Noakes can land something early on right now, but they're already looking at the eye right now. Sam Noakes' left eye is all bloody. It's looking pretty bad. I don't know if it's above the eye, so who do you think is winning so far? I got Abdullah. It's the third round. Oh, it was a headbutt. The cut came from a headbutt. So therefore, if this fight gets stopped before the fourth round, it'll be a no contest. So if anything, man, if Noakes does not make it out this round pretty well and he struggles in the fourth, he might need to kind of save grace, because Abdullah is starting to tee off on that eye and he's starting to tee off on Sam Noakes. So and I think a lot of headbutts is going on right now because of the southpaw and orthodox, but Abdullah is beating the shit out of Sam Noakes. Sam Noakes throws a chopping right hand and barely misses, but he's roughhousing Abdullah in the clinch, and he's throwing 3 left hooks hard in the clinch, but Abdullah still mid-range, landing that good jab, keeping Sam on the back foot. Sam Noakes is doing good, making this extremely dirty. He's going to have to, because Abdullah is the way sharper of the two. The more fundamentally sound fighter. It's kind of seems more like they both have it. It seems like Abdullah's using his jab a little bit better, though. Shout out Manny Pacquiao. Sam Noakes is showing a lot of heart, a lot of durability. Hasn't touched the canvas and still recovered, and he's still fighting. He's super strong, super durable. He's kind of swinging Abdullah around in the clinches, and he does use the clinch really well when it comes to dirty boxing. Landing as many shots as he can in the clinch, even if it's sloppy. You still get this threat where, even though he is getting caught with a lot of shit, getting caught by a lot of stuff by Abdullah, you still feel like there's a threat from Noakes. So there's a lot of threat. He's a live fighter. There's nothing about this fight that makes me feel like it's safe for Abdullah. You still feel like he's still a dangerous fighter with a lot of power and has the potential to still maybe catch Abdullah with something. But when it comes to who's in control of the pace, who's landing the better shots, and who just seems faster, without a doubt is Abdullah. So it's really one of those type of fights that if Abdullah maintains the pace he's doing, he's going to knock him out, bro. He's going to knock him out. As long as he doesn't get too reckless, doesn't get caught with anything stupid, which can happen. He's gonna walk through Sam Noakes throughout this fight. Mason's faster. He's Superman. Hit him with the Blanca from Street Fighter. Typical orthodox and southpaw. Yeah. Just tune in. Who won between Martinez? That's the next fight. That's the next fight, my guy. That's the next fight. And I think that fight's going to be a super exciting fight. Just because it's going to be a similar style matchup, just like this fight. Abdullah's starting to let his hands go. Combinations. Got to be careful. Sam Noakes is still a live dog. They clinch up right now. Abdullah's taking a lot of chances. Sam Noakes and Abdullah is tussling around trying to get in control of the clinch. Good chopping right hand from Sam Noakes. Catches Abdullah at the top of the head but didn't phase him. But I recognize that was a damn good shot. Abdullah's showing that he definitely has punch resistance because that was a really good chopping right hand. They're tussling right now in the clinch. Sam Noakes is trying to make this a really ugly fight, leaning on him, trying to throw body shots and just turn this into a wrestling match while Abdullah's trying to slide his way out. Abdullah's pressing a little bit, high guard. Now he's starting to push up on Sam Noakes a little bit. Maybe he's trying to get him. Oh, good left hook to the body. Maybe Abdullah's trying to. He eats a right hook from Sam Noakes. Ate it well. I'm starting to think he's answering the chin questions. He eats another right hand. Abdullah needs to be careful. He's showing a lot of offense, a lot of aggression. He's starting to get caught with this. Don't get overly confident now. Very exciting fighter, but needs to show a little bit more discipline. Maybe that's come from the youth of him, but he's definitely trying to bully the bully at this point. And he's showing he has a chin, man. These are really good shots. Abdullah on his back foot, boxing a little bit. Sam Noakes is making this a busy round right now. It's not a pretty round, but he's landing some good shots. I think Mason's nose is bleeding a little bit now. And Sam Noakes is starting to time Abdullah in this fourth round. Starting to get his offense together. I think Noakes is winning this round. Nothing flashy, nothing special effects, but he's starting to land some significant, consistent shots that are starting to wear a little bit on Abdullah's face. Oh, Noakes is starting to tee off on Abdullah a little bit more. Not as pretty as Abdullah, but these shots seem like they're landing fundamentals. Like I said earlier, I can't really tell. They both have really good fundamentals. Just one looks a little bit more flashier, a little bit faster. But Sam Noakes, there's a lot of good shots from Sam Noakes this round. This might be a 2-2. Even though Abdullah's rounds, he hurt Sam Noakes. I like the activity from Sam Noakes. Now, I don't know if that's something where Abdullah feels like he's not fazed by it, but just from the optics and everyone claiming Sam Noakes is a power puncher, these seem like shots that you shouldn't get hit by, and Abdullah is just walking through it. So he's answering the chin question, but he's starting to make me worry a little bit, which it's kind of like a Jaron Ennis situation where, you know, offensive A+, but defensively you need to tighten it a little bit more. You know what I mean? And so just tune in. Abdullah rocked Noakes. Noakes a good fighter though. Yeah, Noakes is fighting dirty as he should though. As he should. 2-1. I'm not gonna pay $25 to watch the fight. Abdullah has faster hands, reflexes, and a youth. Got to be quicker. Call you Linkovic. Free Palestine. Yeah, I mean it's out there online, brother. I can't help you with that. But that was a very competitive, good round. I mean, I might just give Sam Noakes that round just because I just felt that Noakes, even though people maybe feel like Sam Noakes didn't really phase Abdullah that round, it's his activity. I mean, I can't not score punches. You know what I mean? Like, he landed punches, you know. Good right hook to the body on Abdullah. Sam Noakes, I don't know if he's making the adjustment or Abdullah's being lax on his defense or just wants to fight a little bit more. But he's landing some good shots, man. You know, I feel like a lot of people might feel like Abdullah. Oh, back left uppercut landing on Sam Noakes by Abdullah Mason. Kind of buzzed him. I mean, I don't really, as strange as it sounds, I feel like Abdullah isn't really fazed by these shots, while Abdullah is just, every time he lands, it seems like it's hurting him. And it feels like Sam's shot should hurt. So I really feel like Abdullah is answering the chin question, but now I'm worrying about, is he going to answer the defense question, because he's taking unnecessary shots, in my personal opinion. But that could just be the fact that Sam Noakes is a fundamentally solid fighter from the UK and is being completely underrated because of his style. And this might be, a guy that may not get good credit. But Sam Noakes landed a good right hook on Abdullah. That right hand is just tagging Abdullah, while Abdullah does a step back uppercut. I definitely feel like Abdullah's shots hurt, but he's getting caught too. 3-1 Mason. Mason got knots over his eye. I mean, he had knots on his eye prior. I think one of the knot on the head, I think, was probably from the headbutt. But that right uppercut from Sam Noakes lands on Abdullah. Like I said, dude, I think Abdullah answered the chin question. Abdullah is answering the chin question, the dog question, but now he needs to answer the defense question. Answer the defense question. Noakes gonna stop him? I mean, the rate that is going, it's strange that Mike Coppinger has this 2-2. I mean 4-0, because I have this 2-2, potentially 3-2 going to the 5th round by Sam Noakes. Because like I said, I have to score punches. I can't not score punches. And the person I feel like who's landing punches, regardless if it's not the one that looks like it's making the guy buckle, is Sam Noakes. But good body shot from Abdullah Mason. These guys are landing a lot of devastating shots, but Sam Noakes seems just to be the one that lands a little bit more. And Abdullah's fighting back. And as strange as it sounds, I feel like you think Abdullah should be the one that's wilting, but Sam feels like the one he's wilting. Sam Noakes feels like he's wilting, even though he's kind of winning the rounds. It's such a interesting kind of way to look at the fight. It's the more devastating shots might be coming from Abdullah, but the more consistent and active shots is coming from Sam Noakes. And the shots from Sam Noakes look like they hurt too. Don't get me wrong. But Abdullah's wearing it well, which I feel like this is very Jaron Ennis-like, where people are going to kind of question the defense more than anything, but give him credit because Sam Noakes seems like a good fighter because it's 1-2 for the WBO. This is a Frank Warren fighter who gets, Frank Warren has tremendous fighters from what I hear often. You see Fabio Worley just beat Joseph Parker. So Frank Warren has a great eye, just like Top Rank has a great eye. This is really like an even matchup from the UK and the US when you really think about it. So, see, I thought Noakes won that round. 3-2 Noakes, that's what I have, Angry Casual. I have it 3-2. And I feel like, I wouldn't say the momentum's shifting to Noakes, but because it still seems like Noakes is the one that's kind of fading a little bit. But it could just be Abdullah's wearing it well. Maybe just his youth being 21, and maybe that headbutt cut doesn't really help Sam Noakes because he might be making faces and grimacing from the cut. But at the end of the day, this is a very competitive fight. It's a fight where either one of these guys can definitely make a huge difference on winning this fight in the second half. And I just definitely say, like, these guys can't get hit, man. Oh my God. Abdullah Mason might have buckled Sam Noakes with like 3 straight lefts. But Sam Noakes, tough as bottom of shoe gum, just coming forward. After he gets hurt, Rocky style, just come on, walking forward, I think Abdullah's having a better round right now. He's chopping right from Sam Noakes now. Sam Noakes, no special effects, solid fundamentals, not relying on flashy athletic abilities, just straight, tough, solid timing, physical strength, shot placements, being physical. I mean, he is 28 compared to the 21-year-old, so he has the physical man strength. But Abdullah, very calm, still not fazed by the pressure, still comfortable letting his hands go, still able to throw good shots. Favoring Abdullah in this round so far. Sam Noakes' footwork is not anything impressive, but he definitely finds a way to get in there. But he eats a left hook from Abdullah, and every time Abdullah lands a good shot, Sam Noakes is willing to go and fight through it back. Ooh, man. This is a good fight. But like I said, it just seems like Sam is just something about it. Feels like he's wilting, but it could just be Abdullah's youth, man. I don't know about Sam Noakes' war stories in the gym or how much he puts his body throughout his training camps, But Abdullah's shown a little bit more slickness. This is giving me a lot of Errol Spence, Kell Brook vibes. You know what I mean? Like a very tough, rugged dogfight with a very strong, technically sound, durable European British fighter. Tough, strong punches. It's like that. Like it's like an Errol Spence, Kell Brook title shot. Like overseas. This is definitely not an easy fight. 3-2 Sam Noakes. I have a 3-3 now. Mason knocking him up. He is. I mean, Noakes is breaking him down slowly. It's one of those things that if he is breaking him down, I can't tell. I have it 3-3. Over 9.5. Dude, they're both showing great chin. Like they're both showing solid durability, man. Like I'm very impressed with both. Even though Sam at times gets caught with a shot where he looks like he's kind of gonna go down for whatever reason, because I don't know, these are great shots, he doesn't. So I'm hella impressed, man. The whole chin thing gotta go away from Abdullah Mason. But Top Rank owns WBO. So does Frank Warren. Frank Warren owns the WBO. They say that too, bro. This is literally the WBO fight. Over, you know what I mean? Hey, bro, you do a damn good job. You're actually there. I appreciate it, man. Clear Mason 3-3. Yeah, man. I'm glad we're all seeing the same, man. I know there could be some sort of favoritism, rooting for your countryman or a fighter that you like, but extremely impressed with both. Their styles are just different. I'm giving both credit. Noakes is couple good body shots landed on Abdullah Mason. I don't know if Abdullah Mason felt something and he clinched up from it. I don't know if there was a facial, but that body work from Sam Noakes needs to stay, and he can mix it up. He landed a good right hand on Abdullah. I think there was a really good body shot. I don't know if he recognized or knew that he caught Abdullah with maybe a body shot that kind of stung a little bit. Abdullah landed a right hook to the body. Sam Noakes is wearing these well. They clinch. Abdullah's pushing him back. Oh, good right hand from Sam Noakes catches Abdullah. And that left hook from Sam Noakes catches Abdullah. These seem like really devastating body shots. He needs to stay on the body, Abdullah, and if he can mix it up and do level changes and go up to the top, he can really probably catch him some more. I think this is a great round from Sam Noakes from that body shot, and I think we might be going back into Sam Noakes territory with a 4-3. But if Abdullah can catch something fancy, it could be a close round. And this is why I was saying earlier in the stream, like this is, even though Abdullah is a huge favorite, it's one of those things where it's like more like a Devin and Norman. Like there's a lot of questions because good right uppercut from Sam Noakes, but Abdullah fires with an uppercut himself. These two are dragging it. Oh, and Abdullah catches it with a left. They're exchanging hooks. Abdullah is not even, Abdullah is fighting Sam Noakes back. He's pushing him back on the ropes. This is an Errol Spence Kell Brook fight, man. This is already becoming fight of the year, man. I don't even remember any other fight that happened this year. I know Warley and Parker maybe. because they're heavyweights. But man, dude, this answers the chin question without a doubt, dude. Man, dude, these dudes are just, if I'm telling you guys, this is a great fight. Mason knockout round 10. Keep up the great work, brother. I appreciate it, David. Sam Noakes going to win unanimous. Might have this 4-3. But Abdullah really was really pushing him, man. He was really pushing him at the end, but there was a really good body shot that I think caught Abdullah Mason's attention. Man, dude, this is a really rugged fight, man. This is a really rugged fight, man. Ah, man, dude, these guys are taking some serious punishment, man. They are just exchanging hooks at this point. It's officially a tough man contest, and to be honest with you, I think this might favor Sam Noakes a little bit more because this is his territory. He doesn't have to look for it. So when he had to look for it, he got caught with crazy shots from Abdullah, step back uppercuts. So, but we're really getting to see Abdullah Mason's heart. Noakes hurt him to the body. Yeah. 420, what's up? I'm a trauma nurse. You're at the ER in Arizona, so I can't watch too many people critical, but you do a good job, bro. I like why you see the fight through you. Thank you. Man, I appreciate you, man, taking care of people. David, I really appreciate you. That's honorable. I got May stopping him in 2 more rounds, you say? I don't know, dude. This might actually go to distance, bro. I mean, I feel like these guys are showing just pure durability, man. Like, this, at this point, is becoming a fight of who wants it more, who trained harder, who ran more, who's in better condition, to be honest. Who's in better shape, you know? And as long as they both had solid weight cuts that didn't really affect them, dude, I think I have this fight right now leaning to Sam Noakes. And similar to Kell Brook and Earl Spence, I had Kell Brook up before Earl Spence stopped him. So, I mean, it's as reminiscent of that fight. You know, they're going to the body a lot. They're exchanging a lot of hooks. You know, there's not a lot of waiting around. They're letting their hands go. They're exchanging. If he throws and lands, I'm going to go back. Oh, good left hook to the body from Abdullah, and he goes back to the left hook to the body again. He lands again. He tried to follow up with a jumping right hook, but Sam Noakes was ready for it. Good defense from Sam Noakes. It was able to catch the change. This is the first time Abdullah's going past 6, so we're really seeing Abdullah in championship level kind of pedigree now, soon being able to go into the 10 rounds if it makes it that far. But it seems like, but I don't know, man. I don't think Sam Noakes is feeling good in this 8th round. Maybe them body shots, his punches don't seem like they have the same sting. He's landing them, but like I said earlier, it seems like he's having success with his shot selection, but it feels like he's the one that's getting beat up. It seems like he's the one that's getting beat up. But he lands a good right hook on Abdullah. The commentator says that this is his 5th undefeated opponent that he's facing. And this is a hell of a 5th opponent that Sam Noakes is facing, as well as Abdullah. But Sam Noakes is backing up for the first time. He's on the ref is looking at him a little bit. Sam Noakes is on his back foot. Abdullah smelling blood. He catches him after they exchange hooks. Sam Noakes, like I said, he's getting beat up. Sam Noakes is getting pushed back. Maybe they know that he can't fight on his back foot. He's pushing him back. Oh, left hook to the body. Oh, Sam Noakes is trying to fight back. Oh. And right when they said Sam Noakes was landing good body shots, Abdullah said, I could do it too. And he followed up with multiple body shots. Sam Noakes is so strong that when he pushes his shots, they are at the power and the strength of a fighter who's actually throwing hard. And that's impressive. But you can tell his punch power is dwindled, like it's not as solid and as condensed and tight as it was the round before. And it might have been the body shot. Let's see. Noakes is exposing him. I mean, maybe. I mean, look, you got to be that type of fighter, though. You know, styles make fights. Sam Noakes going to win, but Mason's the favorite, so Robbie's possible. From what we hear, you're saying it sounds like Abdullah is smoking, bro. I mean, that round he was. But think of it like this. It's like he's smoking him in a competitive round. Like, it's not like Sam Noakes is like just taking it. He's fighting Abdullah back. He's landing shots on Abdullah. They're good shots, but you can see it kind of shifting back to Abdullah. Mason 5-3-7. It's round 8 right now. So I have it 4-4. And he catches Sam with a couple hooks and he backs him up. Sam Noakes is clinching. Great fight by Noakes, but he's very awkward and leading with his head. I mean, that's why he was able to get caught with those uppercuts, you know? When someone leading with the head and leaning forward, step back uppercut. Mason hurt him to the body this time. Yep, Mason jabbing his head off. Noakes is a gangster. Yo, bro. As long as it doesn't take anything out of Noakes, he's going to be a fucking problem for a lot of 135-pounders. You know, he was going to be the mandatory for Keyshawn, or one of the potential. Well, no, he would have been 2. He would have been a potential guy for Keyshawn if he was the champion, you know? If they decided not to make Abdullah and Keyshawn, they could have done Sam Noakes and Keyshawn if he stayed. And that would have been a... But right hook to the body from Abdullah. Seems like Abdullah's a little bit more in control of this round. Sam Noakes throws a couple jabs and they clinch. I appreciate you, Orlando. We covering the whole night, man. I got Mason stopping Noakes in this round. I mean, dude, Sam Noakes is durable, bro. Like, this guy can get hurt and not even go down, take a knee. Like, look at the ref, look at the corner, help me, nothing. He actually fires back when he gets hurt. Man, good right hook from Sam Noakes lands on Abdullah. Abdullah's showing a lot of poise, a lot of patience. Good jab from Noakes. About a minute left. It could be a round. It could be a round that could be stolen if Sam Noakes does something in here. It's a very competitive round. Good right hand from Sam Noakes. Left hook to the body from Sam Noakes. Uppercut and left hook by Sam Noakes. Abdullah fires back left hook to the body and they clinch. Sam Noakes landed like 4 shots right there. Abdullah is on his back foot, boxing a little bit, picking his shots a little bit, but he's getting caught. He's getting caught in this range. Body shot from Sam Noakes. Abdullah gets his back off the ropes now. Abdullah's showing a little bit of head movement, but Sam Noakes is still able to find that jab on him. Man, dude, that was a hard round to score, to be honest. That might be a Noakes round, maybe, but I mean, that was a close round. I'm not gonna lie. I might give that to Noakes though. You know, I'm just going off of what my gut feeling is, but it could be a swing round. Sam is definitely tanky, bro. That's a great way to describe it. Mason's getting whipped. Who won his fight still going on? Streamy just popped his back on. Noakes stand like fighting Irish. Dude, he is fighting Abdullah Mason. Even when he's hurt. How did the WBO end up vacant for this title fight? So Keyshawn was the WBO 135 pound. He was going to defend his title against Edward De Los Santos, but he missed weight by about 4 pounds. The fight got scrapped because the fight didn't proceed because of that. And so the title became vacant. And so they made the number 1 and number 2, which is Abdullah and Sam Noakes, face each other. And they actually went through with it. You know, sometimes promoters don't want to make that type of fight and put their, but they felt both fighters are winnable, and you see why. Both these guys are top level lightweights. You can see it stylistically. They're giving each other problems, and it's an exciting fight. You got a boxer who likes to fight, and you got a pressure fighter who showing some boxing ability in mid-range where he can time and land some sneaky shots. And he has great combinations, man. Like, as much as Abdullah's got praise for his combination punching, Sam Noakes is letting his hands go and his shots land. But Abdullah, they're exchanging hooks. I think Abdullah might have got the better of the exchange because he started it, but they are just fighting. This is a pure slugfest. This is becoming like a Turo Gotti, Mickey Ward stuff. Mason just another Ryan Garcia. Damn, brother. I want to hear your analogy. Why is that? Sam Noakes fights like Hatton. I was thinking a little bit. I want to say fights like Hatton because Hatton, he's a little bit, I don't know how to say, like side to side with it, and he goes to the body a lot. But I see it though. I could see visually the toughness of like some Ricky Hatton. He had to watch Ricky Hatton. You ain't wrong about that. I'm being too technical in their styles, but Ricky was a little bit more, I think, come forward, ferocious. Sam Noakes is like, oh, that might have been a body shot that hurt Sam Noakes. Sam Noakes is backing up and he's eating. Oh, Sam Noakes did a little fancy like footwork and came back and bounced and hit Abdullah Mason in the face. 5'4" Mace, respect 21-year-old, want English to win, but man, dude, I don't even care. Whoever wins deserves to win, I think this is a Mason round, which makes it probably a 5-5 with a minute left. So after seeing, maybe Keyshawn really would have whooped Mace. I mean, styles make fights, man. Styles make fights. And personally, I think we're not giving enough credit for Sam Noakes. If Sam Noakes win, I think it's a credible win. I think Abdullah beats Sam Noakes. I think it's a credible win. I don't really see no shame in here, But, good left catches Sam Noakes from Abdullah. These guys' chins are built different. A right hook to the body hurts. Sam Noakes is going to go down. Sam Noakes got hurt to the body. Sam Noakes has to go down. There's no way. He's grimacing. He's going to go down. 31 seconds. He's on the ropes. He's eating a lot of shots. A right hook to the body. Sam Noakes is on his back foot. He's hurt. He is hurt. Sam Noakes, I don't know how you were not going down. Sam Noakes is about to go down. He's fighting, though. He's fighting. Oh, and he's a left hook. And a left uppercut. Abdullah's going right hook to the body. Oh, left straight to the body. Sam Noakes is still standing. How is Sam Noakes standing? He's on his back foot. He is hurt again to the body. Abdullah Mason for sure won this round. But golly, did Sam Noakes win me over as a fan, bro? What the fuck, bro? How is Sam Noakes still standing? Abdullah Mason, Sam Noakes is fighting. Are y'all even boxing fans? Y'all asking? Bro, this is absolutely insane. That had to have been a liver shot. There's no way, bro. If the rope wasn't there, I think Sam Noakes would have probably went down, dude. The ropes was keeping him up like a pinball ball, bouncing around like ding, 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 ding. Like he should have went down between the hole, but everything around it was bouncing around, keeping the ball up. Like he was up because of those ropes, just swaying back and forth. Holy moly. Noakes is killer, but dude, they're both killers, bro. Respect to Sam Noakes. Dude, you know how some people say they have the best chin in boxing? Can we say Sam Noakes might have the best body, like be able to take a body shot in boxing? Like they say chin. Sam Noakes needs to be nominated as the best body. Well, granted, he's shown that he's hurt. Granted, like some people say that's showing weakness, but no, dude, he is not going down, dude. He did his crunches. He did his sit-up. Abdullah's still going to the body. What I really like about this, these guys are looking not to just win, but win in spectacular fashion for this belt. They do not just want this belt handed. They want to take it. They want to, for sure, not leave it to the judges and really let everybody know, I am here and I want this belt. They are not trying to have a gimme. They are fighting their way for this belt. Abdullah has a real chance for his first title. Keyshawn had a free throw his. I mean, some people feel like that was a good win because that guy beat Navarrete, But this guy, at the age Abdullah is, at the age of 21, very impressive. Very impressive. He almost got him in that round 10. He almost did. But we're in round 11. And Abdullah right now is up on my scorecard. And Sam Noakes still coming forward, still trying to fight Abdullah. Still alive, still ready, still putting pressure on, still landing good shots. But Abdullah's turned this a little bit more into a mid-range boxing match, and Sam Noakes is trying to time him between the guard. Good right from Sam Noakes. Good left hook to the body from Sam Noakes. Sam Noakes is starting to land some good shots. Abdullah's fighting Sam Noakes off him. Good body shot now from Sam Noakes. This might be a Sam Noakes round. Sam Noakes is on his back. Abdullah's on his back foot a little bit. Sam Noakes is starting to land some shots on Abdullah. This is insane that Sam Noakes is able to still carry his power and his relentlessness and his timing after getting hurt that many times. You know, one of these... Oh, good right hook from Sam Noakes. And Abdullah fires back with a right hook to the body. Oh, and a lead left hook from Sam Noakes. And Abdullah fires and lands with a right hook and a straight left. Oh, and an uppercut from Abdullah. You know, if Sam Noakes went down one time, this for sure would have been probably a safe bet that Abdullah for sure won this fight. But we're probably going to have to go to this 12th round to really determine definitively who won this fight. Abdullah's a Muslim warrior. Benvidez, the new Triple G since Arthur's on his way out. They're going to question Mason Power next. I don't know, bro. I don't think you can question because Sam is durable. Noakes is the new Triple G. Dude, they called him, didn't they? I saw online, Cash, didn't they say something like he was like something Triple G, like the European Triple G or something? Like, Noakes is gangster. I'm telling you, 6'4" Mason, who's winning. At this point, dude, I wouldn't be. I got to see this last round, dude. Because this could be, I could see it 6-5 either or at this point. Mason needs to now prove he's a finisher. Close the fight, can go either way. 7-4 Mason, easy Noakes round. 6-5 Mason. Yeah, dude, this could be 6-5 either or, man. This could be even a draw on its way, man. Noakes really need to pull out all that veteran experience of being able to say, hey, I've been here before in the 12th. You've never seen the 12th. You've never seen the 11th. You've never seen the 10th. I've been here before. I know why I can get through a 12-round fight. Can you? Abdullah's fighting Noakes. They're fighting, and Abdullah's starting to get a little better in the exchange right now. Sam Noakes is trying to put a little bit more umph in those jabs. Good jab from Abdullah. Noakes be out. There's been some rounds he has been outboxing him. I agree. And right now he landed a good clean. I mean, dude, Noakes' shot selections are tremendous, dude. I mean, the way he lands his combinations are tremendous. But Abdullah right now is starting to get a little bit more off. But Sam Noakes fires back and lands a good jab and lands a good right. I mean, dude, these are punches landing on Noakes. Noakes are landing. These are punches. Crying Sam is losing the fight. No matter what, Noakes will get the W. Heartbreak. Oh, a good uppercut. Sam Noakes goes back, but he lands a couple. Sam Noakes is landing good shots, but Noakes looks hurt. It's definitely telling that these shots are starting to hurt Noakes a little bit. He's landing more shots. Or equal amount of shots, but Noakes looks beat up. He looks like he's... Oh! Now Mason, when he's hurt the dude, yeah, dude. But you gotta score the fight by rounds. I feel like Abdullah's beating up Sam Noakes, but that doesn't tell the full story. You gotta win the rounds. And I feel like the rounds Abdullah wins, he wins. But the rounds that Noakes wins, it may not have a moment where Abdullah's hurt, maybe that one body shot round, but he won those rounds. He won those rounds. Punches land, punches count. Good exchange from both. So far, it feels like a Mason round. About 48 seconds on the screen. And at this point, if Mason gets through this round, I probably have this a 7-5. You know? But they're exchanging. Jesus. I think Noakes just got hurt again. But he's just fighting through the pain. 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 Like, what is possessing Noakes? Bro, I'm a fan of Noakes, bro. I'm a fan of both. But to take those type of shots from both sides, and Noakes, you can tell, was the one that got hurt more, bro. We make it to the full 12 rounds. Fucking hell, bro. Applaud. You smell a late upset, bro. We going to the decision, man. Split decision. Welcome guys to the Sam Noakes gets his ass beat show. You talking about, who you talking about, me or someone else? Dude, you gave every round to Noakes. I didn't give every round to Noakes. I didn't give every round to Noakes. I gave a lot of rounds. I gave Noakes about 5, dude. And I think in that 11th round, which was very close, I could have seen it either or. I gave that to Mason. The 12th one was for sure Mason. So at my scorecard, I got it 7-5 Mason. 6-6 draw at his worst. If Sam Noakes managed to win the fight 7-5, I wouldn't be disgusted, but I don't think that's the right scorecard. I think draw would be more suitable for Noakes and 7-5 or more for Mason. But every round he said it. I just told you my scorecard. I remember my scorecard going into the 6th round. I had it 3-3, and then every other round was alternating for most of the part. So you can rewind it. Trust me. I know you're sitting here listening, but no, I didn't score every round for Noakes. Tell me what rounds I scored it for Noakes. I'll super chat you back if you can actually hear me by in the 6th round that I had it every round of Noakes. Because draw in Noakes' favor 7-5 for Mason. And it was really who you gave the 11th round to. Is how I felt. Because that 12th round was Mason. So we gonna see. But the thing is, I'm giving Noakes credit. I'm giving Noakes credit because I saw Mike Coppinger, I think like the first 4 or 5 rounds gave it to Mason. I didn't see that. I saw a fight that was going back and forth, literally on the scorecards. Maybe my mouth did. Okay, now you're trolling me, Roland. Great Mason one. All right. Let's see, man. Mason won the 2 championship rounds, 12 and 10. I think I gave, I can't remember actually what I gave to him. All right, let's see.
Judge Benoit Roussel scores it 117 to 111.
117, 111?
And both judges, Dan Rex, Taptason, and Lejek.
117, 111?
In agreement, they both scored the same 115 to 113.
115, 113. Good scorecards.
Decision. Still undefeated. And now the WBO
117, 111. Y'all heard that?
of the world. Abdullah Mason.
Right person won. Right person won. 117, 111. I mean, look. I didn't see 117, 111 for Abdullah Mason. That scorecard doesn't even take away what type of fight that was. That was an amazing fight. Forget the 117, 111. Okay, 115, 113 was a competitive fight, and that represented what that was. 151, 7-5 was perfect. That's literally what I saw. And even if it was close, it was a great performance. The right person won, but you're a Noakes #1 fan. How am I a Noakes #1 fan? See, this is I'm rolling. I myself technically have more invested in Abdullah because Abdullah is here in America. I can go interview Abdullah. I can go see Abdullah. Sam Noakes winning, I don't get nothing out of this. I don't even know Sam Noakes. I actually know Abdullah. You get what I'm saying? I actually know them. But I'm trying to give a fair scorecard, bro. And so as fair as I can be, I really thought it was a 115-113. Like, I think everyone in this chat, right? Tell me if anyone disagrees that 115-113 wasn't the scorecard that you thought was. And if you had one, right? If you had one that was like 116, 112, that's fine. 117, 111 is pretty lopsided. You know what I mean? Like pretty lopsided. It was kind of one-sided. You was hyped every time Noakes landed. Really? You really thought that fight was lopsided? You really thought it was 117, 111? Am I? All right, listen. I'll be open. Listen. I'm not saying I'm above my criticism of scoring because we're all human, right? I'm not above it, right? So I'm not. My scorecard is right. Everyone's entitled. It's subjective, right? But I did really felt like it was a 115, 113, 116, 112 and draw in Noakes' favor. Didn't think Noakes won the fight, but if Noakes got a decision that was favorable, it would be a draw. Did you see it as a 117, 111 fight?
Let's start with Bam Rodriguez.
And please remember, in every big fight, one judge is. Oh my bad, I don't even got you guys to chat up. All right, so the next fight that's coming up here. Let me Jesse Bam Rodriguez. Let me put this up. Let me put the coming up. Let me get this tail of the tape off. Let me put this up. All right. You did go overboard for Noakes. Really? Am I? All right, maybe I'm a Noakes cheerleader then. I'll just take it because I'm a fan of Noakes now. I'll say that. If that's what it comes out as, yes, I'm a fan of Abdullah Mason, and now I'm a fan of Sam Noakes. You can't fool me. Anytime one of these two fight, I'm going to watch it. And so will you too. Don't lie to yourself. You will watch Sam Noakes. But Abdullah won that fight. He won that fight 115-113 for sure with 2 scorecards, which I thought was favorable because you got to understand, this is a Frank Warren card too. You know what I mean? Like Frank Warren is also co-promoted on here. He does a lot of work, a lot of business with Turkey. If anything, it might be maybe more beneficial to a certain degree, you know, with the politics, how things work. But at the end of the day, I mean, no, that's the next Norman Bates. That's the next fight over here. I don't know what it looks like. Noakes winning, but Abdullah's hitting them hard. Mason was cooking him. You are literally a cheerleader. Fine. Apparently I'm English now. Alright, I guess I'm English now, man. No, you're cool. You had Mason winning. I did have Mason winning. You know what it is? And maybe this is my way of trying to be fair and unbiased. Because I'm trying to call it from both sides. And maybe when you try to call it for both sides, you call it down in the middle a little too much, and you don't kind of actually give one person the credit maybe they should be deserving, because you're trying to compensate for the other person. And maybe that's what I'm doing, right? Like you guys can tell me I'm not above criticism, right? But in my honest opinion, I really thought that was a really competitive, great fight. I heard one-on-one commentary say in round 10, Noakes only won 2 rounds. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, what? Like, I don't like that. Don't even make sense. Like, those 22, bro. That, like, you could be a super Abdullah Mason fan. Like, listen, I have a great relationship with his father and them. To be honest with you, like, if you want my honest opinion, I'm more happy that Abdullah won because I know Abdullah. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know him. That's someone I was covering for a long time. No disrespect to Sam Noakes. The right person won. The right person won. That's all it is. But he didn't win that fight. And because the right person won the fight, and I know, I'm actually ecstatic that Abdullah won. I'm actually truly ecstatic. But that's the thing. A lot of people will probably be like, I'm going to hide my quote bias. I'm telling you right now, I'm more biased for Abdullah than Sam Noakes because of those reasons. But I'm trying my best to call it down the middle because I do feel like Sam Noakes was doing a great job. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, right now in Riyadh, we are ready for unification.
We learned a lot about both fighters tonight. So I'm saying, like, all right, how about this? I appreciate Lozo. Great perspective. I already knew Abdullah had a chin. Certain shots can put you down. And we talked about that earlier. You know what I mean? We talked about that. But at the end of the day, I think you can still gain a fan. I mean, become a fan of an opponent while still being a fan of somebody, right? And that's what that was. I feel like a lot of people were fans of Abdullah, and they want Abdullah to win. And because of that, it's naturally to highlight the things that he does really well. But you can't discredit the stuff that Sam Noakes was doing on top of it. You know what I mean? I think Sam Noakes, by far, has arguably earned a lot of American fans just because of that. Definitely keeping them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No up so far. Roger told us most people don't know shit about boxing. Anyway. Bam getting the knockout. This is gonna be a fight similar like the Abdullah. You know. I think there's gonna be a guy who's has a lot of tools, has great footwork, very technical, with a guy who's a relentless pressure fighter. You know, if you notice the theme tonight. If Norman gets into Devin's chest, we're going to test Devin tonight. If we see Fernando Martinez push Bam Rodriguez up close and fighting inside, we're going to test Bam Rodriguez. We just saw Sam Noakes test Abdullah. It might be one of those type of nights, man. You know? Cool. The Benvidez and Yarde fight hasn't happened. So right now on the screen, you can see Bam Rodriguez and Martinez is going on next, and then Devin Haney and Brian Norman will be the next fight after that. Who's going to have the balls to unify with Mason? Did he call anyone out? No, he just won his belt and celebrated, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. That was, hey, look, that was a great fight. Let's just talk about that. Was that just not an entertaining fight? Like, did you not enjoy, as a Mason fan, Sam Noakes fan, or just a boxing fan? That was a great fight. I'm gonna call you Al Puma. Yo, Doomy, how'd you score that fight? Serious overkill with no cheerleading. All right, Roland, you can kill me. Yo, you know what, Roland? I'm gonna buy me a Sam Noakes shirt. Just for you, Roland. Got to be independent, not biased towards one fighter. I am being independent. Listen, this is what a lot of people won't tell you. Everybody's biased, bro. Our job is to try not to be biased. I'm trying not to be biased. You get what I'm saying? Do you know how insane it is to watch a sport like this, meet, cover, talk to people, and not have some sort of bias? See, that's the thing. I'm not saying like I'm the real one, but people won't tell you that shit. I'm here to tell you, dude. I was biased for Mason to win that fight, but at the same time, I'm trying my best to not be biased. And that's the difference between a lot of people. They'll tell you I'm being not biased. I'm trying not to be biased. By all means, that might be the reason why I maybe give Noakes more credit. But anyways, enough of that. We're getting ready for the Bam Rodriguez and Fernando Martinez. Bam Rodriguez is getting in the ring. This is one of those fights where I think Bam is going to have the superior footwork, the better combinations, the better experience. I mean, dude, he's building a nasty resume. And Fernando Martinez is another great scout if he can get this. Fernando Martinez is extremely overlooked and underrated because of the fact they don't know the smaller divisions. I know people hate when people say that stuff, but I'm being honest. When he beat Jurin Akajas, and I saw it for the first time in Vegas, I was like, yo, who is this guy? He's Argentinian. Marcos Maidana was there. I think maybe for another fighter. But we know Argentinians are known to have punching power. Lucas Matisse, you know, has demonstrated that. So at this point, this could be one of those type of fights where it could be an explosive fight where Bam's going to have to show another gear. Not saying that he won't get him out or have moments and make it look easy. But this is a very credible opponent because Fernando Martinez went over in Japan to beat Ioka. Ioka was one of the top guys in this division. Then he goes beats another top guy. Like, think about this. Just put in this perspective in a weight class. Imagine if Shakur went and beat like Teofimo and Lamont Roach, and now he's about to fight Tank Davis. You know what I mean? Like people view Tank as, or flip it around, or put Tank in the position of like Tank beats Tio and then beats, I don't know, someone. Like, he has good wins. Like, he has actually good wins. This is a really important fight. Like, this is an absolutely an important fight. This Bam Rodriguez fight is extremely important. And if knowing the opposition that his opponent faced to get here, you would know this is a very must-needed fight for Bam to continue to build his resume. You know what I mean? And Bam is honestly the one fighter on this card that I'm picking definitively for sure he's going to win. That's just me praising Bam. But this is one of those fights that show another wrinkle in his skill set, or potentially some holes, you know? Because I think this guy has a style that we really haven't seen Bam face at this age. Because Rungvisai is a strong, durable guy, a little past his prime. But he could have possessed that type of threat a little bit, but he didn't have great footwork in comparison to Bam. But we'll see, man. If Bam gets him out of there, man, this is a very special win for Bam. If he dispatches him and destroys him, it probably won't get the notoriety like Crawford beating Canelo, because it's not that, but it's a really good fight. It's a really important fight. Because Jerwin Cajas was like undefeated, he was like a champion for like 5, 6, 7 years or some shit. So like for him to get knocked off, I'm like, yo, who is this guy? So Puma tonight, he likes the Madonna style. Yeah, man. And he's coming with a lot of confidence. Bam Rodriguez is coming with a lot of confidence. Mason fight was one of the best. Riyadh, it sounded like a great fight. Bro, watch that fight. Watch that fight. Yeah, I favor Bam. It's always hard to tell by knockout, man. Maybe knockout, man, but I mean, I always think Bam is one of those very special, talented fighters that really shows that type of pound-for-pound pedigree when it comes to footwork and adjustment. Dude, Bam is about to show out, man. Bam is about to show out. Now, yo, Bam about to show out. But I remember when I was cheerleading for Bam, right? Where's my man Roland? He said I was cheerleading for Bam. Then he had 2 uninspiring fights. And I think he had one in Vegas. It was against like Gonzalez in the Triple G Canelo 3. And I was like, damn, dude, he looked so flat when I was there covering that fight. But dude, Sonny Edwards, he styled on. Dude, Estrada, even though it's an older Estrada, he showed levels. All jokes aside, Mason got to tighten shit up. Yeah, dude, defense, man. A little bit like Jerron Ennis, right? Sam Noakes almost knocked Mason out. You know what I mean? He you know what I mean? Like, do me. I wasn't tripping, man. Sam Noakes was laying some serious shit. Appreciate it, Loza. Undisciplined juror got whooped twice. Would you say he was undisciplined? I mean, dude, German's, I think he had a fight. I was in Oakland. Was the first fight I saw some hoes in him. He had a fight in Oakland. And this was a long time ago. Damn, this was like 10 years ago almost. Or 8 years ago when I was there. He was the headline. But yeah, Mason did win. That Mason fight was definitely a sleeper of the card. Can't get any better than that. I mean, who knows, man? If Fernando really brings it,
Fernando Martinez,
we might be in another type of fight like that, man.
Jesse Rodriguez, undefeated champion from the United States. Someone's O has got to go.
All right, let me put some tail to tape up for Bam right now.
Championship of the world. This is it. 12 rounds.
So if you guys are curious about the records and the weight and all that, I got the stuff up there. All right, man. Bam right now is taking center stage.
Martinez responds to the footwork and the face of Bam Rodriguez.
Completely different type of fight already than the last one. Bam is showing his boxing ability already, putting a little pressure himself. Oh, leaping, jumping hook from Martinez landed on Bam. Martinez. Oh, I'm telling you guys, man, they're going to exchange a little bit. Martinez is starting to exchange with Bam a little bit. Good timing. You caught Bam in between. Bam's throwing a couple combinations in the southpaw stance. They clinch up. Martinez is definitely giving me Sam Noakes vibes a little bit. Trying to time Bam a little bit. Offense. But
to win the IBF Super Flyweight Championship.
But he has a good right hand, man. Bam's going to actually have to show really good defense in this fight. But Fernando's winging strong. But there was a body shot from Bam that already caught Martinez that made him look a little uncomfortable. That winging right hand, he's throwing a lot of leather. Ooh, short chopping left hook from Martinez. These are some really wide hooks, man. Martinez needs to be careful. He might leave himself open for some body shots. Oh, and he drops Bam! Did he drop Bam with a right? I don't know. I just missed it. I turned my head. Was he off balance? I just saw a right hand. The ref didn't call it, but oh, he's catching that right hand on Bam, dude. I'm telling y'all. I think Fernandez is being overlooked, y'all.
Man, you can tell both these guys are out for blood.
I still favor Bam, man, but
Bam is going to be the better straighter puncher.
You know, Bam is going to be the more fundamentally disciplined fighter, more sound. Fernando is going to take chances. He's going to throw wide shots, though, and that's going to be the difference. If he lands these shots, he's going to land something devastating, but if he misses, he's going to get caught with something devastating because these are wide, low defense shots, all offense. Bam didn't seem phased when he kind of like tripped up, so it must have been a trip. He must have tripped. Couple good jabs from Bam. Bam showing a lot of discipline right now, landing a couple good counter shots on the back foot. But good, ooh, that was kind of maybe low belt line, right hook to the body or to the belt from Martinez. Martinez just swinging for the fences, man. Bam gotta just tighten up a little bit and just not get caught with his wide shots. Maybe it's just he's awkward. I have money on Puma, bro. Got poop on my. What the heck? This is a better podcast. I appreciate it, Laza. Do you smell an upset? It's tough because Bam is extremely disciplined and he's very technical. So with a guy that throws these wide shots, it's hard for me to imagine that Bam doesn't capitalize it. But I've seen Bam uninspired before, and that's the only thing that can produce an upset because Bam hasn't consistently always looked like Bam. When he has big fights, he does, but this is a guy, like I said, he went over in Japan to beat Ioka. He beat German Akajas twice. I mean, these are credible wins that Martinez has went through. He went through the gauntlet, fought these guys multiple times. So it's a durable fight. I mean, it's a credible fight for Bam. You know, this is a fight where if it was a bigger weight class, people would talk about it a lot more. But he's landing these right hands on Bam. He's landing some good left hooks on Bam. I didn't score the first round, actually, so...
Those are hard winging shots by Martinez.
But Martinez seems like he's physically throwing the bigger, stronger shots. But those shots are so wide. I do feel like the first round Bam caught him with a good body shot. That might have been overlooked a little bit. But Bam is starting to put a little pressure and trying to crowd for Martinez. And he's starting to make Martinez miss a little bit more. And he's starting to put some pressure and land that jab. He stepped out of range and landed a couple jabs on Martinez. He's starting to take his time on Martinez and starting to pick his shots and land clean, effective jabs. But Martinez has landed a good right on Bam. But Bam showing good footwork, barely misses his hooks. But Martinez landed a sloppy chopping right hook on Martinez. They're landing. But Bam landed a good chopping right hook right on top of Martinez. Left uppercut from Bam and a right hook to the body and a right hook from Bam landed again on Martinez. Good defense from Bam showing good slickness. Good upper body. Bam like switched stances while going backwards and it was dodging shots. Very impressive defense. But he eats a right hook. A straight right from Martinez. Martinez is secretly landing a lot of little shots on Bam, so got to be careful, man. Martinez is a very strong, awkward fighter. Yeah, Maidana Exactly. That's the region. Strong, powerful, awkward, confident fighter. Brass. You know? So he's going to test Bam a little bit because Bam's ate some leather and he showed good grit, good chin, good adjustments. But Martinez tried to do some footwork and walked right into a right hand trying to be cute. Bam for sure has the more superior footwork, but Martinez is not afraid to let his hands go, and he lands. He lands, but Bam is landing those jabs on a consistent. Bam is just constantly pecking him with this jab. Just little pressure, right hook to the body, just constantly effective aggression. You know, Martinez may land a good shot here and there, but the consistency is coming from Bam. Just constant hook to the body, a couple jabs, pushing him back, putting the pressure, bullying, essentially the bully a little bit. They both exchange jabs. You know, Bam is not even fazed by this awkwardness, but, you know, that's what makes Bam a pound-for-pound fighter.
Oh, Bill Haney,
what round is it? I have it on the screen right now. If you're ever curious, I have it right there. Oh, my bad. I'm in this little box. But you can see I have the name of the fighters. The timer will go when it starts, and it's 3 out of 12 that's going to be coming up. So you're calling this great, effing great stuff. Keep it, bro. Yo, I appreciate it, Lonzo. I know you were trolling me. No, it wasn't. Were you trolling me? No, I think Roland was trolling me. You were supporting me. But I appreciate it, man. He looks way stronger than Bam. Because I think he is. You know, I think this is why I was really excited about this fight, because this fight really possesses like the Rungvisai kind of fight that I thought was going to be the test for Bam, because Rungvisai is a strong, physically tough guy. Just looked a little older. Footwork wasn't able to keep up with the young guy, and Bam was on one. You know what I mean? He was special that night. But this is a young guy on a street. Bro, Bam is timing him like Canelo does. He's going to time him, break him down. Other guy is going to time. Yeah, I feel like the momentum for sure is Bam, right? I think Bam is showing that level of experience that a lot of fighters don't have. Just great poise, great setups. He's constantly, like I said, he's turning, he's doing different stuff, going to the body. He's giving Martinez a lot to think about, a lot to worry about, and he's making Martinez miss when Martinez is naturally a wide puncher anyways. But even when Martinez is being subtle with his shots, he's making those shots miss. So it's really going to make Martinez extremely tired in the later rounds, and that's when I think Bam's really going to pour out. But his footwork right now in the third round, he's doing all the Lomachenko stuff that he's known for doing. Bam has said he really idolized. Well, I won't say idolized. I don't want to. He studied Lomachenko heavily. He really enjoyed. Oh, good sneaky uppercut. Bam is just showing these creative shots. He's what they would say threading a needle, like these very small pockets, and Bam is finding a way to just thread it. And Martinez is starting to now have a little blood coming out his nose right now, because Bam is starting to put that relentless, consistent pressure, landing punches from all different angles, giving great footwork and making Martinez miss and pay, landing body shots. Martinez is throwing 1 or 2 punches here and there, but it's nowhere near enough of Bam's constant pressure. And these shots are just relentless. Just, ugh. Man, dude, just calm down with the creativity, Bam. Sneaky inside uppercut, step back shots. Shots coming in. Just putting on a great display of just pound for pound, like just everything that Bam is doing is incredibly just sound, man. Just levels above Martinez, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he's gonna get credit for this fight because, one, the style that Martinez gives, but people don't really know. Like, he went through a gauntlet of people, and this is a fight that really, if Bam makes it look easy or special, you know, it's a really great performance. And Bam lands a 1-2 and sends Martinez back. Bam lands a good left hook to the body, and he follows up, makes Martinez miss and pay again. Bam is fucking awesome, man. Left hook on Martinez. Oh my goodness gracious. Martinez going to sleep. Martinez is going to sleep. He ain't making it past 6. He ain't making it past 6. Martinez is just there now, just hoping to land something. But the punches he was throwing in the first round have nowhere near the steam that he did in this third round. Bam is just destroying this guy. What a special fighter Bam is, man. I mean, I can't even praise Bam any more than I already am, because he's doing everything and more that you want from a young fighter. Just creativity, level change, turning an opponent, not getting hit, hitting when there's openings, creating your openings, not waiting for your opponent, not being over eager, make them miss and make them pay. Just Bam is doing everything, man. Bam is awesome, bro. Hey, bro, one of those days I'm gonna catch you in base. I'm gonna buy you a big steak dinner, man. You do it. Nah, man, don't even worry about this. Let's just catch up, man. When I see you in a fight, just come out. I should be at the Lamont Roach fight. Tio and Shakur. I'm gonna be at a little bit more fights next year, but I appreciate it, Rock. He go gas himself out all the punches. I mean, you talking about Martinez? Because this is how Bam fights. And on top of it, without me not glazing Bam anymore, great endurance, great stamina, great fundamental. Just dude, Bam is just doing. What's your chance I'm called? I'm subscribing. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, Alonzo, man. Appreciate it. I'm watching the fight with FightHype commentary. The commentators do my head in. What are they saying, Aaron? That's why he was at 8-1 odds. I mean, that's why he's really the only one I was like, early in the stream, I was like, Bam is the only one I just don't see an upset. Like, I just don't. I praise the opponent that he's facing, because that's a really good opponent because of the opponents he's facing. This ain't no vacant title or this some guy that came through. He really went through who's. So how many more fights? The next one's gonna be Devin and Nmomah. Yeah, he is the real deal. Yeah, it's gonna be next. Keep this up. Great live chat. Brian Norman Sr. I didn't even hear it. Awesome, bro. Hit you up for sure, man. Definitely hit me up. Bam with school anyway. You know, Steve. I think Navarro might favor Bam to beat anyway, and he sparred I think anyway Bam and Nakatani. I'm not sure. 100% said that, but he said it because of the footwork, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if I'm essentially. I don't know if I'm talking off record talk. I just can't remember. So I'm sorry, Steven, if I'm linking some stuff out, but I think he favored Bam to beat anyway because of the footwork. But anyways, at a higher weight class that Bam hasn't fought at, and, you know, and he's still growing as an gaining experience. But anyway, still anyway, man. Tom and Jerry next fight. I don't know. I feel like Devin has a natural ability to want to fight, so we'll see. Haney on the treadmill getting ready. He making it to the 7th. You think Martinez? Martinez seems like he's taking these punches a little bit better in the 4th round, but I don't know, dude. He's taking a little bit more chances, but man, dude. Martinez, who is already awkward and throws wildly, Bam is just making him look like a YouTube fighter, Sally. And that's what makes pound for pound fighters so special. They make average fighters, they make good or champion fighters look like nothing. And that's what Bam's doing. I'm sure people right now watching this fight and thinking, well, no shit, Bam's supposed to win this fight. But I don't think it's at the level of just because of Bam. I think it's like, it's just, it's one of those things where fighters are on these weight classes, anyway, the Pacquiaos, the Bam, they kind of come in certain waves, and they kind of take over that whole entire era, but never get the true credit. So, yes, you can see him a mile away because he's dominating all these guys and he has a name, but you don't really know the depth of what he's really dominating. Like, this is a really important fight. Like, this would be equivalent of, like, I don't know, man. I wouldn't give Martinez that much credit, no, but I'm trying to think of a good comparison.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, fight nights just keep on.
This would be like if this is like if Shakur beat Tio, if Tio fought and beat Lomachenko, and then went and beat Josh Taylor. Or at a lower scale. I think I'm giving too much credit to Martinez. All right, maybe I need to stop. I think I'm selling Bam a little too much on this win. But anyways, whatever happened to Chocolatito,
He's still fighting. Or I think he might have. Did Chocolate City retire? I think he's still kind of buzzing around. He has not officially retired, but he's kind of like maybe 1 or 2 big fights away. Maybe if he does fight Bam, that might be his retirement fight. That's kind of what it is. It is one-sided, clearly outclassed. Shout out to Turkey for making boxing great again. Yeah, these are good fights. How you got us so far? Bam by domination. Maybe if I want to be really generous to Martinez and give him the first round, but there was a body shot that Bam landed in that first round that I don't think people really saw that hurt Martinez. So I gotta respect Bam because Martinez is really tough, dude. He is. Like, it's like I don't want to oversell Martinez and overly hype Bam because of the Martinez win, but it's like this dude really went through and beat Ioka when he shouldn't, and he really bought Juro Nakatas when he shouldn't. Like, it's one of those type of fights where Bam should get his head mantled next to Estrada and next to Sonny Edwards. Like, it's one of those type of fights. Like, it's really a really credible win. At this point now, it's becoming a little bit more uneventful because Martinez is just now becoming a punching bag, and Martinez doesn't have a style that can even make this fight somewhat competitive at this point. You know, he doesn't have an elusive defense. He doesn't have good footwork on the back. You know, he's just a tough, come-forward fighter. And if that's not going his way, then Bam's just going to make him look like a basic, one-dimensional, plotting, wide-swinging fighter. And now we're just waiting for Bam to finish him. And the way that he's able to get him to fight or look like this is just impressive. Thank you, man. I like the kid. Let's go, Martinez. Vamos, Argentino. Vamos. Look, at this point, he's going to need a punch from the gods, dude. He had a good chance in that first round because, you know, he was awkward and landing some sneaky shots on Bam because, you know, Bam's coming in cold, maybe not familiar with that awkward rhythm and style and his wide shots. But Bam adjusted. He downloaded it. He knows the length. He knows the reach. He knows the timing. He knows the speed. He knows how wide he's going to throw. He knows how much he's going to leap forward. He knows that he doesn't like fighting on his back foot. Bam is pushing him back, man, knowing that he can't fight on his back foot, man. Who got the first round? I mean, I'm going to say Bam, if you want to be generous, Martinez, but everything has been Bam. I don't even know the score no more. Now I'm just waiting for the knockout. I mean, I don't know what Martinez can do besides just land a devastating shot. He can't be patient because Bam is being first. He can try to punch it between, but Bam has good defense, so he sees the shots coming. So Bam is pressing. Oh, good solid left hook catches Martinez from Bam. It's like whatever Martinez tries to do, Bam does it better. So it's like literally there's nothing Martinez can do. Actually, the commentary is not that bad as the English guys, so bias is normally unwatchable. Yeah, sometimes commentary, but you know, Aaron, commentary is also there to hype and sell the fighters. You know what I mean? Like, that's their job, to help promote and sell the fighters. Puma won the first 2, including the missed knockdown. You know what? So that was a mixed knockdown, right? It felt like that was a knockdown, but I didn't watch the slow-mo. If I was going to give him a round, it would be the first one. I didn't give him the second round, but, you know, at this point, I'm sure you have Bam winning everything else with him. So, hope it goes the distance. Yeah, Bam is on a different level. You know, he doesn't have the characters like some of the other weight classes to kind of help sell the fight. Because, you know, if he had maybe an opponent who could market the fight a little bit, more casuals could probably tune in a little bit. Because I think Bam is just an extremely talented fighter that us hardcore boxing fans adore, you know? But it would be nice to have some sort of resistance, and I think that's why people want to see him fight anyway, because of the allure of how anyway. Martinez starting to let his hands go, but Bam just calm, poised, unfazed, let him
Nice flurry
shoot
there
his
for
load and
Martinez.
pause, and then immediately push Martinez back on the ropes and starting to let him know he's in there with a different type of fighter than all these other guys. He's not
Martinez
Ioka.
said he
He's
started
not Jerome
training at the age of
Nakaha.
6, made his amateur debut at 11, boxed at the 2016
We're in the 6th round right now.
Olympic
I literally just found a
Doing
nice
this a
one
long
Grateful
time.
Dead t-shirt at Goodall. It's worth $500 and I got it for nothing. Word? Damn, dude, I need to go bargain hunting a little bit, man.
I think Bam's playing possum a little bit. Looking
Abdullah won, but dude, you gotta watch that fight. That was an amazing fight. Bam definitely punched harder than Shakur. You know, did you hear the story that Shakur said?
uppercuts and body
I think he
shots.
did on
Bam
210.
really
Oh
looking
shit, I think Martinez got hurt with a right hand. Yeah, man, Bam about to get him out. Like these accumulating the punches are just gonna
really
just.
enjoying his work playing with his food here, man.
Yeah, man, dude.
Total
Bam
control.
is just toying with. This is like almost like free sparring. Like it's sparring without headgear.
Enjoying himself, enjoying the ride.
Like just free work for Bam.
Taking his time.
And because there's no headgear, his sparring partner's gonna have to go to sleep. But he said that when he was sparring Bam,
The Matador.
he was kind of messing around like in the amateurs, and Bam kind of caught him with something as a kid. He was like, "Damn, this dude is strong as hell. What the hell?" Remember what Bam did to oh, he styled on Edwards. But you know what? I give Sonny a lot of praise because he sold that fight. Like he made that fight fun. So, and I think he's a little underappreciated in that sense of just being able to be a villain, and he definitely motivated Bam. You know, I can tell with all the trash talking and all that stuff. What's happened with the near knockdown? I don't. They didn't call it. They didn't rewind it. I don't know if it's on social media. I'll have to look.
Man, it's we're watching brilliance in the footwork and the punch selection. We're watching greatness in Bam Rodriguez, man. We really are.
Fight 2-3 rounds. That's some good fight. That's some good fight for Bam at 118. Yeah, I mean, dude, he was really close apparently getting his Nakatani fight that was revealed, but ended up getting this fight instead. So I wonder what Yarde would get, what round Yarde would get knocked out in. I don't know, maybe the later round. I feel like when David gets an opponent hurt, it's over with. So whenever David hurts him, prime example, Errol Spence. That boy still ain't right in the head. Yeah, man. Too tough for their own good.
Yeah, my nose is hurting. My nose is
But to
hurting.
be fair, though, I mean, was he too good for his own good? Because I mean, he just fought Terrence. I mean, Terrence is Terrence.
If you can respond,
Bam, round 9. That's what you got. Bam hit harder than Mason.
okay, you good?
When Bam did that to Edwards, that let me know he's next level. Dude, when Bam was doing shit to Chocolate City, dude, I still think, even though an old Estrada, dude, he was in his bag. Dude, Estrada was in his bag to drop Bam. Did you hear what Triple G said that he's got one more fight left in the tank? Really? Against who? Yeah, this is Paige sparring. Paige sparring without headgear. If Devin can take Norman Jr.'s punch, then Norman's in trouble for a whole night. If Norman can't land a punch on Devin, he's going to be in trouble all night. Norman Bates. Oh shit, I forgot to start my clock. Sorry, y'all. We're in the 7th round. A few seconds in. There's no way he can take that punch. Yarde's going to get smashed. Devin and Norman's going to be the next fight coming up. My prediction, Norman catches another body tonight. That would be huge, man. You know, I kind of, I've been slightly favoring Haney, you know? And I'll explain when we get close to that fight, but
I think Bam right now is really showing the difference between
he hits harder than Ryan. Haney's next, sounds about right. Estrada's definitely underrated, for sure. You know what's interesting, and this is my own personal opinion and my own comparison. Bam is like what Pacquiao was back then, where he was able to come and fight all these legends a little bit past their prime, still a threat, right? But he was able to clean all those guys out pretty much. You know, Pacquiao fought Barrera, fought Morales. I mean, he went through those type of guys at a point after they all fought each other. And he went through Estrada, he went through Quadras, he went through Vungvisai, you get what I'm saying? So he's kind of like having that same effect that Pacquiao did by being able to clean out all those legends. Oof! They both swing hooks and both barely miss, but Bam is just, dude, it's really nothing to call, bro, except for when he stops him. Corner can save the fighter, man. Yeah. Go Brian Norman. Haney's going to get hurt. Possibly, man. We're going to see. Oh, after this is Devin and Norman. Yep. Sweet. Yeah, Ronald Gavale. Benavidez, 2 good fights and a flash knockdown. Yarde has more power than Gavale, but probably not the technique. The only thing is I'm curious is how much punishment Yarde took from the Kovalev and Arthur fight. He is suffering literally, and I don't mean this like in a disrespectful way. He's the only guy, not just with a loss, but all 3 losses on the main card or the main 4 championships is from Yarde. His 3 losses are from Lyndon Arthur, Kovalev, and Arthur. And the Lyndon Arthur loss isn't really Asian that well, in my personal opinion. But neither here or there. I mean, I think David's gotten a lot better. I think he's improved a lot from that time. Gonna catch him for sure. Go Brian Norman. If y'all don't know who Andre Shane is, he's the protagonist of Down Dirty Shane. That's going to be a more competitive fight. Who will win, Crawford, Janabek? I favor Crawford, but I think it'll be still a tricky fight. But Crawford has fought a lot of awkward Eastern European fighters, you know? He's fought Mean Machine. He's fought Victor Postal. He's fought Madrimov. So Janabek, even though it's an athletic style and is a big guy, you know, compared to Canelo, you know, he's still used to that rhythm at this point of his career. And it still seems like the rhythm that kind of gives him the most problem, but it's still a rhythm that he's able to figure out. So. Little Pacquiao facts. Oh, you from the Bay Area? Oh, that's what's up. I just read your name, Bay Area Music. Mason had to dig deeper than I thought. He needs more conditioning. You think he needs more conditioning, or we're just not giving Sam Noakes credit? I think he might need to tighten up a little bit on his defense. That's my criticism. Because he went 12 slugging it out. Nothing in that fight made me feel his conditioning. You know what I mean? And plus, remember, to be able to take punches, you have to be in shape. He was in great shape. Both those guys were in great shape. You know what I mean? So I think Abdullah answered his chin question. Now I think he needs to just tighten up a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I think he got hit a little bit more. But I was praising Sam Noakes a lot during that fight. So maybe either I'm overrating Sam Noakes or underappreciating like some of the stuff that Mason had to go through. Yeah? But Bam just still styling on him. Real quick, just want to throw some stats up before I finish reading the chat. Just to add a little bit more context to Bam. Bam has the highest jab connection percentage. And if you guys are watching this fight, I mean, dude, Bam is just teeing off on him. And he's setting everything up with multiple jabs. I mean, a 28.2% jab connection. To give that in context, he's a guy that out jabs percentage Devin Haney slightly. Naoya Inoue, I mean, he definitely Bivol. I mean, think about, and he throws it often, right? His connect percentage isn't just high, but he throws it rapid. So he's not throwing it like 2 times around. He's throwing it often and he lands often. So that just shows like how great Bam's, you know, jab is. And on top of it, his combination punching, right, from these stats. Shout out to Rain because they had the graphics for these. The best combination punchers in boxing, we're going to see David Benavidez tonight. You obviously know his combination punching from his highlights is amazing. Shakur Stevenson definitely throws in combination, but Bam is slightly right underneath Shakur with a 41%. So highest jab percentage and the third highest combination punching. With the activity he's throwing, it just shows that if you cannot knock Bam out with a good shot, you're going to be a literal punching bag like Martinez is, getting absolutely swamped. So, I mean, that's just in context on numbers. If you can't see the fight or just hearing me, I'm showing graphically on numbers, statistically, Bam is looking like Bam. And he's adding to that probably, and he might get a higher percentage tonight because of how he looks today. With a good chopping right hand, Martinez is out of his league here. But anyways, back to the chat. If Bud doesn't hit Father Time, he beats Janibek. Maybe he even stops him, but Janibek has the best chance to beat Bud at 60. Yeah, I mean, dude, Father Time definitely catches everybody, you know? So, and Janibek physically, I think, is a little bit taller and bigger than Canelo, so he will be fighting technically a bigger guy. Man, Bam is just styling on him. I'm surprised Martinez is able to take all these punches, man. Tough dude, man. Working here in London, that's what's up. I need to cover a fight in London. I need to figure out what fight I want to cover, you know? I watched Yarde get his ass handed earlier tonight by Russian. That was 5 years ago. Yeah, man. But, you know, for what it's worth, he did better than what a lot of people thought. So I think it's because he's athletic, he's tough, he's gritty, and in the early rounds he does possess a threat in his hands. He's very strong and powerful. But his experience, you know, he started boxing so much later than everybody else. I don't even think he spars, as crazy as it sounds. Like, I think someone was saying that he doesn't spar, which takes away a lot of his ability to grow and learn. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if that's just a show. But if that's true, if he minimizes his sparring, he loses a lot, especially from how behind he is from everybody else. So, but for what he overcompensates for that, it's just his athletic ability and just being in great dog shape. So, same will happen tonight. Devin and Norman will be the next fight. That'll be next. Apparently, they'll be walking out around like 8 Eastern time, so it's not too long. It might maybe run over a little 8, but their timing right now has been pretty good. So. You're probably right. The Haney fight? Nope, the Haney fight hasn't started yet. Janibek is the most dangerous at that weight. We do still have to see Janibek against Lara, because Lara still has a tricky style that can still make it look ugly and still can show, you know, wrinkles holes that Janibek still hasn't really faced. Because when you look at Janibek's resume, he still hasn't fought a slick, elusive guy like Lara. And when I covered Janibek in Vegas, he had a lot of problem with Denzel Bentley, which is a Frank Warren fighter. Might be glazing Frank Warren a little bit right here, but Frank Warren always has these hidden fighters that he always gets in these title fights that do really well. But I still have to see him in a Lara fight to really be able to determine how Janibek can, because, you know, Bud possesses that ability. Hey, bro, you think Haney will win? Because I will always listen to you in the last guy you talked about, big upset, belong like one guy. Oh my God, dude, I want a couple of months. You know, it's tough, but the Haney and Norman, and I'll give a little insight when we get close to this fight, because if people coming in wanting to know the Bam, oh, good left uppercut to the body from Bam that might have actually hurt Martinez, and a good left, oh, good ooh, Martinez is starting to Martinez getting caught with a lot of crazy, man. Dude, this might need to get stopped, man. I know this is not like as violent as the Noakes fight, like, you know, with the dramatic head shots that are flying all over the place between the two, but man, this fight's looking bad, dude. You could probably stop this fight. I wouldn't even be mad at it. It's just one of those fights where if it gets stopped quietly, I wouldn't even be mad, dude. He's just taking a lot of punishment, dude. Oh my God, Martinez is way too tough for his own good. Way too tough, bro. But anyways, adding to your question, it's hard with the Haney and Norman thing because I'm no different. I'm not this wizard, right? Because Norman has been in a fight like this that was able to really show what he's capable of doing. He's claimed that he can do all these things that we have yet to see him do. So we just have to go off that. And then with Devin, we have to see if he's really going to bring out the Devin that we're accustomed to seeing and not the Devin from what we saw last fight. And, you know, and then he took a lot of damage in the Ryan fight. Oh, Martinez is a wobble. He backs into the corner. He throws a couple punches to let him know he's still alive, but man, dude, Bam is just so poised and so patient. He's just playing with his food at this point. But to add a little bit more to the Haney and Norman, while I get ready to read you guys, the reason why I favor Martinez landed a good left hand on Bam. Bam kind of smiled, probably the best punch that Martinez landed, but you know, punch happens. It didn't really seem like it affected Bam. But the Norman Haney situation for me is like I do feel like when Haney fought Ryan Garcia, he may have felt that he was able to actually knock out Ryan. So he fought in a style where it doesn't suit him. He actually was trying to be a true knockout artist and try to get that. Kind of made me, I want to say take advantage of Ryan, but we call it what it is. He looked like he was not there. He was, you know, doing all this crazy stuff. He missed weight. So it seemed like an opportunity for Devin to get a knockout. Now, granted, everyone says that Devin got caught early on and was never able to recover. I personally feel like Devin did recover, but he still tried to get it back, and he still tried to press the action, which led him to get caught. So I think the Ryan fight may have been a blessing because it might have rejuvenated and reminded Devin that that's not really your MO. This is where you shine at. And the Ramirez fight, I think, is more of two things. A confidence builder to kind of shake some cobwebs off because he hasn't fought for a year. But two, remember, he was actually supposed to fight Ryan Garcia next. So because he didn't fight Ryan Garcia next, this is what happened. But he was just trying to secure that fight. He didn't want to take no chances. Like, I don't care if I get booed or judged, I'm getting my Ryan Garcia fight. Whatever way, I'm taking minimal chances. Y'all said I was pillow-fisted. I took a lot of chances in the Ryan fight. You didn't appreciate it, so I'm going to do the opposite and just get my win in the Ryan fight. That's just my own personal opinion. Could be wrong. Devin could be shot mentally. You know, Norman might be this freakishly athletic guy who has great footwork and he's only getting better and he's learned from his mistakes in the past. And, you know, Devin's over, you know, they're walking into a suicide mission, right? But remember, y'all, Norman was the favorite going to this fight. And when that was announced, I was shocked because I assumed that Devin would be the favorite because of, quote, the experience that... Oh, good right hand from Bam. Martinez still showing a great chin, man. Oh, man. I don't know how Martinez is taking all these punches. But the line moved, and I don't know if people just put money on Haney, but it's a pick'em fight, and it makes me wonder when the fight happens, does Devin walk out as the favorite? Because really, in all honesty, Devin should be the favorite. I'm not saying picking Norman is a strange pick. It's really not. Because of his size, his power, his relentlessness, his consistency, and oh, good pull back, left hook, drops Martinez from Bam Rodriguez. It's over with, y'all. Oh, what a beautiful shot. He's not getting up. He's not getting up. He's not. I'm gonna try to get a screenshot of y'all for Bam landing this flush left hook. Let me see if I can get a. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I gotta. Whoa. All right, I try to get this still shot for you guys.
Incredible fighter.
What a left hook, man. Hold on. I gotta. Whoa, Bam caught him with a beastly left hook, man. I'm about to miss it, man. I don't know when he caught him with that shit.
I mean, he's dominating.
I'm gonna just get a screenshot somewhere else. Yo, Bam just cooked him with this crazy. Oh my God.
Martinez has been down once in his career, and it was actually in his last
and Martinez only been down one time, but this one put him out. Bam put him out with this crazy left hook. Bear with me. I'm trying to get the screenshot of this left hook that he caught him with, man. Maybe I need to get a slow motion. Okay, here we go. They're doing slow motion for me. I'm going to still shot it. Oh, right here. All right. I'm going to give a couple screenshots. All right. Bam. Caught him. Right? Let me move it forward a little bit because I can't play it for copyright. Add a little bit more. Oops. Wrong. This one. Sorry, y'all. He goes down. I have to do it like this, by the way. I know some of you guys are going to be like, yo, what the hell? I can't play it.
Just barely made a miss.
Barely made a miss. Let me see. Oh, right here. There we go. Another good angle. You see, he made a miss with this right hand. You can see where the counter's coming over, right? And then I'll share the next screenshot. Use your imagination. I know this is annoying. It's the only way I can show you something of it. And he catches him over. And then, of course, laid out, hands to the floor, completely out. I guess if you're a big Bam fan, I'll show one more screenshot of Martinez just looking completely just cooked.
So I can't wait for that rematch.
Bam by knockout, man.
That was a fantastic fight. I'm glad we're getting it again.
Yeah, good job, Bam. Bam was terrible looking up until that moment. You thought Bam was looking terrible? Really? I just thought he was just like having his way. Martinez might have been a little too tough. He was having his way. I think that's what I'm saying. I think Martinez should get a lot more credit going into this fight. I mean, Bam should get more credit fighting Martinez's fight because he is a guy that went through Ioka, he went through Jurnikas. He has good wins. This guy has shown he had a good chin and was able to win against these guys multiple times. So just Bam just made it look easy against a guy that's considered a top level guy. I mean, this might have been 1 and 2 in the division. So I thought he was doing great, man. I thought he looked amazing. Maybe you're looking like for him to look like some of those other fights, but I think you may not know, like, even though Martinez may not look as flashy as some of those fighters, he is probably the best guy in his division for him to fight because he got a lot of hardware for this fight. So anyway, don't want none of that. Yeah, dude. So let me go back to the graphics, right? Because I know a lot of people in here are wondering when the hell are we getting the Devin Haney Brian Norman fight, right? So let me post the time for East Coast. It should be coming up real soon. They said ringwalks 8 p.m. Eastern. It's 8:01 on the East Coast right now. 5 o'clock on the West Coast. So it should be coming up right away. Yeah, and plus that knockout was nasty that Bam did.
Thank you, Todd. There's a lot
so I know there was a couple
right
comments I may have,
My
I might
goodness,
skim
it
through
seems
just to
like
kind of catch
round
up a
number
little
10
bit.
seems to be
Thank you so
the
much
time
for your
for you.
advice and tidbits and
When
your
did you know
opinion.
you
You
had
got
him?
one of the big.
Honestly,
So hear me out.
Really? So what took you so long? Because I talked
Anyway,
to Robert, I
Nakatani would
talked
be
to
great.
Vito,
I
and
think
there
that's
was
what
a
they're
sense of
working
urgency,
towards.
like, get things going. So what was taking you
Bam
so
realized,
long?
revealed that he was allegedly supposed to fight Nakatani potentially pretty soon, if not next, if it wasn't his Martinez fight. So,
Do you need help?
Bam
Yes.
praised
Oh,
Martinez,
yeah.
said he took his
Okay,
hardest
cool.
shots
Yes.
and still was
Can you help
there.
with
So
all that warehouse? I'm
he's
willing
saying
to
that
take one.
Martinez has a great chin, and it's
There you
obvious,
go.
dude.
Here.
To take that many punches
So
from
with that being
Bam, and
said,
Bam's landing as flush as he was,
This has been a very important week for you.
I mean, it's
You take
clear as day,
another
man.
title,
Now comes the best
and
two fights. I
baby
favor
son
Norman
Vito
in the
was
next
born.
one. This
So
fight was
would
a
you have some
punch your
words
bag
for your
commercial,
son
pretty
and
much.
your
It was an
wife?
intermission.
Honestly, I could cry right now because,
But
you know,
the thing is, going back to the Brian Norman and Devin, right? And which is really a pick'em's fight, right? Because the way I feel is that I feel Norman will win in my heart because, like, I love his attitude, I love his tenacity, and to be honest with you guys, because obviously I talked to these guys, I told Brian Norman, I talked to him, that I was really high on him because he was signed by Cameron Duncan. Cameron Duncan's the guy that found Donaire. He had Bradley, Crawford, Boots. You get the picture, right? A great eye, right? So, and almost at a point, Abdullah Mason. That's what I also got. It's not out there, but also almost Abdullah Mason. But going with that, Brian Norman, when he kind of had the rumor stories of all he did good with Tank and Bud and all this stuff, that kind of, I guess, maybe built a lot of hype around him. So when I watched him, he didn't really live up to the hype, and he kind of looked stagnant against Quentin Randall. He looked kind of stagnant against Buka Chica, you know, got dropped and all that stuff. And so he had a fight on Showbox, looked kind of stagnant. So I say all this is that when he went and fought Giovanni Santilli, I picked against him. This is why I was like, Giovanni Santilli is probably gonna be my favorite. I told him this because he was Bradley's sparring partner, Pacquiao's sparring partner, Floyd Mayweather's sparring partner. He worked his way up in the rankings. He has a lot of experience. He knocked out Alexa Rocha. He's next in line. So it almost feels like, and they're fighting in I think it was San Diego, which was his hometown. Almost seemed like this was a homecoming championship fight for Santilli to win. But Norman showed another grit. And what he told me at that time was that it was more like he fed off the idea of being the underdog. And it almost like the pressure of him having to live up to something, he didn't have to maintain that. He could just be himself. And so I feel like that was really the version of Norman that really came out, like the real Brian Norman. And so he demonstrated a really great fight that night. However, he also leaked out some information during this fight that he felt that he didn't use his legs because he ran about 7 miles or something during fight week, and that took his legs away. I don't know. That's just what he said. So he won as an underdog. He looked great. Didn't have to use his legs, or he didn't use his legs in that fight, but he said that he didn't have legs that night. He had a hand injury after that.
No wings.
He had it recovered, and he knocked out Derek Cuevas, which is supposed to be a knockout artist guy. But it was kind of like a tune-up-ish kind of fight. But you can see him progressing and getting better. And Jin Sasaki, who fundamentally is still raw and in talent, and in Japan, it's not a lot of welterweights, you know. I'm half Asian, so like there's not a lot of big Asians out there. So his work of sparring is probably not as great until, you know, he comes to America. So at a certain level of Sasaki, it's just more like raw talent and power. And Norman took advantage of those fundamentals. Devin Haney's a whole nother situation. So I've always favored Devin to be the favorite. But I think people really read into the Ramirez fight and the Ryan fight and came to that conclusion, which is fair. Plus, Devin is moving up in weight. And stylistically, this is supposed to be the kryptonite. So Norman has gotten better since he looked bad and since he became a champion. So the only thing about Norman is that we just haven't seen him do things that he says he can do. I have yet to see him have to cut off the ring against someone who moves and is as agile as Devin. I haven't had to see him, you know, consistently have to get past a jab, you know, with a guy who's known to be a jabber, right? A guy with, quote, on paper, more experience. And I know this sounds as disrespect, because it should. On BoxRec, Devin Haney's considered the #1 welterweight without even fighting at welterweight. So, and that's because their computer calculations say Devin is the best. And when this fight was opened up as Norman as the favorite, Devin slowly started edging in, and now it's a pick'ems fight. So somewhere along the lines in this fight, I do feel like Norman is one of those type of guys that can show us what he's really made of. But if Devin shows us what he used to fight like and how he's, I don't know. I don't know if Norman can keep up with that. Because the Boca Chica fight, even though it was before him getting better, right? Like I said, there's pre-Norman of now, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Let's say this is B Storm, right? This is B Storm and that was Brian Norman. He's B Storm now. So when he was Brian Norman, he didn't have those same wrinkles that he has now. That's what I feel. You get so much better with all this confidence, and he kind of let that. So I still really don't have a true definitive answer, but if I want to go with my head, I'm picking Devin. And in my heart, I'm going with Norman. So, but we're getting ready. They're about to get ready to walk in. Let me reset the clock. They're doing some pre-commentary right now, but I can tell they're getting ready to get them to do ring walk soon. Let me read some of the chat. Draw, haven't seen one of those in a while. At the top, adjustments take a few rounds. Sorry, bro, about misspelled words or the repetitive trauma nurse due Saturday night. Arizona's rolling right now. Really? Well, you need, if I ever cover a fight in Arizona, you need to come out, man. And we need to catch up, man. And, or meet and whatnot. So you need a day off, man. No, bro, like you said in the beginning, he was just like, he was just setting them up. He said, he was just setting them up, timing them. Look what happened. Get down, bro. Haney's already traumatized the Ryan's left hook. If Norman hits clean, Devin's going to sleep. That's another thing, too. If Norman does land hard and does land successful, what is the first instinct that Devin does? Because it's boxing, you're going to get hit. It'd be insane for me to say Norman's not going to punch and touch Devin, right? Like, he's for sure going to punch him. He's for sure going to land a shot on Devin. But if it's a clean and flush shot, does Devin wear it well? And for the most part, and this is a little bit about what I'm noticing with the trend of Top Rank. Top Rank has pretty much almost all their fighters. I just found out Steven Navarro just lost the other night, which is a Top Rank fighter. But pretty much all their fighters have won. Delgado had a questionable win recently, a couple weeks ago, but other than that, everyone's been winning. Tyler Johnson, Michaela Mayer, and then recently new signed Scooter Davis. Top Rank has put all their fighters so far practically in fights that they've all won. So if Norman wins, that just shows the level of matchmaking that Top Rank really is at. But this one is one of those ones, a little bit like the Sam Noakes, because I said the only one I was confident that was going to win 100% was Bam. And it, you know, and I felt I could see the Abdullah fight being tough, which it was. So I can see this being a tough fight for either one of these guys, but I can also see in Norman showing like he has another level that nobody really knows. In your gut feeling, you feel like he can do it, but you have no real tape to really go off of saying that's what he's going to do. But at the end of the day, I can see this being also a shutout from Devin. You know what I mean? So in the chat, if you guys can, I just want to know the consistency, because I know looking at the polls, you have about 2,000. It's really a pick 'em, right? I don't see really a lot of people picking Yarde to win, but I see even with the Yarde picks, 7 to 8%. That's between Haney and Norman there, and 43 and 42 Haney. It's really a pick 'em, y'all. Like it's really a pick 'em. Benvidez on this poll that I have right here is clearly looking like to be the true favorite. But Haney and Norman is really a 50-50, man. And Devin's coming out right now. I'll give a little screenshot because I know I can't show the footage, but I'll show you just kind of the ring walk attire and what he's rocking with, right? This is really one of those fights where if Devin looks like Devin, he's cooking Norman. But if Norman pulls out something we haven't seen, or if Devin looks like a shell of himself, then, you know, it's I think there's a lot of upside for both. I think if Devin wins this, he can be setting himself for a rematch with Ryan Garcia for possibly a welterweight unification, be the biggest unification fight to be made after Crawford Spence, if Ryan can do it. And if Norman beats Devin, there's a new face in boxing. There'll be a new guy in the sport. And I think a lot of people who have been listening to the interviews have become a fan of him. And a lot of people who don't like Devin will be also a fan of him because he got the job done. So at this point, it's going to be a really interesting fight until it's not. You know, I don't really see this being competitive back and forth. I feel like it's going to be one-sided in either or. It's either Norman's going to show that I could box, I could move, I could do all the things that they say, I'm just flat-footed, fundamentally come forward guy, or Devin's going to go out there and pitch a shutout, you know? And some people compare this to Regis 2.0, so who do you guys got, Devin or Norman? Norman 4th round KO, Haney's bouncing in the ring, Devin with the best ring walk music. No rematch. I think Bars can beat Ryan. I don't know if they want 50 Cent though. That's Yarde. No, Yarde will be the next fight. Devin's gonna pitch a shutout. Now let me show you. I'm gonna screenshot because once again I can't show the footage. What Brian Norman's ring walk. You know, I know Norman's like, I don't care about outfits and things like that. I don't care. But as boxing fans, we do like ring walk attire. We do want to see that stuff. He has Decatur's own with like a target in there. He's coming out with T.I., you know, he's been kind of known to be a big fan of T.I. So he has kind of the same vernacular as T.I., right? All the wordplay. Brian does look serious, man. They both look serious, man. I'm not gonna lie. I really what would your walkout music be, chat? Man, there's a lot of good ones out there, man. Norman got knockout power, Haney don't. If Haney can use his jab and keep distance, he got a chance. But I think Norman's quick and powerful for him. I really want to see Norman's footwork, man, because Norman at the media workout, I do see the little side to side that he does, and he's young, he's athletic, he's strong, he's determined, and I see a little bit of that underdog, like that story I was talking about. Even though he has the confidence, I feel like when the fight was probably told that it's now moved to a pick'ems fight, it might have maybe motivated him. That's what I get from Norman. Norman kind of flourishes a little bit in that. Now, maybe he's overconfident. Some of the stuff he's saying, he's doing a lot of interviews. An overconfident Norman could be also maybe dangerous, because I felt prior to the Giovanni Santilli fight, when I asked him, some of that overconfidence what led him to kind of get dropped by Boca Chica and stuff like that. So I do think Norman is taking this fight serious, but we'll see. You know, to be a fighter, you got to be confident. So it's always hard to tell when you're trying to be this body language. You know, the only way you can really judge a fight is really at the end of the day how they fight. And I think Devin slightly should be the favorite. So if Norman wins, in my personal opinion, I think he's the underdog. That's an underdog win, and I'll give Brian that. You know. But then I'll be done picking against Brian Norman, you know, unless he fights Jerron. Then it'll be like another, like, oh my God, I have to pick against you again. But the only reason why I favor, like I said, Devin is because of the fact that it's just more of what I know. And if Devin shows that side, then it should be a Devin fight. Norman has so many unknowns. Norman might show us a wrinkle tonight that might make him spook everybody around his division, you know? But that's yet to be seen. That's yet to be seen. So we're really going off of the feelings of what Norman can do. And then we're going off the knowledge and what we see of Devin's career, of the Ryan and the Ramirez and all the drama and all that stuff. So go with your gut, or go with. And if your gut is matching your head and it's the same, then that's your pick. That's your pick. Like, if you don't change it, don't change your pick. You know. Haney by Masterclass. My walkout would be Boogie the Reaper. Tupac bomb first. Ooh, that bomb first. Yeah. Debo Dev gonna take Norman's lunch money. But listen, I'm not a financial expert, and if I was to be one, this is really one of those ones where you're not really gonna gain a lot of money if you bet, because it's not having a super favorite underdog or some sort. So you're not really gonna benefit a lot. So bet responsibly, do as you wish with my information. My information could be flawed because I've never been in a camp with Brian. I've been in camps with Devin, but I've never been in a camp with Norman. I've never seen him spar. So my information is limited from talking to Brian personally and really watching footage and getting insight from others. But other than that, I can't really speak from what y'all haven't seen of Norman, because I haven't seen Norman. You know what I mean? So with Norman, I'm going by what I see. I think left plays a huge role in tonight. We'll see. Hey, but this is the fight that we all wanted to see, man, right? This is a fight that we all came and gathered around, right? This is the peak. This is the most almost the most viewers right now, and it makes sense because. All right, Brian Norman and Devin's in the center of the ring. Brian is in mid-range of Devin, so he seems like he's jabbing and trying to match Devin a little bit with his boxing abilities. Norman's throwing his jab out a little bit, and Devin, it looks like Devin, mid-range a little bit, backing up just slightly. Norman's inching a little bit forward. A lot of Norman threw a couple punches. Devin got out of it. Kind of seemed a little easy for Devin to get out of those punches. Not saying that was an indication of speed, because fighters can disguise their speed. Throw a couple slow balls and a couple fast balls. Norman tried to fake with a right and try to do a leaping left hook, but Devin didn't bite off it. Devin showing great poise and not timid, not fazed by Norman's presence. Definitely a boxing match, a fill-out round, a completely different pace of the last two fights that we've seen. This is going to be definitely one of those fights where Norman's going to want to actually show the world that he could box with Devin Haney, which I don't know necessarily if that's going to be a great thing or a bad thing, but we're going to find out, you know, because you don't want to get behind on Devin, because then now you're going to have to look and force a knockout. And we haven't really seen how Devin looks like when he's super behind, minus the Ryan Garcia fight. And you saw Norman look like he got maybe a glance of a left hook on Devin slightly. No real sting, but I think he landed. They clinch up, and Devin tries to throw a right hook in the clinch. Not a lot of action, not a lot of significant shots. If I was basing it off what was landed so far and who's winning, I guess that one shot from Norman might be an indication. Ooh, Devin misses with a leaping left hook, and Brian countered with a straight jab on Devin, making Devin miss and making him pay. Norman is pressing a little bit, and Devin's on his back foot. Norman's doing a lot of these fake rights with a leaping left hook, and Devin's not getting caught by it, but they clinch and they exchange hooks on the side, and they get broken up. Devin landed his first significant jab on Norman, and Norman throws a couple feints trying to get Devin off rhythm, but Devin's not truly biting off of it. Norman's still throwing a lot of front foot feints, trying to get Devin to bite. Brian throws a double jab to the body, but it's out of the range of Devin. Devin still seems to be in a typical Devin boxing range where he's trying. Oh, Devin landed a jab, but Norman responded, which seems to be a strong jab to send Devin flying back a little bit. They clinch. Brian throws a right hook in the clinch. Seems like Norman might be edging and might be maybe he throws a leaping left hook to the body and he's forcing himself on Devin and then leaning his front arm on Devin and pushing the ropes, and that's the end of the round. I think Brian won that first round, and he's showing that, like he said, he can naturally outbox Devin, you know, and he's showing little wrinkles. I think that was a Brian Norman round. I don't think I have to question that. I think he not only landed the more significant shots, but he landed more shots, and he was slowly inching, you know, the aggression that kind of may also play a factor. So I definitely have that as a Brian Norman round. No questions asked. 10-9 Norman. Good feel out round for both. Kind of gives you kind of the mindset and kind of the capability a little bit that Brian feels like he can actually do it, and he's showing some of those wrinkles. So if Haney boxes Norman, he should win on points. He needs to Money Mayweather Norman. I mean, look, it's easier to say that until we find out Norman can actually box. You know what I mean? Then we might be like, oh shit, we in a boxing match and Norman's the better boxer. So what? Now Devin has to go after Norman? You know, so I'm seeing these wrinkles that Norman is showing that he said he can do, and he's throwing some decent feints, and Devin hasn't really taken too many chances right now in the beginning of the second round, just showing a little defense, a lot of upper body movement. Norman does a leaping left hook out of nowhere. A couple of 2-3 jabs by Norman, doesn't get nowhere near range of Devin. Devin scoots out. No real offense from Devin. Devin throws a jab. Haney landed a good leap, a check hook on Norman when Norman kind of tried to do that. He tried to reverse it with a leaping left with a right and got caught. Caught Norman with a good, and right before it clinched, Devin catches Norman with a good sneaky right in between. Showing a actually speed difference right now with Norman catching him in between. Very, very, very good shot from Devin. Norman's looking a little bit slower. I think maybe Norman has good timing. Maybe he's not faster than Devin because those jabs themselves look. It didn't really look like he was able to get Devin nowhere near with those type of jabs. So it could be disguised. You know, sometimes fighters act a little bit slower than then they change the speed, but they clinch up. Brian Norman's trying to get a little rough in the clinch right now. Oh, good. Oh, Norman. Oh, Brian Norman's down. Brian Norman is down. He got caught with a left and a right, and Norman is down. Devin dropped Norman. Norman looks wobbly. Norman is down. Norman is down. Norman is down. Haney doesn't look scared. Norman's about to get slapped. Norman's about to get slapped. Oh, Norman's on the ropes. He gets caught with a right. Oh, Devin's beating Norman's ass. What the hell? Norman's in trouble. Norman's in trouble. We didn't get to see what he looked like after the Boca Chica. Norman's getting beat up. Oh, Norman gets caught with a right. Oh, Norman's bloody. Norman, Devin is beating up Norman, and he ain't just pillow fisted. He's dropping. He is dropping. Norman is hurt. Norman's just swinging slow left hooks. He has blood. He's wiping the blood off his face. Still disoriented. Still disoriented. Right hook to the body from Devin. Good jab from Devin. Now don't be saying, oh, the inexperience, because people get dropped. We'll see in the next round. But listen. I'm not saying I know boxing. I'm not saying I know everything. But my long-winded stories are building up. This is why you cover the sport, because you really get to understand certain things. So if you get an opportunity to cover the sport of boxing, please do, because you learn a lot from behind the scenes. And from behind the scenes, that's why I picked Devin. From all the intricate little details, talking, seeing, all this stuff. Listen, Devin is learning from the Ryan Garcia fight, and he's applying it here. Let's see how he recovers, man.
Devin Haney, like I
And he didn't have to suck down the weight. Fair play. I didn't think Haney had it in him. We'll see, though. We'll see, man. It's boxing, man. People go down and people get back up. Norman has power, right? But does he have the experience? So right now, we're going to find out what Brian Norman's made out of, man. Everyone said he has more dog than Devin. Let's see it. Let's see it. Does he make it? Does he make the adjustment? Does he go after and try to fight Devin? Does he go after him?
I think he's just shell-shocked right now. He can't believe what hit him.
Exactly, and that's what takes away.
Honestly, Norman looks very, very kind of just confused. Like, what the hell? I ain't never got hit like that. He's throwing wide shots. Someone said Norman still came in the fight. Hey, look, let's see. It's boxing, man. We've seen fighters get up from the canvas and make adjustments. Told y'all, Haney all the way. Devin juice stuff strong. Oh my God, don't do this, man. Y'all was dick eating Norman. Love the passion. This round, he's gone. We'll see, man. We'll see the adjustment, but Norman still, like I said, from the second round, I noticed like he looks slow. He looks slow compared to Devin, but leaping left hook from Norman. Norman's trying to make it a dirty fight. He's trying to leap over Devin and but he's trying to get his confidence up. He's still trying to figure himself out right now. Is he the boxer? Is he the brawler? Is he the puncher? And Devin catches him with a right hook in between Brian Norman's wide left hook. Norman needs to tighten those hooks. He's throwing them a little too wide.
They're not experienced on the top level. They get over-aggressive and run into shots.
I think Norman's now trying to force himself back, and this could be dangerous because now he's really walking into Haney's game plan. Really running into shots, running into the boxer, throwing leaping shots, just lunging hooks. He's defaulting to what many people said he was, one-dimensional, plotting, leaping, one shot. Why he was the underdog as Giovanni Santillan, you know. But we'll see, man. Can he catch a good shot on Devin? We've seen Devin go down, and we've seen him get up. We've seen Brian now go down and get up. So Brian Norman went down for the second time of his career. Against Devin Haney this time, they clinched. Devin Haney's in control of this round. Brian's still trying to get himself into a more of a dominating position, but he's getting out jabbed by Devin. His jab is out of range. Haney's starting to push Brian Norman back a little bit just by his presence. Norman's walking back. I don't know if he's trying to set up a trap. Norman's on his back foot, going side to side. He's slowly backing himself on the ropes. Devin's inching forward. Norman's starting to flinch a little bit off the jab. I don't know if Brian Norman can fight on the back foot. We're learning about Brian Norman right now. We're learning about Brian Norman, what he can and can't do. And from what we've seen, Brian Norman, the conclusion seems like he's a come-forward, strong puncher where he can get outboxed. And it seems like that's exactly what's going on. You talking about me if you knew? Look, when it comes to boxing, I don't bet. I make my pick and I throw it out there. Trust me. Plus, I get shit wrong too. I picked Fernando to lose against Tim Tszyu in a rematch, and I picked Brandon Figueroa to beat Stephen Fulton in a rematch. So I'm not perfect, you know. And this fight's still going on. This fight ain't over, you know. And I still was like, I don't know, because the unknown. You never know what can happen. People forget a knockdown ain't the end of the fight. You just go down 2 points to score. Norm can get back, and we have to see how Devin looks in the later rounds at this new weight, which I think he'll be fine. Trust me, I think he'll be fine. But you never know. And he broke this man's face. Yeah, Kaz. You got 2-1 Norman? I don't see that. But we can. I got 2-1 Devin. We're in the fourth round, and one of the rounds was a knockdown by Devin. But Norman seems like he's slowly recovering. He's able to kind of get in the fight a little bit now. Like, as in, like, doesn't look completely lost. Maybe it could have been a blessing that Norman got caught early so that it wasn't something later on in the fight. But Norman with the high guard gets gets caught with the jab by Devin. Devin beats him there. Norman's jab just hasn't had any success after that knockdown.
Haney always so comfortable in there. Just looks as smooth as you like.
Good check hook by Devin. Lands on Norman, and Norman immediately bum rushes, and they tie up. Norman needs to have a better offense, just not just running in, because Devin sees that. You have to be creative. You have to throw all different type of. You can't just lead with a leaping left hook like Brian Norman did. And Devin goes to the body, 2, 3 hooks to the body, and Devin's roughing him up in the clinch. Norman right now is literally just leaping with a left hook. You can't leap just with a left hook. Earlier in the fight, Brian was trying to set up by faking with a right, going with the left, faking with the left, going to the right. Brian hasn't really done a lot of level changes, so everything's coming over to the top. So it's not really a lot of creativity from Norman, and Devin just seems to be very comfortable. I saw the knockdown, wonder what he said to him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That needs to be a question. But if Devin wins tonight, it'll be a 3 division. And
after what happened against Ryan Garcia, that was the first fight back. This is a different story now.
He said something to Brian. Yeah, he did. He walked over, man. There's a boxer from UK. His name is Stormy Norman. He had 100 fight knockdowns out of he won 1. Devin's jab looks on point. Norman is definitely struggling to box Devin, and he eats another jab after doing another just leaping left hook. Norman is relying a lot on his time and athleticism, and he's not fundamentally setting up his shots, which is putting Devin in a great position to land another great counter that could potentially hurt and rock Devin. As in right now, man, Devin's in control of this fight. I give Brian the first round, but since then, Devin's won so far the next 3 if this round concludes, but 1 being a knockdown. But Brian just does these leaping left hooks, man. I don't know if he feels like he's in range with Devin, and that's why he keeps trying, but after like 12 failed attempts of just leaping left hooks, this Brian is just looking very one-dimensional and fundamental. He's using a jab to try to keep Devin off him, but then when he tries to counter, he tried to do a fake right-left, but it's kind of the same motion, and Devin gets out of that range in general, and just Norman just looks out of place. So at this point, man, I really don't know what type of adjustments Norman needs to do, but they need to get done because I got 3 to 1 with one of them being a knockdown. I honestly really see something where Brian Norman has to just turn this into a brawl. But the question is, does he have that in him? I know that we've seen him get in a brawl with a brawler, but can he actually roughhouse and force a boxer into that predicament? It's a whole nother different dynamics when it comes to being able to cut off the ring, keep him there, and actually have good shot selections while you're at it and work and not let him clinch you, right? And it seems like Haney kind of has some of the strength to be able to control the clinch, and he even fights in the clinch with Norman. So very interesting kind of dynamics where the bully's getting bullied to a certain degree, and Norman is kind of out there in the ocean without a paddle, just lost. You know, I wonder what his corner's saying. Conor would destroy both fighters. How many power shots they got? It's not a very high active power shot fight, but it's definitely a fight where you can kind of tell that Norman is looking extremely out of place. He's just doing a lot of athletic leaping shots and just relying on just basic one jab with no real setup. Devin's out beating him with the jab. He looks so much faster than Norman. He has better control of the range. And Devin has a right hand that catches Norman at times with. Jeez. He had a right and a left on Norman. And Norman still has blood coming out of his nose as we speak. I don't like Haney, but I got to give him props, man. He's well conditioned. He has good fundamentals. It's going to be tough for Norman to come back unless he stops him. Norman really does have to go for broke. You know, I mean, unless he really feels like he can catch, you know, and when you get a guy that actually falls in love with his power, which has kind of been the theme, Norman has been knocking guys out consecutively. Oh, and a good right hand from Devin catches Norman.
Beautiful shot. That was a delayed jab.
And remember, guys, the Boca Chica fight, Norman got caught with a right hand. And Norman did not use a jab to enter. He just threw a winging right hand and got caught with a right hand himself, wide open. So kind of just using that film, Devin is a lot faster than Boca Chica. And if Norman does that, Devin's going to time him and catch him, just like Boca Chica did. Just like how he caught him earlier. Devin by knockout. I can feel Norman lost this fight. Son of a... my man said, son of a... Jack Calero picked Ben head apart. Norman said he couldn't knock him down, and Dev said, "What if I do?" Well, there you go. And there's blood on Norman's face. Blood pouring out of his nose. Norman's wiping blood. Oh, and he's a right hand from Devin. Every time Devin lands a right hand, it is like a flush, clean right hand that just doesn't even get a hesitation from Norman. Just pure flush shot. I didn't see it coming. I couldn't react. Just immediate right hand in the face. And that's just experience. Devin has been fighting guys that are a lot harder to hit, a lot of mobility, and he's also grown as a fighter. Like I said earlier, the Ryan Garcia fight could have been a blessing. He learned that I'm not a come forward knockout artist. I am a patient, calculated, I capitalize on your mistakes kind of fighter, and that's what you see. Norman is now making so many mistakes that Devin still doesn't want to capitalize on it because he still is being cautious and responsible, which people will say scared of running, but he's also learning that this guy's a power puncher. I could get caught at any moment. I have to make sure these shots count when they count, and I don't really need to bang with this guy if I'm winning the rounds. Effectively, without running, and definitely make my shots count, and that's what Devin's doing. Smart boxing, intelligent shot selection, not overexerting himself, not putting himself in dumb positions, and actually putting on what many people will probably say is a masterclass, because people said Norman was going to knock him out, right? But remember, Norman was the favorite, and the bookies moved it to a pick'em. You always got to wonder why stuff like that happens. I'm not saying there's manipulation, but it's just like sometimes odds go out there and they're just out there. But then when you get close to the fight, you got to see the weigh-in, you got to see certain stuff. Devin looked really composed at this weight. Like, he didn't look sunk in. He looked real happy, real chill, probably went out and did whatever. Didn't really look all beat up, shoving, pushing. I think he was actually excited at the first face-off. And I know some people were saying he looked nervous, but I think maybe the commentary said nervous. I don't know if it was the commentary said it, but nervous energy and excited energy is the same. It pulls on the same place. So now Haney's winning right now, 4-1 with one knockdown, and Brian Norman looks lost. And can we see Brian Norman get himself in a position where he can win this fight? He's so behind the scorecards going into the 6th round that now he's going to really need a knockout. Conor versus Haney next. I mean, it's a fight that can happen. There's a lot of fights that can happen. Norman right now still hasn't figured out anything. He's still just using his jab, ineffective. Every time he throws a punch out, he just seems to be just leaving it out there because he's not landing it on nothing. He's not getting any contact. He can't even touch Devin with it. Can't even touch Devin's elbow, his arm, his fist. I think Norman might have caught Devin with a nice little left hook right there while Devin was trying to extend the jab, but Devin ate it well. But Norman is just rushing forward, looking extremely fundamentally lost. Does not know how to... Oh, 2 good body shots from Norman. Running in, changed the pace. Changed what he would normally throw as a high head shot to the body. So he had some success right there on Devin and landed 2 good shots to the body. But right now, Devin's still in control of the fight. I think a good job from Norman now. Norman's starting to land a couple shots right now. Norman again with just a random leaping left hook, not setting nothing up, not following up with anything either. Just no fall through with a right, no nothing, just leaping left hook, couple jabs that's just, I feel like they're almost just trying to measure his distance, but he can't land nothing. And Devin's not running. He's in the center of the ring with Norman, and Norman's choosing to box with him. It's almost like, and please don't crucify me with this comparison. It's just an analogy. It's almost like Floyd and Canelo, where Canelo, why are you boxing with Floyd? Norman, why are you boxing with Devin? You know? And that's what it is. Devin's in the middle of the ring. Norman's in the middle of the ring. And Norman is making this very comfortable for Devin. Norman is getting out jabbed. Ryan can't counter any of the shots that Devin's throwing. And he can't slip the jab either. He's just eating these punches.
I don't recall him taking a big power punch yet to the face.
Impressive performance by Devin Haney tonight, man. And for a lot of people who picked against Devin, you got to give him credit, you know. And then a lot of people who picked Haney to beat, I get it. A lot of that is also coming to the idea of, well, I picked Devin because he has a lot more experience and yada, 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 and you should have picked Haney. Duh. But I know that you're still going to say, like, this was a credible win, too, you know. So it's just one of those things where fundamentally just Norman has just jumped up into a fight where it was a high risk, high reward, and he might be packed back home without a belt, you know. What percentage is that Devin landing? I don't have like a percentage or nothing on the screen, but it feels like Devin's landing like almost like 1 per 7. I mean 7 to 1. Like Norman might land 1, Devin might land like 6 punches. You know, and they're mostly jabs, right? But 1 to 6, 1 to 7. So, and yeah, Devin's the king in clutches, and Norman is not effective in the clinch. Norman is not. They're clinching 2 rounds. Someone did predict Haney to clinch a lot. I don't know, man. I mean, if anything, if you give Norman that round, I guess because he landed a couple good body shots early on. But Devin jumps up with a leaping left hook and a right and lands on Norman. Norman's starting to take some leather from Devin right now. A lot more aggressive. Oh, and a 1-2! Lands flush on Brian, and blood is pouring out of Norman, and Norman's acknowledging, shaking his head. Devin needs to not get aggressive. This is what Devin tends to do. He can make these fights really easy, but he likes to fight. There's a part of him that likes to box, but he likes to fight too.
So odd, Sergio, because let's be honest, Haney has always been safety first.
Good jab by Devin.
He just didn't want to make any mistakes. Tonight, he's going for broke in a lot of these exchanges.
Good jab again from Devin. These jabs that Devin are landing are clean, flush, and you count them. Brian Norman tried to do a leaping left hook on Devin because Devin's taking a little bit more chances. Devin got to be careful because Norman is still in mid-range and he's still trying to do the same shot, and you're giving it an easier opportunity for him. But he's starting to box, starting to move, and starting to take away that. And I think he's trying to do a check hook on Brian Norman, trying to set him up, maybe trying to give him some sort of false confidence that he's coming forward and then stepping back and catching him and capitalizing on the mistakes that Norman has been doing all night. But Devin hasn't really made him pay for those just random leaping left hooks. It feels like Devin is trying to time him with a check, maybe a check hook. But Norman landed a good left hook on Haney while Haney's trying to be a little bit more aggressive. And Norman landed another good left hook on Haney. Devin almost got caught with some good shots. And then Norman landed another good jab. Norman's starting to rough it up a little bit. He's starting to get some confidence after he started to get some leather on Devin's face. Norman's starting to pick up the pace. He's putting a little bit more aggression. He's starting to feel a little bit more confident. He's starting to make it a rough and tough fight like he should have did earlier on in the fight. But a little bit is coming from desperation. So it has to come from a place of intelligence. Norman has to come with proper aggression and not just excited because of the fact that he landed a couple good shots. They were good shots. This could be Norman's next best round since the first round, but Devin landed some good shots in here too. This could be one good right hand from Devin taking it. But those jabs. Norman with another leaping left hook. The bell didn't ring, and Devin almost made a mistake because I think they clapped and Devin walked away. Norman chased out, but then Devin made the adjustment, realized, oh shit, and turned around. Drop this. Whoever's saying Drew put down the bag. I gave Norman 1 round so far. That's what I gave him 1 round as well. That I'll make that a swing round. Maybe I'll give that a courtesy round to Norman. I'll make a swing just because Norman had a lot more successful shots in that round that maybe brought some light. But
That's a good old Mexican standoff. I can't wait. That's going to be bloody and violent.
Norman was never hurt. He was hurt in that round. The round that he got dropped in, he was hurt. He was for sure hurt. Norman just starting to seem like he's coming back, but one good hit and he'll be hurt again. He definitely feels like he can get hurt again. It definitely didn't feel like that was just a shot that just caught him off guard. It felt like it was a shot that was well placed and timed, and I feel like Norman lost a little confidence from that point, and he's starting to try to build it up. What up, Kuya? Y'all need to put some respect on Haney's name. Haney needs a hug. Did Norman win round 1? I thought Norman won the first round. Because Devin didn't really land anything, you know, and then Norman landed the best significant shot of that round. Norman is just walking with no head movement, rushing in, and they clinch. It's easy work for Haney. I have a dead even now. Really? Interesting. I mean, we're in the 8th round, so technically can't have a dead even. But Devin looks great. I picked Norman. I stand on it. This fight isn't over. No. Norman has a power punch, you know, and he's looking a little bit more lively. He landed a left hook right there on Devin, and they clinch up. But Devin isn't jabbing so much this round, so it makes me wonder what's going on. You know, Norman's capitalizing on it, though. You know, Norman is definitely trying to land that left hook, man. He's trying it all night. And he landed a good jab. He countered Devin's jab, made him miss and made him pay.
And he's coming in now with a 2-1, which is taking away the left hook, the check hook of Haney.
Norman's definitely switching it up. He's not following up with a jab. Norman's definitely trying to use that right hand now. And he's kind of throwing Devin off a little bit, which is probably going to be able to allow him to neutralize a little bit of that jab, a little bit of that left hook. He's doing, he switched up his punch. So Devin's going to have to make an adjustment and see if he does. Norman misses, they clinch, and they tussle around. Not a lot of action this round so far. I got 50 on Norman. Yeah, I think dead even too, 100. Give Dev his flowers. Wonder if Devin's got grills and shit. Not a lot of action going on right now. Norman's taking a little bit more calculated chances and switching up a little bit. Devin landed a good jab on Norman. Another jab from Devin. 30 seconds left. Devin can definitely seal the deal of this. Leaping left hook, misses by Norman. Norman landed a jab, but eats a jab. A harder jab from Haney. Another jab from Haney. Norman might have maybe countered. Devin tries to do a 1-2. They miss. They miss and they clinch.
Norman told Haney in the build-up to this, he goes, I dare you to stand in the pocket with me. For the most part, Haney's done that.
Yes, he has. Not flat-footed in the pocket, but he's been in front of Norman Jr.
And I think his dad, Senior's dad, screaming in the corner. Devin tried to counter with a left hook and barely missed. All right, we're getting ready to go in the 9th. I mean, not a lot of action that round. I mean, I guess you can probably see it a little bit either or.
What do you expect to see from Benavidez tonight?
I mean, I like the stiff jab from Devin, so I'm going to give him that. But there's not a lot of action there. I guess if you maybe like some of the activity Norman did. Is winning. I got Haney winning a round. Some people have it like close and even, but I actually have Devin winning practically 5 to 6 of them, with one of them being a knockdown. So Norman is significantly behind at this point. So I gave the first round to Norman. He looked pretty good. The second round, Devin dropped him and hurt Norman. And it looked like if there was more time, Devin could have maybe dropped him again. Afterwards, Norman was still a little hurt in the 3rd round. He was recovering a little bit, but Devin was just outboxing him. It wasn't until maybe the 7th round when Norman got some life by switching up to the body, and in the 8th round, doing a 2-1 opposed to just using his jab. but I still kind of edged that round to Devin because I liked his jab. So really, at the end of the day, I'm fishing for Norman rounds outside of the first and the 7th. Anything else, I mean, it's I don't know, maybe I'm being a little too courteous, but Devin has shown a great set of skills in the inside, the clinch, on the back foot. Norman, on the other hand, showed that this might have been a huge step up too soon. And, you know, these fighters, you've seen Abdullah Mason in a tough fight with Sam Noakes being the youngest champion now. Brian Norman used to be the youngest champion before Xander Zayas changed that. So these guys are young, and when you take these step-up fights, you learn a lot about yourself, and we learn a lot about you. You know, Devin for a while was on people's pound-for-pound list. You know, so this is not a fight to overlook. And Norman just swinging for the fences, man, just missing. Boxing isn't always about power. Facts. Word on the street, Haney's has pillow hands. Well, we got to ask Norman that. Norman Jr. probably another hype job. But see, that's going to be the narrative that's created. People built Norman up. The people that picked Norman, they built him up as that. Or they didn't believe Devin is that. Or people think this is just two hype jobs. But really, at the end of the day, Devin's leading this fight. He's controlling the fight. There's a lot of rough, and it's kind of getting ugly at this point. Not a lot going on, just a lot of clinching, turning, twisting. Norman's trying to press this action because he knows he's behind. There's no way Norman does not believe that he's ahead of this fight. And Norman's trying, man. Norman, every time he gets hit with a jab, he tries to respond, but... Oh, but Norman finally landed a left hook. He used the fake right. Left, Devin trying to fire it back, and Norman landed a left again on Devin. Devin needs to be careful. This might have been the best shot by Norman. Norman might have sealed this round. Devin always finds a way to get caught with a left, but it's boxing. Norman needs to make this a very rough fight and stop being cute about this. He may have maybe sealed this round with not a lot of action, a lot of clinching. Norman landed the best punch of that round. Norman's starting to get a little bit more confident in these later rounds. Good jab from Devin. Kind of got Norman off balance a little bit, and Norman bull rushes in and they clinch up.
Best round of the night for Norman?
The last two rounds, I would say, are pretty good from Norman Jr., but this is definitely the best one.
Well,
maybe the last
I'm going to give that round to Norman. So if I decided to give Norman the last round, and I gave Norman the 7th, that means Norman may have 4. It might be 4 to 5 with a knockdown. So Norman might be slowly coming into it on a scorecard like that.
Brian out of there, but yeah, let's see what happens.
Norman could be easily 1, 2, 3. It could be 4-5 or 3-6 knockdown. And Norman's starting to get a little bit of more of these later rounds. But at the end of the day, Devin is still up. Devin's still winning, and that knockdown has a big gap between them. So. And you got to remember, guys, it depends on what those judges see. It's not what we see. So Norman has to make sure that his shots are effective enough for those judges to respect it. A judge could be at an angle where they may have not seen that hook that landed on Devin and still feel like Devin, because of the consistency of Devin just slowly winning rounds, it becomes hypnotic after a while. So Norman needs to make a dramatic change of pace, because you can never rely on these judges. But I give Norman that round, personally. I think Norman fairly won that round because of the lack of action. Devin landed some jabs, but Norman landed a good hook that kind of seemed like it got Devin's respect a little bit. You know, I wouldn't say buckle him, but got his respect. Norman's up by 2? Well, I don't know about that. Norman fans looking crazy in the chat. Norman's going to have to iron Barkley Haney, and you have to beat the champ. Well, I think they look at Devin as the guy to get the job done, because they probably want to set up, if Ryan beats Mario Barrios and Devin, that's the biggest welterweight fight to happen since Crawford Spence. Norman landed a good right, a sneaky little right on Haney when they tried to exchange a little bit. I still feel like that knockdown on Norman was a blessing because it kind of changed the trajectory of how Norman had to approach Devin. Because Norman kind of didn't respect Devin. You know, I think he kind of came in with too much confidence. And a check hook by Devin catches Norman running in, and Norman just bull rushes and Devin clinches. Great check hook. Outlanded him in the clinch. Devin outlanded him in the clinch. I mean, yeah, he's being busy in there. He's landing those hooks. Devin tries to throw a couple jabs, and Norman steps backwards and gets out of the way. Norman tries to throw a left, and he misses, and Devin pushes him back to the ropes. Jake Paul sleeps Haney. Haney needs to move round and round, left and right, move out the lane, keep landing left and right, simple, hot, and move. Yeah, I mean, Norman's making slight adjustments, and Devin, you know, hopefully he doesn't fall asleep in there. But as in right now, we're going to get to the championship rounds.
The assassin is worried about the firepower coming back.
And
Haney for checking this monster, man. I mean,
this is kind of an anticlimactic round where Devin's just controlling the pace.
Controlling him, dominating him.
Norman Jr. turned pro at 17, fought in Mexico for 13 of his first.
No punches is thrown that whole time. Devin tried to do a leaping left hook, barely missed. Good jab from Norman.
Who have been exchanging a war of words for a few months now.
And look at him, still putting a lot of power behind that right hand. Still wanting to hurt Norman
He's
Jr.
definitely trying to land a good shot on Norman. That right hand, Devin's still trying to laser on him. Norman's kind of aware of it. Devin's trying to be creative with a leaping left hook now. Devin's starting to take chances now.
And of course that jab, that brilliant jab of Devin Haney.
Haney clinching, he's hurt, go to the body, soft. Haney's from Cali, they got the best weed. All right, getting ready to go to 11. Not gonna lie, that was kind of like a round that kind of just existed in my brain. I'm gonna put some Z's on there just so I know. I guess I give it to Devin. I guess.
No question. You know, just beat
How'd you guys score that 10th round? There was a lot of clinching going on in that. Too much clinching? Yeah, there's a lot of clinching. So that was a really hard round to score. Maybe I'm taking some of Brian's frustration and using it against him in my scoring. I just gave it 10-9 to these tweets are funny as fuck.
And in the corner, Brian Norman Jr. Sr. just told him, you better go for broke.
Yeah, he tried to whisper it that we couldn't hear, but our DAZN microphone doing a great job. And he does need to go for broke. You know,
I wonder what people were really scoring this fight. Unanimous decision, 117-111. Norman has to do something, man. Oh shit, I didn't even start the clock, my bad. Give it a draw? Don't give this a draw. Norman has to do something. Norman can tighten this up if he gets a knockdown. Because there has been some quiet, uneventful rounds, you know. I gave it to Devin, yeah, see. You know, there's been some quiet rounds. Just, you never know with those quiet rounds.
He's done well in the second half. It's a little bit Norman Jr. and it's a little bit Haney taking his foot off the gas.
You know, Devin is not showing the same versatility and success of the first 6 rounds, but I don't know if that's just because of the fact that Norman made adjustments or just Devin's just, you know, just trying to cruise a little bit and just not take too many chances after he knows he's up. Judges are not going to give you rounds for clinching. Nope. I wanted Brian to win, but I got to face reality. Can he win this fight?
Incredible, man. I mean, the run that Devin Haney's been on.
You know, you got to give Devin a lot of credit because people really thought this was a bad fight for Haney to go into. And, you know, now what's going to happen is they're going to say that Norman was inexperienced, you know, or a hype job, or we should have known, should have watched the Boca Chica fight. The fighters, Jin Sasaki, Derek Cuevas, Giovanni Santillan, you know. But that's kind of what was kind of uttered for the most part, that if you didn't think Devin couldn't beat those guys, you know, then you already have like a difference of a boxing opinion. It's really a fight of unknown. If Devin's gonna look like Devin tonight, which he is, and is Norman gonna show us a wrinkle that we really haven't seen yet? You know, and as in right now, Norman has looked as fundamentally inexperienced as people has made him out to be coming into this fight. So my cousin who been a Norman said Norman said, I mean, that's what he wants. I mean, did he count that jab? Did your cousin count that jab right there? I mean, look, I'm not throwing Norman away. I'm not. But you could definitely tell like this was a fight that was premature. You know, these fights is more of what styles and at the moment. You know, if Norman fought Devin at a particular time, this probably been a little bit more effective. But now he's fighting Devin, what many people feel like was the perfect time. Might be the worst time because this has kind of re-established Devin fighting like Devin. I'm not going to fight like Devin who fought Ryan Garcia. I'm not going to fight like Devin who fought like this against this guy. He's fighting like what we picture Devin to do. Not a Devin that, quote, runs away, as how people would say, like the Ramirez fight, but a Devin that stands his ground, moves out the way when he needs to, and takes a little bit more chances than he really shouldn't have, but he still does, like the Linares or, you know, the Ryan fight. Like, Devin does take chances. He's not all defense, which makes him exciting at times, which he gets caught with some shots, but he's showing great control, he's showing great poise, and you got to give it up to him, man, because mentally, this was a fight where maybe it wasn't a battle of skill, maybe it wasn't a skill matchup, but just really learning how to come back and be yourself. Maybe Norman isn't fundamentally the guy that can beat Devin, but Devin could mentally defeat himself going into it. And you see, as what many people say as a champion, he was able to bounce back, reinvent himself against a guy who ultimately might feel like it was a setup. I said earlier, Top Rank has an impressive record during right now after they don't have their ESPN deal. All their fighters, minus Steven Navarro the other day, has won. Delgado had a questionable decision. People thought he could have lost. But Abdullah Mason was in a tough fight, but he still won. At this point, Devin Haney is tagging Norman to the body. Norman is starting to bum rush Devin, trying to go for broke. But, you know, going for broke, trying to knock out Devin Haney in the 12th round when you have no real success and you haven't really made the adjustment to see if these things actually work, and you're just trying and guessing out in the 12th round. Norman's throwing a lot more punches now. He's taking a lot more chances. Kind of wondering where these chances would be. You're going to lose your title. It makes you wonder, man. Norman has to go for broke. He has to bring what many people felt was more dog than Devin Haney, was more grit than Devin Haney. You know, the Beast Storm.
Maybe a little bit too late for him.
Don't ever say Boots' name again. I mean, I don't think he can, man. I think he has to go back in the line. He got caught with a right hand by Devin. About a minute 30 seconds left before he loses his belt. They're clinching. Norman needs to show a little bit more urgency. He's not pushing off of Devin. He's not trying to increase the intensity. You know, when the ref is trying to break him, he doesn't forcefully break himself off and try to push the action. He just kind of just gets off of Devin. You see a sense of just a defeated fighter. The confidence isn't there. Norman does not show any type of, I can land a shot, I'm going to go for broke. Norman is really showing in his 12-round fight with Devin Haney that, man, this shit is a lot harder than what Ryan Garcia made look. This is a lot harder to catch. Man, maybe I couldn't give Ramirez a lot of shit. Norman's starting to use his forearm on Devin. 38 seconds. Can he do something remarkable? Can he catch Devin with a hook? Look, Devin might even throw it. They're just tying. Devin is just tying Norman up, making this ugly as hell. Man, Norman's right eye is closed. Norman probably can't even see out that right hand at this point. He's just throwing hooks all over the place. 12 seconds on my clock. I don't think I need to score this one. Devin Haney won this fight. Norman can't land. Devin's clinching. Devin's landing good shots in between. Norman's trying. He can't work out the clinch. It's over with. 12 rounds done. In the second round, we found out Debo Devin. Debo Devin. It's a wrap. It's over with.
When he faces Kevin Sajo. That's December 13th live on DAZN.
Easy. Over now. Time for Yarde to get knocked out. Hey, man. So what do you guys think, man? Is Devin back? Did you fall into what people will say now? This is now Brian Norman's hype. This is what now everyone's going to say. All right? What is it? The assassin hype job. Did Devin earn his spot back? Do you feel like Norman was just completely outclassed? And that's just all it was.
People question Devin Haney's heart. I question his chin. I question did he suffer
hey, man.
damage at the hands of
Welcome
Ryan
to
Garcia,
boxing.
no, this is a 3-division
Sometimes you can't base something off of one fight, and you can't base something off of performances against guys that just don't really match the caliber. Listen, people criticize Devin Haney for not having a resume, for whatever that means, because they feel like it's not Terrence Crawford with Spence or Lomachenko. Listen, you can't criticize anyone's resume truly until they're done. But you can say that a fighter hasn't stepped up in competition. And Devin has stepped up in competition multiple times. Multiple times. Listen. There's an interview when you guys get a chance. And this is no shot at Norman. I respect Norman. He dared to be great. I have a lot of respect for Norman. A lot of admiration. But I did feel like Norman was overconfident going into this fight. There was an interview I did with Brian Norman. Some of you guys might have seen it. I got killed in the comments because when I was talking to Brian Norman. I told him, I said, a lot of people felt like this fight didn't make sense. For both, right? Because the rhetoric was Devin's walking into a suicide mission, and Norman, this is a huge step-up fight. But I was referencing to Norman because I was really speaking to him, like, legitimately being honest, like, bro, if I was in your corner, this fight doesn't make sense. Why would you take a fight with Devin Haney? Even though I was still indecisive who would win because I didn't know what type of version Haney would get. All right, let's see. Oh. 114, 113. 117, 110. And new. Yeah, man. Devin won. And I did it again. Listen, I know a lot of people have their differences against Teddy Atlas, but Teddy Atlas has picked, I think, 8 out of the last 9 big fights correctly. And he picked Devin Haney to win this fight. Sean Porter is always wrong. I should have listened to Zab. No, Khan, you should come here and listen to me. Because I picked Devin. Terrible scoring, as always. I'm telling you, I don't get how the judges score. I don't know, bro. Norman needs to fire his father and get a new trainer, seriously. Bro, it's just different levels, man. This was a huge step up. As much people hate Haney, you got to give Haney a lot of credit for where he's at now, you know? So, you know, while we're getting this ready, I gotta make some videos because there's a lot of reactions now. Let's see. Ryan Garcia said I called it a while ago. Here, let me Let me get my next David Benavidez, Anthony Yarde coming up. So while I'm talking with you guys and you guys talking amongst each other, we're getting ready for the David Benavidez fight coming up. Let me get the graphics up. There we go. As a reminder real quick, guys, just to add a little bit more context to the Devin Haney fight. I mean, I said it earlier in the stream. Devin has the 3rd highest jab connect percentage. I mean, it's there for a reason. I mean, he's there next to Virgil, Inoue, Jack. When you have an effective jab, you have success. Bivol. I mean, so, and that, there we go. So we're getting ready for the Benavidez Yarde. I'm going to be working on some reaction videos while we guys wait. Devin did it. Devin always seems to pull him out. Well, listen, I mean, you got to give Brian Norman credit for trying, but you also have to realize, like, a little bit was a failure of his kind of team for maybe overconfidently putting him in a position like that, because it's a dangerous fight, you know? Really, this was a fight. What you think about it, this was really a fight for Devin to win or lose. Because if Devin showed fragile mentality, then Norman would have a better chance. But when Devin showed up, even Norman on his best day, it looked like, because there was no adjustment. He made no adjustment. So I got to make a couple of reaction videos. Let me see what we cooking with. Shakur Stevenson's congratulations, saying, good work, Dev. Boxing real good. Talk your shit, Bill, tonight. Yeah, man, Devin's back. Devin's back, man. I've been doing pretty good with these picks, man. I got the Terrence Crawford Canelo right. I got the Devin Haney right. I got the Abdullah right. I got the Bam right. I got David Benavidez now. Don't. Where's my guy who always comes in here and says that I helped him with the Edgar Berlanga pick? I didn't say bet now. I wasn't that confident to say, hey, bet. I was not that confident. But if you did listen to what I was kind of talking about Haney and why I picked, and you did take that leap, congratulations. Not sad. Still got paid. Benavidez sure win. What time? So the next fight's the ring walk should be coming up soon. You know, Devin is officially a 3-division world champion, man. You gotta give Devin credit, man, because he was really fighting more of his mind than really this fight. You know, the critics, like, a fight like this really tests you on how you can handle media, public perception, pressure, self-doubt. Remember, Devin said he lost a little confidence in himself after the Ryan Garcia's fight. So, Norman's, all right, so, all right, cool. So bear with me. If my chatting with you guys goes down a little bit, only because I am currently making reaction videos. I'm sure you guys have seen them on the channel with the tweets and stuff. So I got to make sure I'm not missing people's lives right now, you know. Norman definitely needs to go back, man. Get his head off the line, man. That was the biggest problem off this, man. No head work. No real head work movement, man. I really don't understand the game plan. You know, to sit and try to box. You know, when you sit online a little bit too much, right? And I just only just a perception. I don't know if this is the case, right? But just my perception is I've seen a lot of interviews, a lot of talking online from the Normans, as they should though. Like, they're promoting, selling the fight, but you know, it's just there's certain things in this game where it repeats itself. You see fighters of the greats do certain things and they produce certain results. And they don't take a fight like this. Don't get me wrong, some do, but it's very rare. And you really have to really matchmake yourself in a fight where you can test those abilities with someone lesser of this type of style so that you can prepare for it. Jumping cold turkey into because you feel like you can is always a recipe for disaster at times. So, hey, bro, you just gave a lot of insight on Berlanga. I'm fooling around too much, taking him light, and I picked the other guy, and he gave well, look, dumps, but thank you for your input because I win. You do, man. But you know what? To be fair, I'm not perfect, but I cover the sport for a living, so I should have better takes. Not they're perfect, but I would assume that my takes come from some sort of boxing insight. Because imagine if I cover it and I'm still trash, which I can be. You know, Shakur, and also you got to also look at this too. His peers picked him too. Shakur picked him. Ryan picked him. You know, that says a lot too. And sometimes fighters, even though that they may necessarily not see eye to eye, want to face each other, they also respect the caliber of opposition that they're in because they've been doing it since the amateurs. They've been doing it for a while. They know what they're capable of doing. They've sparred with them. So Ryan Garcia called it right. Shakur called it right. So let's see your top 10, man. Let's see what your top 10 says. And like I said, I'm reading the chat. The next one's David Benavidez. I know a couple of you guys are leaving because the simple fact is, you know, like, I get it. That was kind of the main event. But we still got David Benavidez tonight. Let me get some of these videos up. And let's see. Let's see how I can contribute to this, you know, the coverage. All right, let me get Ryan Garcia up. Ryan Garcia reacts. Let me get Shakur. Let's see what we're doing with. Every time I'm taking your advice and talk about a box that could be underlooked ever since I listened to you now. You do a good job. You know your stuff, and I have not lost yet. Thank God. Hey, I'm not perfect, though, bro. So there's going to be a time I'm going to disappoint. I felt like I led a lot of people into the Canelo Crawford astray a little bit, but if you really listen to a lot of my interviews, and at the end of, by fight week, I ended up picking Crawford, but I didn't state it here. I did it on Yahoo Japan. So because of that, I don't know if everyone really saw my take, but it is out there. I can always prove that I got that Canelo Crawford fight right. Ben's 29 years old and never fought for a title. He hasn't. The biggest winner is Haney. Yeah, I know they got Conor on, which I don't see Conor beating. Conor has a style, once again, that helps Devin. He leaps forward. He doesn't really set up his shots. I mean, personally, he relies on his athleticism. Yeah, that's just how I look at it. But let me see. Boom, boom, boom. But we're almost getting ready to David Benavidez fight. I'm getting reactions up. Let's see. I got. Let me see if I can get Shakur. I got Regis reacting. Ben is garbage. Yeah, I wouldn't favor Ben. Ben still has a lot to prove for me, man. Like I don't really know how to describe it, but I think Conor comes from the same tutelage of just needing to learn and take his time with the sport of boxing. He doesn't have the amateur pedigree of these guys. You know, he also has the issue of having to drop down in weight. We have to see how he looks coming down to 147. I mean, it's just a lot of things, you know, and beating Chris Eubank, no offense to Chris Eubank, just doesn't, in a weight drain, Chris Eubank definitely does not help me really decipher if he's able to go in there and hang with Devin Haney, who just put on a very solid performance in his first 147, well, kind of technically second, but, you know, one legitimate. So, and, yeah, man, for the people who said this is Regis 2.0, Would you say this was Regis 2.0? How would you ultimately describe this? All right, let me change the music. Devin hits soft. They say, look at his opponent's face. You know what's funny? I was telling some people, like, he's a really good tattoo artist. He may not knock out people, but he does a really good job tattooing their face. So, however you want to spin it, that hurts. So, who do you want to see Haney fight next? Ryan Garcia, Ken. What's up, my boy? What's up, my boy? Shout out to my boy, Ken. He went to the Laura media workout. He's recently added to the FightHype crew. He'll be covering. He did an interview with Shane Mosley. Check it out. Bob Santos, which you need to go see Bob and see how he thinks about this, because his fighter might disrupt the Ryan Garcia rematch, because you know that's what Devin wants. Who's the sad prick with 10 accounts spamming? I don't know. The next fight will be a TKO. Possibly. You know? David is starting to get acclimated in his second weight class, so in his third fight, so you know, there's still questions, but I think Yarde will present challenges early on, but I just feel like David can maintain a consistency in the second half. Yarde is a guy that kind of fades, and even if David does not look great early on, which is a high chance he might not, he'll still kind of grit it out, and then something about him, it's like it's only so much that you can try to slow David down till you realize you can't, and then by that time it's too late. He's about to run you over. So you're better off just trying to, I don't know, I just don't know how you beat David. You either knock him out or you have to be an elite boxer that can go 12 rounds. And it's so hard to keep that pace because David literally, you know how Norman didn't keep the pressure on Devin? He kind of was in mid-range and was trying to box and he was wary. David's like, fuck your range. I'm putting pressure on you. Same with Arthur. So David and Arthur, that's a fight where it's two trains coming together. So I'm really curious because Yarde's probably going to be boxing, you know, this fight. No, serious, you do a good job, man. I'm 55. A lot of announcers have their favorite fighters and their bias and the ones that they don't like. And you, bro, you give everybody the credit and you know, bro. You know, I really appreciate that, David. And to be honest with you, to be frank with you, from the little time that I've been talking to Brian, which was probably a little bit like a year and a half, I like Brian, but you know, I've covered Devin for a really long time, so there might be a little bias, you know, for Devin to win, and it's normal. Like I tell this all the time, is a lot of people will lie about it as a reporter and say I'm not biased. Look, I'll tell you, I'm gonna try not to be biased. I've been covering Devin for almost 10 years, and I've had a lot of access and been very privileged of being able to cover him up close. And really, at the end of the day, I do see some of the shortcomings that people claim, but I do see a lot of great stuff that he can do. And so for that, you know, I personally really thought that Devin was just not himself. Those two, really the Ryan fight, not the Ramirez fight. So, and seeing Devin win was something that does kind of make me smile a little bit. You know what I mean? But I would also love to see Brian Norman bounce back, because as much as I've been covering Devin, I would like to cover Brian Norman. And I would love to see his comeback story, because you guys remember, even though Devin's undefeated, this was kind of Devin's redemption. You get what I'm saying? Like his redemption story. When it's the start, it should be coming up soon. They estimated 9 p.m. ETA, but this is obviously, you know, running a little later. But it's the next fight coming up. But I would love to see Brian take his time, and plus, yeah, see, Ryan was on PEDs, right? But I do feel like, for the most part, Brian was just an inexperienced fighter. Just like Canelo was an inexperienced fighter when he fought Floyd. And I'm not drawing that comparison because, like, oh, I think Devin Floyd or Brian Canelo. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, like, a fighter can learn a lot from that fight. And I really, truly think that Norman could bounce back from that fight and really ultimately become a better fighter. He's only like 22, 23. He didn't really take damage. So And the welterweight division isn't really that deep. So for the most part, I would love to see Norman recapture the title. I think some of the hype of the Duran Ennis goes away a little bit. I do feel that let's see. Let me get this. Rolly drop Ryan. Wow. What up, Phil Flexen? Haney won. Yep. Weren't you in my stream when I told you that? Not too long ago? No? I can't remember last time I talked to you. Was it a Duran Ennis fight? I'm amazed with Dev. It'd be like that. Let's see. Ryan Garcia reacts to Devin Haney dropping and beating Brian Norman Jr. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Let me put this. Shakur Stevenson reacts to Devin Haney dropping. So yeah, so we're getting ready for the Benavidez fight coming up. I had left. Who is Rolly? Hey, Rolly is the guy that beat Ryan. I'm amazed with Dev. After that last fight, Imagine Yarde knocks out the monster. That for sure would be one of those type of situations where it's like, well, damn, I was gloating that I was getting picks right, and then sure enough, that was the outlier. But you know, when you watch boxing for a little bit, you can kind of tell like how these fights are set up. This was definitely a toss-up, the Norman and but at the same time, like I said, it's really about what was Devin really doing in the Ryan Garcia fight. He was trying to fight him. He was trying to knock him out. He was trying to do all that stuff. He did not try to do that with Norman. And you saw how much of a difference is, which might be a huge inkling on how maybe the rematch would be. So let me get this. Shakur. Rolly won against Ryan, big upset. Haney kind of undefeated. Dev looks solid, yeah. Shakur, let me see. And you got to give Bill Haney a lot of credit. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but listen to this. The reason why you got to give him a lot of credit is because he told Crawford you could beat Canelo, and he told Dev you could beat Brian Norman. All right. So just like Boxing Guru says, stop hating, bro. Give Devin his credit. Congratulations, Dev. You gotta. What does Bill always say? Don't down him, crown him, right? Nah, bro, I love that you give props to the loser. Yeah, man, because what happens is that people act like when a fighter loses that they can't recapture a title. They can't. Something remarkable can't happen. They can't grow from that fight. Maybe Norman did give us a fight that we shouldn't probably gotten. That's what I told Norman. You shouldn't give us this fight. The fight makes no sense. Like, maybe that was a little bit of my gut feeling saying that Devin's going to beat you, but I can't ultimately, you know what I mean? What type of conversation and that's work. But at the end of the day, I give him props for that. And, you know, I got to get a Ryan Garcia fight. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm kind of not. Now you guys are starting a little bit behind the scenes of me. I'm recording, filming, uploading, and doing a little bit of both right now. So I'm going to be calling a fight, but I'm also going to be responsible for uploading some videos. So this one's kind of going to be a hangout, less of a fight call, because I got a lot of stuff now I got to upload. But does anyone have FightHype as bias? According to what? Unsubscribe to FightHype, they bias. Why we bias, Boxing Guru? If you came in earlier, you would have heard me pick Devin. So I don't know where that comes from. Now hear me out. Maybe I am biased. Maybe I was biased for Devin because I cover Devin and I know Devin, you know? But if it's biased, oh my god, dude. I'm sorry, y'all, that these bots are coming in. Just kind of just work through them. I don't know if I could disintegrate them all. This is what they kind of do. Yeah, I think Devin has always gotten too much criticism. He's been calling out for Lomachenko. He wanted to fight Lomachenko. He couldn't get it because of politics. Regardless if he felt like it was too soon for him. I mean, I felt like he was asking for it, you know. And then after that, you know, he moves up, fights Regis. You know, after that, let me see. This is a bad picture of Ryan Garcia. So you got to give, dude, Devin, and then he beat the guy that beat Tio. Regardless of how people want to spin Kambosos and want to say all this and that, he beat the guy that beat the guy. You know, so that's just how it works sometimes, man. Sometimes when a fighter gets a lot of success, people want to see him lose and have a new breath of fresh air that comes in, and that's pretty much what Brian Norman was. He was a guy that a lot of people felt was a breath of fresh air. Oh my god, dude. I gotta get some of this stuff out. Sorry guys. Let me see if I can get some of this out of the chat. This is crazy. Alright, hold on. Man, these bots are really killing the chat experience. Dev should fight Jake Paul. Community, where is it? Let me put this. There we go. Save. Let me see if this stops the bots a little bit. With all the spam. Sorry, y'all. Let me get these spammers out. Man, a lot of people did not care about David Benavidez and Yarde. I definitely see a drop. And there we go. All right, cool. I think I've slowed the bots down a little bit. Cool. All right. All right, cool. What am I missing? I could see Devin become undisputed again. Potentially, man. I mean, he allegedly beat the best guy in the division, is what they said, right? So.
Come on, y'all. Talking about the Devin Haney Bam Rodriguez. Y'all got to tap in.
All right, hold on.
Mickey Bay had my boy looking good, man. Mickey Bay, shout out Cleveland.
Eddie and Connor have spoken. They reckon Haney is rubbish. I don't know how.
14-13 is crazy.
All right, let's see. Work. I'm gonna be reading the chat, guys. There's so much stuff I gotta upload now. So the ones that hear, they know the drill. I'll be responding and reacting. I won't be probably able to call this fight as detailed as I did, because of the fact that I'm uploading, but I will be tuning in and be watching it. So you guys also give me a good eye on this, because I expect David Benavidez to win this fight, but the only fight that was 1,000% confident was Bam. So these are big boys. These light heavyweights. You know, Anthony Yarde. It's not coming to play, so. I'm gonna up all of these. Andre Ward reacts. Let's see. Download. I'm like. Do you honestly think Haney beat Nmomah? I did. I was at that fight. Everyone called me crazy. Which I get it. I really thought people were downplaying Devin's body work in the fight. So But I'm not mad at people thinking Nmomah won. I mean, I thought. Let's see. I'm gonna get this thumbnail for Andre Ward. Sorry, give me 1 second. I gotta get this Andre Ward rush. I blocked them all. They in the ring. At least now there's no one. Oh no, for sure. I'm gonna call it. It's just gonna be a pretty rough call because now a whole bunch of content is coming out, and this is where, like, I have to like call and make some stuff. Boom. All right. I got the clock coming off. So this is going to be kind of a botched job, but you know everything about boxing, UFC, you're telling knowledgeable, educational about. No, I really appreciate you guys, man. You know, like, I'm definitely going to do a lot more of these chats so that you guys will get a little more of my insight, not just fight night. Man, Yarde looks big. Like, he looks like a big ass light heavyweight. Like, Jesus, he kind of, I want to say he makes David look small, but I'm curious, man, how Yarde's gonna do. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. Andre. David got Yarde on the ropes. I give Anthony Yarde a lot of props because he took a fight like this after those other fights. And, you know, he's on his back foot. David's putting that pressure. Totally expected Yarde to be boxing, so. Praying for a miracle, man. It could be. It's a light heavyweight. Yarde is definitely going to be his strongest early on. But David has a really good way of just somehow turning the tides. And from that point, then it's over with, man. You think Yarde's getting knocked out late? You know, David hasn't had a knockout at light heavyweight, right, RG? So it's one of those questions, like, is he just going to be dominant, you know, and just kind of outwork these guys? Because Yarde is really big, like you said, Hank. Yarde is being so big, and it's going to slow him down. I mean, he tends to fade, you know, that relentless pressure that David pushes might push Yarde to really have to go into another gear and really push his stamina, because every person that seems to fight David usually breaks down because they just can't keep up that pace. So we'll see. Yarde is a big puncher, so David's definitely wary of that, and he's not going to be, you know, taking that for lightly. So, you know, Yarde might be the bigger puncher to a certain point, just because the fact puncher because of the weight class that he's in. But David might accumulate and kind of break him down. So we got to see how these shots look like on Yarde. Yarde backing up a lot after saying he only going to walk forward. Yarde being so big and going to slow him down. The fight's not free, yeah. Of course that size is going to slow him down. It makes the stamina weaker, like you're saying now. Yeah, I mean, I think he's always had stamina issues, though, you know? I mean, that might maybe be the reason why. Because he's kind of always on his back foot, minus the Kovalev fight. He fought Arthur a little bit, but he got pushed back. He just seems to always fizz out a little bit, so I just don't know what to say or call it, but David just never really has stamina issues at this point of his career. And he hasn't had to do the big drastic weight cut, so it's definitely going to work in David's favor when it comes to being able to drag this fight to later on. So Benavidez knows this, and he's been trained specifically for stamina. Yeah, and he's just probably just taking his time, you know. He's fought guys like Caleb Plant, who was a great front runner and then kind of fizzled out. Boo Boo, who kind of tunnel visions and fades out later. Like, Yarde kind of fits that same kind of description. So, all right, I gotta get this Terrence Crawford video up. TKO between 5 and 9, you say, Aaron? Sorry, you might hear some music. That just comes from my laptop. David's starting to exchange a little bit with Yarde. And he's starting to land a jab on Yarde. Yarde catches him with a good left. Most muscular fighters have stamina issues. True, that's why they say it's not a bodybuilding competition. So you're hitting it right on the nail. Those guys typically carry a lot of weight, tire themselves out. Most boxers don't really put on that much muscle. And so because of that, you know, Yarde doesn't really come from a true boxing foundation from like the amateurs. He started late, so part of it might be a little bit of his physique. But, you know, he's big guys. Let me see what else can I put up. Good right hand to the body by David. They're trading. Yeah, they are. Yarde seems like he's had a good chin, you know, to be able to bang it out with Arthur. And outside of David being dropped when he was young, he hasn't really fought someone his size that punches this hard. So people still are questioning if he's able to take a punch from a true light heavyweight. And Yarde might maybe be a test if he lands. But David has him in the corner, and he's starting to let his hands go. Yarde turns David and puts him in the corner, and David's just slow, not using a lot of energy, plotting forward. Let me get Terrence Crawford. Oh, David's starting to let his hands go and starting to catch Yarde on the corner. Yarde looks so much slower than David. When it comes to hand speed, David. But good movement from Yarde and good pot shot jab from Yarde. So we got the Benvidez fight going on right now. So we're in the third round. About to start soon. Only muscle guys I remember that had great stamina was Holyfield and Tim Bradley. Yeah, some people might not give Holyfield all the credit because he's failed a drug test, you know, but that was kind of later for what seems to be his heart. I need to find a good picture of Terrence smiling. Let's see. Where is Terrence? There we go. Maybe not this one. But so far, Yarde's doing pretty good. You know, it's all about keeping Benavidez on his toes, good movement, and then being able to maintain a good sense of distance and not engage. And then the hardest part, not get tired. I probably won't have a true scorecard, unfortunately, because like I said, I'm uploading videos and it's kind of part of the gig, you know. You know, doing a live and uploading videos is definitely a task, but it's the only way it could be done, right? Doing a live stream, talking. Tyson had amazing stamina for his size. Of course, I mean, Mike Tyson. Tyson didn't have the punch output. Yarde being knack. And another 5. Dangerous Wild. He has energy. Hopefully, Phil was definitely on the juice. Yarde is definitely not afraid of David. You know, he's willing to fight David. Willing to exchange. You know, there's a little resistance on David right now. But David still seems to be the faster of the two, and so it just a moment in time where if David does let his hands go, is Yarde going to be able to capitalize in between those combinations? Or, man, good left hand by David. Pushes Yarde back. Man, I already see David breaking Yarde down. If Yarde don't catch him with something, or with a good counter, I think David is going to just take control, man. But good composure, man, just for 3 rounds. Man, David's letting his hands go on Yarde. Throwing combination. Yarde's throwing just 1 or 2 in between. David's starting to let his hands go. Oh, good left by David. Oh, man, David is just starting to really tee off on Yarde. I'm curious if Yarde can land something to get some respect. It doesn't really look like it. Oh, good 1-2 from David. Man, David is starting to really get in his groove. I think at a matter of time, I think Yarde's going to take over, so. I think he needs to get his respect. If Yarde doesn't get his respect at this point, it's not going to look good. As long as David doesn't make any mistakes, seems like he's going to win this fight pretty comfortable. Yarde seems to just be trying to hang there. Yeah, man. And a part of him, too, is when he throws his punches, he's not really playing it, so he's not really getting good leverage off his shots. And he's either being pushed back or just moving around, so. And just David just a little bit more sharper, man. He's by no means going for a win, what you call going for it. Yeah, man. I mean. Oh, we're in the 4th round. My bad. You know, David's being very poised. I think earlier when I was saying that, someone was kind of saying that they felt that David has showed a lot of professional growth in his fighting. Not being over anxious, not applying unnecessary pressure. Just being very patient. Not just being this relentless guy. He's getting his head off the line. Using solid defense. You know, and there's certain opportunities I think Yarde can actually maybe capitalize on David. Doesn't really seem like he's pulling the trigger, so. Maybe he's trying to wait for a counter shot on the ropes. He landed a good shot on David, but David threw another combination. The activity at this point of David is just night and day difference, so. Yarde landed a good right on David, but David doesn't respect it, and he's still putting a lot of pressure. Jeez, these bots, bro. This dude, David, is just relentless with his pressure. Non-stop. Hasn't took a step back since the 1st round. Alright, I gotta get some of these bots out. David's just letting his hands go, and Yarde's just sitting there, just taking it, not getting off the ropes. All right, let me figure out how to get this. Sorry, y'all. I know these bots always kill the chat. There we go. David always looks small, but he has that power. I mean, he's moving up in weight for this fight, so am I not stopping these bots? Are they still coming through? Hold on, I gotta probably put this word in. I'm gonna get rid of that. But yeah, I mean, it's just his just relentlessness, his accuracy, his well placed shots. I mean, he's landing flush. And something about him, man, it's just you don't get a breathing room. And David Benavidez tells him, "Come on, come on," and he holds Yarde's head back, and he's throwing like, "Oh, Yarde just letting David just tee off on him." What the hell was that, Yarde? You did. David Benavidez held Yarde's head like it was a bare knuckle fight and just uppercutted the shit out of him. Just kept punching the shit out of him. He just let him hold his head. What the? Yarde just let him hold his head. My boy Icy said snack. Snack fighters need to be exposed. I mean, one day, if it's true, if that's what it is. But until then, man, Norman got cheated. I don't know about that, brother. I don't know about that. Oh yeah, I need to put up Regis, right? Regis reacts. Who else is around in that division that I'm missing? Come on, bro. You know they cheat, and I'm not hating. I just don't like cheaters. The only thing is I can't. How am I going to sit on this platform and say something like that when I have no legitimate like claim? You know, I mean, could I be suspicious? I'm suspicious of everyone in boxing, to be fair, Icy. And does Victor Conti and Memo and all those guys add more suspicion? Of course it does, you know? It definitely doesn't really help the fighters when they're around people like that or they're associated with it, right? So I'm not disagreeing with you. I just can't really, you know what I mean? Like I can't really, because there's a coat that I can't put on people when at the end of the day, like I have no legitimate evidence. No, I know. Or ask for insight. You just got to say it, but you just got to say the truth. Look, for what it's worth, when you're around suspicious people, suspicion is worth putting on around the people around them. You know, it's a valid thing. You know, so for that, I can't really speak on the stuff because I'm not a scientist, but I can say that it is an extremely fair point to say that if someone is working with a nutritionist and they feel that because the nutritionist has been caught doing stuff with other fighters, that there is valid suspicion towards the fighters that are associated and working with them. Absolutely. Without a doubt. And that goes with everybody. With, like you said, Icy. So, but, you know, with that all being said, I just can't definitively, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're on the same page. You know what I mean? You just feel more strongly, and I can't disagree. Yarde, yeah, dude. To be honest with you, Yarde is getting cooked. The moment where David grabbed the back of his head and just went, yeah, but, you're almost like, what's the point of watching this? David is just creating random highlights at will. He held his head and punched him like 12 times. Yarde's going to get tired, bro. Yeah. I understand why everyone came for the Devin and Norman fight because it's just That was the fight that had a lot of suspicion and questions, man. And when the stocks were low, man, he reminded everybody how dominant a fighter he was. So, oh, hi, Turkey looks nervous on his investment. Dumpster juice, Floyd with Discord. Man, dude, I got so many videos I gotta make. Oh my lordy. It's good, man. TKO coming for sure, man. When you find working link, let me know. Let me put Regis. Yeah, man, he's Yarde is getting cooked, bro. There's really not a lot of commentary except for Yarde's gonna have to land something big. He doesn't really seem like he's going for it. He's landing he's throwing a couple 1-2s here and there. His punches have no effects, and that might have been a shot that got David's respect actually right there. He actually is pushing David back on the ropes, and he's starting to let his hands go a little bit. David's on the ropes, but he caught Yarde with 2 good hooks and sent them back. Yarde looked like he actually had success a little bit. Going to the body. Got warned for going low. But Yarde's making some adjustments right now. Man, I'm going to have to clean up a lot of these damn thumbnails. Yeah, Yarde 5 rounds down. Yeah, 5 rounds down, round 6. Brother, like I said, I'm trauma nurse picking up, so I don't got to tell you. I thank you for what you do, bro. I catch up with you. Absolutely, man. No, I appreciate you, man. Listen, you're a trauma nurse. I'm just a guy that just covers boxing and talks about it. And I'm not really even truly giving an amazing breakdown on this fight, unfortunately, because, you know, there's a lot of content needs to go up on the platform. So I'm kind of have my hands full right now with this. But, you know, with that, it's kind of my way of showing you guys how I work a little bit. You know, right now I'm on social media, grabbing stuff off Twitter, Instagram. You know, a lot of fighters that are part of the storyline of these fights, and they play an instrumental role to this. But David is just cooking. Yarde is officially bleeding out his right nostril, his left nostril. He wiped it. He looked at his glove to see how much blood. You know, he's a little, he's kind of concerned a little bit about things outside getting punched, and he gets with a right. The blood seems to be bothering a little bit. Yarde is getting punished, man. His eyes are starting to, yeah, man. Make David versus Arthur, man. Man, Yarde about to go to sleep, man. They don't stop, dude. He might. This is more dominant than Art. Oh my God, dude. There's no way in hell to put. There's no way you could put Canelo in a fight with this dude, bro. Bro, it's over with. Dude, there's so much blood all over the place, dude. Just end this fight. Yeah, Yarde is nacked. This is absolutely grotesque. Oh my lordy. Dude, there's so much blood. There's blood all over the canvas, blood on the back of the buckle, blood all over his shoulders, blood over. Just save this man, dude. TKO, just save this man, dude. I don't know what you can tell Yarde. Fights like this, man, sometimes you just have to just look at it and be like, dude, it's really not a game plan at this point. I mean, Yarde lands a good shot here or there, but he has to want to fight him. He's going to have to want to go for it. And I don't know. Why is that? Why is Devin not beating up the... Son can't beat. I'm betting. Whatever. They might stop this fight. This is going to get in the next few rounds. Dude, it's over with. My man said, I'm proud of Dev. He did his thing, man. Hell yeah, respected Devin. That was beautiful. It was one of those type of fights where Norman dared to be great, man. Dude, Yarde is looking like a bloodbath right now. Just stop this fight. I didn't even start the timer on this next round because why, dude? Dude, David is just punishing this guy. It's over with. Yarde went down in the corner. He's not going to get up. Yarde's getting up. Man, this fight's over, bro. Just would say I'm convinced, period, that Canelo ducked Benvidez for a reason. And that's always going to be a scar. You know what? At the rate that David's beating the crap out of these guys, man, I'm cool with it, Eric. The way if he go out there and start sleeping bivels I respect the duck. Because David is having his way with Yarde. David is having his way. Oh my God, left hook to the body. Yarde ain't even throwing punches. Let Yarde go out on the shield. Like Canelo always duck Benvidez, man. I see why. Oh my God. Dude, Yarde is just getting punched. Stop the fight. Just stop the fight. Just stop the fight. Tundi, stop. Oh! Left. Oh my God. What the hell? Corner? Norman wasn't experienced. Nope, he wasn't. Mexican Monster finna get the TKO, man. Up. Oh, man. Oh my goodness. Tundi, bro. You were about to get this man. Yep, they had to stop it. The ref had to stop it, man. Tundi, man. Tundi, man. David TKO, man. His corner should have stopped that, man. Absolutely insane. What round? The 7th. Yeah, Yarde got stopped. It was in the 7th round, dude. what was the fight tonight? Abdullah and Sam Noakes. So this is what I would probably say, because David just crushed Yarde. Ass beating of the night, David Benavidez. And then Bam Rodriguez is a second. Fight of the night, Mason and Noakes. And to a certain degree, performance of the night, I think is fair to say, is Devin Haney, because he started off as a true underdog in many people's parlays. Upset based off the bookies until they kind of changed the line a little bit. So I think Devin deserves performance of the night. I think David had the ass whooping of the night. And I think Abdullah, Mason, and Noakes has the fight of the night. Oh, for sure. I mean, he could have probably made it a little bit more easier, but he wanted to take some chances, man. So took away Norman's tools. I don't even... It's going to sound a little harsh, but maybe Norman just didn't really have the tools in the first place. You know? It was a huge step up for him. Someone in here talked about something about Greg Hackett. Me and Greg were on the same page then. Lost every round. My man said crazy. Devin sucks. You know, Norman just didn't have the footwork, bro. Man, dude, I can agree with that statement as well. I just always felt that this was a fight where if you're going with Norman, it's a gut pick. You feel like he can do something, because really, if you go with your intelligence, what has Norman shown to really give you some sort of belief that if we're only basing off of footage that he was going to beat Devin? The only thing you're going off is if Devin wasn't himself. And Norman has a wrinkle that we just haven't seen. So, right now, Benefited stock goes. I expect Arthur and Better to step it up. Play, dude. Yeah, David cooked him. Dude, who the hell is gonna stop David at this point? David graded himself as a B+, but he said people wanted to see the knockout, so Emiliano. He's announced May 2nd he's going up to cruiserweight to fight Zurdo Ramirez. Bro, he already looking to be a 3-division world champion. Damn, man. Hey, I went 4 for 4 today, man. Today's a good day. Let's see what Oscar De La Hoya is posting. Yep, Melatonin Haney did win. Yeah, Bam's cooked, bro. Bam was doing his thing. Oh, man. All right. So, I know I got a good, decent amount of you guys in here, and I got a lot of content to really get into. So, for what it's worth, I think instead of you guys just watching me just work, right? I appreciate you, David. O'Shaquie Foster versus Fulton is next. Who you got? Man, I hate picking against people who I picked against in a fight where I thought they would win. But I kind of favor O'Shaquie Foster in that fight, Noah. I'm not going to lie. You know, I usually hate picking against guys that proved me wrong, because Norman proved me wrong with the Giovanni Santillan. But I picked against him and I was right. So I do feel like I'm going to pick against Fulton again in the O'Shaquie Foster fight. And there's no disrespect, because if you win, as in my opinion, as the underdog, that's a bigger win than you beating a guy and I believe in you. Because that means you have overcame something that I didn't think you could do. So I just think that's more impressive versus just thinking, oh yeah, he's going to do it. I think O'Shaquie Foster. One thing people forget in boxing, that I don't care how great or less a better fighter is, a knockout will not always happen. Facts. You know, I mean, shoot, Devin almost knocked out Norman. You know? And it be like that, man. It be like that. So, I have O'Shaquie who can KO him. It's not a sweet fight for Fulton, man. That's a dangerous fight. I know Top Rank usually gets things right, and they got one wrong today, and they got one wrong yesterday, but yep. You watch boxing long enough, man, you get a gut feeling at times. Arthur Beterbiev still beats Benavidez, in my opinion. Yeah, that's a tough fight, bro. Even at 49, at 99, with 12 injuries, Arthur arguably could still beat everybody up. So, unfortunately, we might not get the Dave and Arthur now, because it looks like we're getting Zerto on David. But you know what? Sometimes waiting around for fights to happen, you got to let your career go. And that whole Bivol and Arthur situation is, once again, drag David down in another division, just waiting around. So, got to do what's best for him. And I think getting another title in third division would just add to his accolades, especially where it can maybe set him up for a Jaya Pataya fight, you know? So, you got a good commentary. I will catch you live again. Appreciate you, Eric. Yeah, man. I think today was a good stream, man. I might maybe go live later. I don't know if tonight, or I might do a post. Maybe I'll come back live after I start getting some of the stuff and do like a post review to chat some boxing. But I'm gonna really get to these reactions, and then if not today, maybe tomorrow. So you guys stay locked here on FightHype. I really appreciate you guys. I know I got a good chunk of you guys, but I always appreciate you guys just rocking with me. It was a fun stream. Hope you guys learned a lot. And not likely. I like how you talk and don't pick sides. I always like your commentary from the Netherlands. Keep going, bro. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, man. The big thing is I always want to give people the benefit of the doubt 5-star, because I really, even though if I ever have a biased opinion or favoritism because of a relations that I might know a fighter or whatever the case is, you know, I really want to give the fighters their strengths and then come with my honest gut feeling. And that's all I'm really coming with. I don't really know who's really going to win. But when you watch it enough and you cover it enough, you tend to get these things right more than wrong. So at the end of the day, man, I appreciate you guys. You guys have a good night. You guys take care, man. Thanks, Temp. Thanks, Ken, man. We going to cook. I'm going to call you sometime. We're going to talk next week, Ken. We're going to get some stuff. Bro's a real monster. Do David. David's such a monster. I understand why 400, 500 people left, because they didn't really think that was going to be a competitive fight. And he proved it. So, yeah, man, you enjoy the fight. Awesome, guys, man. Appreciate you guys. And while you guys get a chance, just stay locked on FightHype. You'll see a bunch of videos popping up as always. You guys take care, man. Good night, Kuya. My Filipino brother there. That's big, bro, too. That's Kuya. So, cheers, bud. Awesome, guys, man. You guys are the best, man.